Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our work session for the Durham Board of County Commissioners. Hope everyone had a wonderful holiday break, holiday season, and a wonderful new year. Welcome back. I'm excited about 2026 getting started. I hope everyone else here is as well. I will start our meeting this morning with the public charge, and I'll ask Commissioner Burton, would you be open to reading the land acknowledgement after I finish?
Will do.
All right. So the Board of Commissioners ask its members and residents to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both the board and fellow residents. At any time, should any member of the board or any resident fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until the individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. Commissioner Burton.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Land acknowledgement. As we convene for the Durham County Commissioners meeting, it's crucial to recognize the painful truth of history. We stand on the stolen ancestral lands of the Catawba, Eno, Occaneechi, Shakori, and Tuscarora peoples, whose deep connection to this land predates our arrival. We acknowledge with humility the unjust displacement and violence that occurred, leading to the dispossession of indigenous peoples from their homelands. Their resilience in the face of such adversity is a testament to their strength and spirit. May we humbly honor the ancestors and elders of these nations, both past and present, by committing ourselves to fostering understanding, healing, and justice for all who inhabit this land. Let us walk forward together with open hearts, acknowledging the past and embracing a future guided by compassion, respect, and unity.
Thank you, Commissioner Burton. I appreciate it. All right. The first item, since it's a work session, the first item on our agenda is citizens' comments. And we will start here. It looks like we have... Okay, it looks like we have 8, but 2 are on an access bus. If they should they arrive. Oh, they made it? Oh, okay. Miss Cheryl, okay. And did James Chavis make it? Did he make it yet? Not yet? Okay. All right. Should I see him come in, I'll make sure we have some time for him to get his time. Okay, so we'll call everyone up. We'll have 3 minutes each. Since we have allotted 30 minutes for the public comment, citizens' comments, we have less than 10, so we'll have 3 minutes each. Okay, so our first, second, and third will be, and you can line up here with it, Antoinette Hawes. Okay, then we have Peter Eiserman, yes. And then Mr. Zaidi. Yeah, okay. We'll have you 3 up first, and then I'll call the next 3. Okay, let you come up. You have 3 minutes each. You could go ahead and over there. So we'll have Antoinette, Peter, and Razik. Mr. Razik.
And there is also a timer on that side of the podium, so you will be aware when the timer begins and ends.
Okay.
So it's on, right? Okay.
Yes, whenever.
Hello, my name is Antoinette Haas, and I am a citizen here in Durham. I've been paying taxes since September 25th, 1997. All right. So we are here with the community, and the community has expressed a for lack of a better word, no confidence, lack of a better term, no confidence for the Department of Social Services and its director. And we are asking that the director be removed from her position, and that is due to community participation for over a year and no changes. As a matter of fact, we have experienced discontent and being removed, and our reputations are being soiled as a result of us requesting accountability. Now, I did make a copy of the report that we got from the Department of Social Services Directors Meeting. You should have a copy. I want you to pay close attention to the actual expenditure page. And I do have them marked as like asterisks on the side about the concerns where they have no budgets and spending like $1,600, $2,000 bonuses, no budget for the bonuses, spending $5,000, $6,000 for the bonuses. We need a forensic audit. We need a forensic audit on the Department of Social Services as you move to remove the director. That is the community's request. And we will continue to go and get this information. We will continue to compile it, and we will be delivering it to you with the discontent of the citizens of Durham County, period. And if you feel like this is, basically we need to restructure. It needs to restructure. The federal dollars are not gonna be coming in. And they got our children all over the place, all over the counties, all the different states. And you cannot manage children in Durham how you managing children in Texas, and Oklahoma, and Colorado, New York. How you managing our children? What we had to do over the holidays was console the parents. That's what we did over the holidays, console the parents who have their children in custody and don't know where they are and have no outreach, no visitation. And so we have lost our confidence in the Department of Social Services and its leader, and we are needing a change. We are demanding a change today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hawes, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm new to this process. I've spent most of my life at the top of the feeding chain of privilege. I'm a white, cisgendered male, and I've just become aware. I've been a community resident. My name is Peter Eisman, by the way. I've been in this community for 10 years. And I've been concerned about injustice most of my life. It's interesting that you opened up with happy holidays. We have families in this community who are under the oversight of the Department of Social Services that had less than a happy holiday. Denied the opportunity to see their children, denied the opportunity to have structured or unstructured visits by repeated denials of requests. I sat in the DSS meeting for the first time in my life the other day, and the degree of humiliation that you require these parents to come before that board and beg to see their children is disgusting. It's revolting. It's unconscionable that you cannot send an email from the director of that service to send an email to say, fix this shit, fix this, let's get these parents together. It's ridiculous. If the parking garage is closed, an email can go out and all of the people at Department of Social Services know the parking garage is closed. It takes that long. If there's a work day, it takes that long. If there's an emergency, we have to close the building. It takes that long to send an email out for people to respond, but we cannot send an email out to request that these families whose children have been removed from their homes to have visitation. It's a policy that is supposed to be in place. That's just one thing, folks. The Department of Social Services here, the North Carolina Civil Rights Advisory Committee has put out a report, and I request that y'all read that. We're in trouble here in Durham, and our kids are here in trouble, and I'm just beginning this fight with my friends in standing in solidarity and holding these people to accountability and to see that something has changed in this system. Taking away black children from black families has been going on in this country for hundreds of years. This is just a legal way to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all have a blessed day.
Good morning, peace. My name is Rafiq Zaidi. I'm a resident of Durham, 807 South Duke Street. I'm here today to bring to light Title 4, Section E of the Social Security Act that governs all the funding that comes to DDS from the state and the federal government. We had a case where a former Durham Police Corporal, Rayshawn Taylor, a 10-year veteran of Durham Police Force, surfaced with cases brought against him by District Attorney Santana DeBerg, charges of rape, sexual battery, sexual servitude, sexual assault, and kidnapping. He's scheduled for trial for a case hearing this week in Durham, North Carolina. Because Taylor was allegedly on duty and acting in his official capacity at the time of the alleged crimes, the state and federal Bureau of Investigation had to intervene. Bear in mind that Mr. Taylor was working for DDS as an investigator. During that juncture, he was going in and out of houses, such as foster parent Cheryl Smith, with these charges on his back, filing cases in Durham District Family Court against these parents. If that's not a form of conspiracy or lack of transparency, what is it? Durham, during the period of these charges, rape, sexual battery, assault, kidnapping, he was going into these homes with our children. The federal Title 4E funding declares with an overview statement that these officers or investigators should be vetted with background checks and reach a certain moral turpitude before they enter the homes of these foster parents. I'm here on the record today to let you know that we are planning on filing charges against both Durham Police Department and DDS. You should know as well as I do, you don't send a man into nobody's home who have these type of charges on his back. Would you send him into your granddaughter's house, your child's house, sexual battery, rape, kidnapping, funneling children, dealing with our children out of the sight of parents, yet Maggie Claps, Webb, Maggie Claps in the whole system, Patrice Andrews, Leo Williams, no one can mention the contractual services that Mr. Taylor had with DDS. We want to know how many more Durham police investigators are participating in this practice.
Thank you so much. All righty. Our next three will be Victoria Peterson, Ms. Peterson, Walida Burns, and then Amanda Wallace. Miss Smith, you'll be right after Amanda. Okay. All right.
Dr. Lee,
Yes.
before I start speaking, who's taking notes of the public concerns? Or one of these folks over here taking any notes?
I think we're all taking notes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm Mrs. Peterson, Victoria Peterson. I'm one of the political activists here in Durham, but I also want to share something with you. Very rarely do I talk about this, about my own personal life. I was in the foster care system in this country. Our foster care system is just ridiculous. The problem is, and matter of fact, I was taken away from my mother as a young baby. I never returned back to my family. 19, 20 years in the state that I was in. Those many years I lived in the foster care system, most of those years. My foster mother was very, very abusive, and I can talk to you a little bit about why that is. Because in the foster care system years ago, they would tell the parents, do not attach yourself to the child. So I was, and sometimes I have a little joke, if folks don't like how I act, I was the ward of the state for 18 and 19 years. So that's why you blame the state that I was in. I was very concerned about, and I'm also in agreement about asking the director of social service. She really does need to resign, and I want to let the county manager also know that. Get the hearing report. She did a trespassing on an individual. She was in court that day. I was shocked the different things that she made statements about being afraid of African American people. Why is this lady in charge of your social service and many of her clients and parents are persons of color? And yes, in this country, we do have a history of taking black children from their families and from their parents. It's a history, 300 or 400 some years. This is nothing new that is being done in this country. The problem is that if the parents are not involved and they don't stay involved with the government, then the government really does not know until you hear it from the parents and citizens that are concerned, Dr. Lee. And Dr. Lee, I was also concerned about how much money this lady is making. I've heard two different dollar amounts. So I would like to get back to the county attorney to find out what is her salary. Tell me why, and I'm not trying to be prejudiced or racist, but social service has a lot of African Americans that have been working in the social service department for years. Why is it that they had to go all the way to Florida to bring in a white female that has very little understanding of people of color? And you know that on the statements that she has said.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Thank you so much. The next speaker is going to be Ms. Burns, Walida Burns. Don't.
Good morning.
Fine. Good morning.
So, I'm Gio Ida's mother, and he was stolen from me from Durham County Department of Social Services on May 28th of 2024. After I gave birth at Duke Hospital, I'm sick and tired of the emotional abuse we go through as black parents at the hands of the family police. I'm facing a lot of grief and harm from this case that I'm going through. I have missed many milestones with my son and wasn't there when he took his first steps, when he said his first words. I've been supervised with my son for over a year and having to spend time in small rooms while being watched through a one-way mirror. I recently began getting more visitations, but the department didn't want me to get any more visits. They keep recommending that I only see my son supervised, even though they have been supervising me for over a year. How long do I have to prove myself worthy to be a mother of a child I gave birth to at my last hearing on December 12th. Judge Nancy Gordon even said that I have been deprived of time with my son by the department. Another issue with visitation is the department says that they accommodate expanded visits on weekends and evenings, but this is not true. I've asked numerous times and have been denied this request, both email and in open court. As a parent impacted by this system, I'm requesting that the commissioners actually look into this issue and not just take the department's word that they are doing right by families. I'm standing here as a parent who has been done wrong by this system, and my child is suffering as we speak. So as we start off this new year, I ask you, what are we doing to bring families together instead of tearing families apart? That's my question, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Burns. Ms. Wallace?
So, my name is Amanda Wallace. I'm the founder of Operation Stop CPS, and I've been here many times. And I'm here today to express my deep concern for this board putting this roles and responsibilities presentation on this agenda without reaching out to anyone other than the problem. If you truly wanted to understand what role this system or these actors are playing in your community, you would ask those directly impacted by the problem. But you won't do that. You're not doing that. I sent an email last night asking to play a video that talks in the voice of those impacted, that gives statistics, that explains, and it was produced here in Durham. Why can't you play that? I asked for those who have been impacted to have voice during this presentation. Don't just let the lies stand. Let those who are impacted respond. What are you going to do about that? Because right now it looks like y'all working together. And I've been here, so I know you are. Durham County Child Protective Services, Department of Social Services, and the Family Police, whatever you want to call it, the people sitting over there in the corner, the board sitting behind them. I see you, Wendy. They are responsible for the kidnapping of children, disproportionately black children, in this community. And y'all are funding it. I know why you don't want to do anything different. So since we've been organizing here, we've seen this. And Walida asked, well, what are we going to do to stop tearing families apart? If you really wanted a solution, you would start by asking folks. And what folks who are impacted say is reparations, we're there. Let's stop talking about it. Like Walida said, while we're talking, her child is suffering. Children are taken from their families for poverty, which is coded as neglect. And so I want to do a spoiler alert because the department is going to come give their presentation. And I want you to know that they're lying. They're lying. And their data shows it right here, this board. It said a little known fact that children go with their family if reunification doesn't happen. It's adoption. Look, this was 14 children adopted out of this county in 1 month. Let's stop the lies. Stop the lies. Oh, I still got time. So listen, what are y'all gonna do? I know you're gonna do the same thing.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace.
Stop funding them.
Our next speaker, today is going to be Ms. Cheryl Smith.
Good morning. I'm here this morning to speak on the reunification and the lack of resources that are being given to my family. I'm entitled, according to my court order, I'm entitled to 2 visits a month. I'm only receiving 1. And as I addressed that to the social worker, she continued to try to convince me I'm receiving 2 visits, and I only see my baby one Saturday out of the month, and that's the 4th Saturday. I only received 2 visits a month when we first started, July 1st and July 15th. After that, I didn't see my baby anymore until October. There hasn't been any therapy, family therapy. There haven't been anything. The phone calls, the virtuals, there's always an excuse. I document everything so I can prove my case. I asked for more visits and more time with my daughter, adopted daughter, that has already been in your system. There's nothing. Your director have not even met with me one time, but she continued to sign off on paperwork for me. I visited my daughter December 27th. She had a good time. She was having a wonderful time. When she went, after we ate, she went to go get ice cream. I asked the social worker, when are we gonna start supervised visits? Oh, Simone will not be coming on January 23rd. The judge had to order a supervised visit. So I said, so I went back to the 2 visits a month that I don't receive. She got upset and ended the visits. I asked my baby, I said, do we get 2 visits a month, baby? She said, no, ma'am. When that time, Melvin got off the phone with who she was talking with and came up to the line, and I noticed she left all my baby's stuff at the table for someone to take. So by the time I went and got my baby's stuff and came back to where she was waiting on her ice cream at Chick-fil-A, Melvin had to convince my baby to tell me that she asked for 1 visit a month, and then she started crying. And that pissed me off. But I kept my cool. But this needs to stop. Just think of the effect, the mental and abuse that you are taking my baby through that has already been in this system. And her therapist isn't worth 10 cents. She haven't said anything positive. She haven't offered anything, any suggestion. My baby just suffered in the system, and I'm not even ordered to do a thing. So why is my baby still in this system, and we haven't gotten any closer to reunification? There is no service, none. Fire this lady, because I'm gonna hurt somebody.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
With my baby.
I appreciate it. Okay, and I do see Mr. Chavis just coming in. We'll let Mr. Chavis come on in and have his public comment. Let's use one of these. Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Chavis. I'm glad you can make it here.
Sure. All right, come on, calm down.
All right, Mr. Chavis, you'll have 3 minutes for public comment.
Good morning to y'all, and Happy New Year to all of y'all. I hope this year, in 2026, will be better than last year, especially for the reason why we are here. Durham County government have done our black children wrong with Durham social service. This is not just a Durham thing, this is a national thing. And to see what happens to our black children when you tell a mother to do the things that she's supposed to do to get her children back, and then you come and lie to her. And not one of y'all has been asking any question about it. Then you had to have the county manager sign off, the one we pay over $200,000 a year salary, to sign off on some fraudulent act of our Fifth Amendment rights about a person. What did they say about y'all Democrats up there? Y'all doing us worse than Trump in the White House. And you sit here and say it's okay for one person to do us wrong. but we got to start calling y'all Democrats out. And we got to especially call out our county manager of being a black woman, signing off without coming out into the community. I hope this year y'all will make her get out here in this community and talk to people, get to know us so that we can get to know her before she do something else like this, because it's a crying shame. All the picketing and walking we did last year down there, not one time did she come out. But when somebody white come and tell her to sign off on something, she took one-sided. That show us, Miss, it's not being black. She being an ancient mammy, like we always used to call them back in the day. So I hope y'all get her straight to let her know that she's going to sit in that street. She got to be fair to all people, not just some people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chavis. That concludes everyone who has signed up for citizen comments. So we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is our consent agenda. Manager Hager.
Good morning, Commissioners. We have several items for your consideration. If you have questions, these items will go to the board meeting next Monday for approval, and there were a few questions that were asked that have been followed up on ahead of today's discussion. The first item is 250592, Budget Ordinance Amendment appropriating $65,000 of Lebanon Fire Tax District fund balance and increasing the distribution to Lebanon Fire Department for the purchase of a response vehicle. The next one is 250650. This is to approve a capital project amendment appropriating $276,244 of debt service fund balance and transferring those funds to support the Lincoln Community Health Center parking lot expansion capital project, as well as increase in the owner's contingency, the contract with WC Construction, in the amount of $276,244 to execute any necessary change orders related to this extension.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I just have a comment about this item as well as item 26-0001, also related to Lincoln. I am the county's board's liaison to the Board of Directors for Lincoln Community Health Center, and I just want to state that these are both very important investments for us to help support at this time the expansion of the parking lot and also the HVAC system that desperately needs to be replaced. But I just want to clarify, I know there have been ongoing discussions, especially related to the HVAC repairs, that is the responsibility of Duke Health System and Duke Regional. And I just want to make sure that we are, I know these are time sensitive and we need to move forward, but that we will be pursuing being reimbursed for the HVAC repairs. So Lincoln is the safety net healthcare provider for our community, serves 10% of our residents. Over 37,000 people are dependent on Lincoln Community Health Center for their care. We cannot afford to have the HVAC system fail for one day. I appreciate our staff stepping up. Thank you, Perry, and everyone, and Brenda, who's helping to make all this happen. But we will be seeking the compensation that we deserve as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. So, because I know this was discussed before myself, Dr. Lee, and Commissioner Valentine got on the board, is it like pushing the parking lot like in that front area of Lincoln where it's like a kind of a, there's a yard, or I just want to get some logistical idea of what's happening.
Perry Mans will give additional clarification.
Good morning, Commissioners. And Commissioner Burns, the answer to your question is yes. That area closest up to Fayetteville Street, that parking lot has already been completed and it's in use. I think we added an additional, 42 spaces to that area, which clearly helps the challenges that we've had with parking down at the facility. And what this work is for is the storm pipe installation across the street. We actually had to do some work down Linwood Avenue and had some conflicts with the gas line, water lines, and we also encountered some rock while doing that. And so this allows us to complete the project and get it closed up and get a certificate of completion. So, yes, ma'am.
Thanks, that helps me have like an idea of what's happening, so I appreciate that. Thanks.
Manager Hager, did you? I
No.
thought you were going to say something.
No, I'm sorry. No, thank you, Perry, for those comments.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine.
Thank you, Chair. So I support this expansion project, but I also want to go on record consistent with some of the comments made by my colleague with respect to Duke's legacy responsibilities with regards to Lincoln Community Center. And so this issue came to bear very early last year, and it's my concern that consistent with the agreement that there's responsibilities that Duke has here with regards to the Lincoln Community Center, which is very important to the African American community, that they do their part. And so whatever we need to do with respect to looking into this matter further and running it to ground, I think that that would be consistent with what the community would want us to do.
Commissioner Alon.
Yes. I wanted to echo those sentiments and also ask Perry, either if you have it today or if you could email it to us, because I serve as the liaison for the Duke Regional Hospital Board and have brought it up in those meetings as well about what is the responsibility of Duke Regional Hospital, and there's dispute between Duke Regional Hospital and Community Health about this original contract and us needing to get all three parties, the county, Lincoln Community Health, and Duke Regional Hospital's attorneys in room to actually look at that contract that was signed, what was it, in 1988, 89 or something, that original contract was signed. And so that we can have that have it clarified, because it says that Duke Regional Hospital has to maintain or keep up the maintenance of the existing facilities. But the question I had for Perry was, do we know, because this isn't to the HVAC, but there was also other repairs that the county had to make, I think, to the elevator systems. Do we have a total amount that the county has paid for repairs that are considered maintenance to the existing facilities that would or should be covered by Duke Regional Hospital?
Commissioner, we can certainly get you that information. Just to be candid, in prior years, Duke Regional did step up and make those repairs, and they actually maintained the facility. As I stated when we brought this item to you originally, some things have changed with, of course, Duke's funding, and I hope I'm not talking too much, Manager, but they've basically taken a different stance as a result of their financial situation. And so we will provide that information to you, but I will rely heavily on the legal department to make sure that we have the accurate agreement and that we can get everybody at the table to have the conversation around maintenance and repair and responsibilities associated with that original agreement. So, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Perry. And to your point, you didn't cross over the line. We are working with Duke. There have been some unique fiscal challenges that they have had to deal with in recent months with huge shifts of federal funding. As you know, when this happened in the summer, our desire was to make sure that we were responsive for seamless operations. And we will over the next several weeks, pull together the historical funding that the county's done compared to those areas that were supported by Lincoln, by Duke, and staff will have conversations and then have conversations with the Lincoln Health Board, as well as looping in Durham Regional. Yes.
Yeah. That'd be great if we could, get the amounts for like the HVAC, the elevator repairs, other maintenance repairs that the county has made, and also going back to the original agreement. The reason that Duke Regional Hospital is responsible for these is that essentially we have given them at I think it was like $1 lease or whatever for that Duke Regional Hospital was Durham County Hospital. So that's our property and land that they're benefiting off of.
Okay. Commissioner Jacobs.
Yes. I just want to lift up some of the comments that my colleagues have said, that what was in the original agreement is what needs to be followed. And second of all, that even related to any kind of financial concerns, we know that the Lincoln Community Health Center saves our entire health system money because it's focused on preventative care, and because of the care that Lincoln provides, the outstanding care to keep people healthy, it keeps people from ending up in the ER and in Duke Hospital. So Lincoln serves actually to save our health system money. So that should not be any concern. Thank you.
So I've heard the term original agreement a couple times just now. Has there been any subsequent agreements? Should we get that all together?
No, it's one
Or is it
agreement
just
that
one?
now that, I think it's over the past 3 years now, that Duke Regional Hospital has just been saying that they interpret that original agreement differently now.
So maybe we need to have a discussion about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That-
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. Any other comments from our commissioners? Okay. Manager Hager.
All right, yes, the next item is 26, authorize execution of the public art agreement with Visual or Original Customs for the design, fabrication, installation at the Board of Elections building located at 3825 South Roxborough Street, Durham.
Did we get an update on whether, I know I asked this in agenda prep about is it a local artist? Do we know?
There's a question about the artist, and Ms. Bright, can you clarify that? The question was whether or not it was a local artist. I believe the gentleman is not from Durham, but
Good morning. The artist is from Winston-Salem, and he applied to our cafe application, as he applied to the cafe document that we requested artists to submit to.
At least from North Carolina.
He's
That's
from North
good.
Carolina.
Yes, that's good
Yes.
at least. But do we receive, and not generally to this one, but in general, how do we do outreach when we put out art requests for other buildings and projects to like to the Durham Arts Center to get more applicants from local Durham artists?
Yes, we submit the advertisement locally. The city of Durham works with us as well, and we submit it locally. And CAFE is actually a national outreach program, which a lot of local artists are aware of. And whenever we have DCAB and PAC meetings, we also allow folks to know that it's out there. So we get a lot of interest. And as a bit of information, the public art for Durham County has just finished about 12 murals, and all but one of them was from North Carolina and lots from Durham.
Really great. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Thank you, Brenda. The next one is 26001, and it's almost a continuing conversation from our previous one. This is approval of capital project amendment and budget amendment of $150,107.33 of debt service fund, which will be transferred to the PAYGO fund to support increases to the new Lincoln Community Health Building modernization upgrades. The next one is 260002. This is standard non-reimbursable utility contracts for the extension of the county sanitary sewer system. Okay, there's a question.
Yeah, I had a question. I was just curious as to where does the city sewer system begin and the county sewer system begin? Because I was thinking, okay, all these projects are going to be, aren't they city? Just curious about that.
And our deputy director will come as Stephanie Brinsley to answer those questions.
Good morning, commissioners. So we have it's a little confusing about how the sewer service area is. So everything that's inside of the city limits is city sewer. And then the county has a service areas mainly around Research Triangle Park and some of the outskirts. So we have what we consider in the county 100% customers and 80% customers. So the 100% customers are all county-owned sewer, and it comes to the Triangle Wastewater Treatment Plant. Then we have 80% customers which discharge to a city sewer, but comes to the Triangle Wastewater Treatment Plant for treatment. So all of this is kind of mapped out. We have the service areas laid out in our GPS, our GIS systems, and we actually have some areas where city and county sewer run side by side. So it's really confusing, and there's some areas where it may go from city to county back to city, and then come back to county for treatment. So basically, we have to look at the maps and just kind of really see where those areas lie during all the development.
Gotcha. It's more complex than I thought. I was thinking, oh, the city starts here, and then the county starts here, but they're all kind of convoluted. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Lum.
Thank you, Chair Lee. And this may be a question for you, or maybe it's for Planning Department Sarah Young. I'm just wondering, with the sewer systems of most county residents who are outside of city limits, besides RTP now, are on septic tanks, do we know the environmental impacts of, like, how do they measure the environmental impacts of septic tanks? Is there, like?
Most of anything with septic tanks go through environmental health. And so, you know, the DEQ's done a lot of studies over the years. I mean, there are some impacts. But typically, anytime there's an area where sewer runs close to it, public sewer, you know, it's, residents are really requested to tile them. We only have a few left in our service area that, don't have, are actually on septic systems. What we do have in the county that's mainly on septic systems now is in the northern area. But yeah, environmental health should be able to answer any impacts.
I'll ask them about that. Thanks. Thank you.
Commissioner Valentine?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This might be a strange question, but are these infrastructure contracts consistent with existing plans?
So these contracts, we've been using these utility contracts for several years, which were approved through our legal department. And so what happens is we do these contracts, the developer will build the sewer, and then because it either has to be like in a public right-of-way or it's a part where other development could tie onto, it has to become public sewer. So that's when the county takes it on. So they build it, they give it to us through these agreements, and then they're responsible for the maintenance for the first year, like if there's anything wrong with it, and then the county takes it over.
I just wanted to highlight that because we often in our discussions, in our planning discussions, don't emphasize the importance of the infrastructure requirements that become the issue for the county. And so the reason for me asking that today is to let the public know that when these projects come to fruition, usually the infrastructure needs are afterthought. And we need to be more conscientious about how we deal with the issue of infrastructure broadly in any of these projects that come to bear, particularly in light of the growth here in the county. So thank you for highlighting that.
Yeah, absolutely, because as you know, we have to look at, can the existing sewer support the flow? Do we have the lift stations in place that can handle it? And also, can our wastewater treatment plant handle it? Because once we reach a certain percentage, you know, through state regulation, we're required to be under construction. So there's a lot of pieces we have to look at from a compliance standpoint.
Okay.
Thank you, Stephanie. The next one is 260003. This is to award a contract to Taplin Group for manhole and sewer line inspection services for the Durham County Utilities Division in the amount of $223,703. Okay. The next one is 260006. This is to approve and authorize the manager to execute 4 lease agreements for the county-owned shops of Hope Valley Shopping Center pending approval from the county attorney's office.
Commissioner Burton.
Yes, the question I had, and it could have been in the contracts, but I just didn't see it easily enough. What is the price per square footage for the spaces that we rent?
Good morning. I'm David Fleischer with the real estate team. And the rate that we're asking at Shops of Hope Valley is $20 per square foot. One of the leases is with an existing tenant, and it's a smaller space, and so the lease rate is higher for that one. But our asking rate and the rate for 3 of the leases is $20 per square foot.
Is that the rate that's at the market rate?
It is the market rate. It's not a subsidized rate or anything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, I was really excited to see these leases and to see some new businesses moving into the shopping center. I was over there recently to get my North Carolina Real ID. By the way, if you go there at 8 o'clock in the morning, there's no wait. I was wondering who is responsible for maintaining just the sidewalk and the parking lot? How does that work?
The county has contracted with a team called Trademark Properties, who does both the leasing and the management of the shopping center, and they're generally responsible for maintenance. General Services does do some maintenance of the area near the Board of Elections.
Okay. Well, the Board of Elections looked great. I did talk to the county manager about just, especially outside of the DMV, because that's where you get probably the most use, just making sure that they focus in on leaves and trash and things like that.
It's been a high traffic area.
Yes.
We've talked with Trademark about some more frequency of emptying the trash cans that
Right.
get filled up there quickly.
Yeah.
And we will follow up again, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next one is 260009. This is to authorize the county manager to enter into a contract with Brady Train Services, doing business as Icon Boiler, Inc., in the amount of $503,423.37 for the purposes of replacing 2 steam boilers at the Durham County Detention Center, with funding being provided. And the authority to approve any amendments or change orders to the contract as long as funding is available in the CIP programming for ongoing HVAC replacements and upgrades. All right, Commissioners, this concludes our listing of consent agenda items. We will place them on Monday's regular session, and if questions emerge between now and then, and of course at the meeting, we will work quickly to give you a response.
Okay, any further discussion on a consent agenda, the consent items? Okay, our next item, well, we're moving into discussion items, and our next item is we're going to have to, based on something that was done previously, we'll need to suspend the rules to vote. Since this is a work session, we generally don't do action items. To vote on this next item, suspend the rules to authorize the county manager to execute lease agreement for OES Fleet Management Facility. So first we'll have to do a vote to suspend the rules, then we'll do a vote on this item.
I move that we suspend the rules.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we suspend the rules to address this item. Any discussions on that? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please use the same sign. The rules have been suspended so that we can authorize this item. So the motion would be to authorize the county manager to execute lease agreement for OES Fleet Management Facility.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we approve this item in the suspension of the rules. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please use the same sign. The motion passes unanimously. That concludes the suspension of the rules just for that item. The next item on our agenda is a information presentation on the child welfare system roles and responsibilities.
Good morning, County Commissioners and County Manager.
Good morning,
Happy New
Director
Year.
Clapp.
Thank you. My name is Maggie Clapp. I'm the Director of the Department of Social Services in Durham County, and I'm here to present today on Durham County's roles and responsibilities at DSS. We're going to talk about our role as DSS, the District Court, and then the Board of County Commissioners. I have here with me my Deputy Director, Bila Luima, my Assistant Director of Finance, Margaret Faircloth, and my Program Manager over Intake, Carol Trimble. And then this is our legal team, Jacinta Jones and Patrick. So the child welfare system, the structure, it's a state supervised, county administered system. So the way that it works throughout the country is some countries are state administered. In North Carolina, we are state supervised but county administered, which means the state is the one that gives out the policies and the procedures based on federal law and state law, and we administer those policies and procedures. We also fund through getting state dollars and federal dollars. We then fund the programs. So the oversight is at the state and federal level. Our responsibility is to provide those service deliveries. The district court has the legal authority. We do not at DSS. And then the Board of County Commissioners, your role within our system is to provide governance and funding and to make sure that we have the funding that we need. So I want to talk a little bit about the role of Durham County DSS. So we do not go out and look for cases. We get calls into our intake line. We have a 24/7 hotline that we have to man weekends, holidays, it never stops. And we get calls in that the biggest calls that we get in, the biggest places that we get calls in is medical, from Duke Hospital or UNC or any of the local hospitals around here, the school system, and then law enforcement, and then family and community members. So for instance, in November, we got 1,069 calls into our abuse and intake in 1 month. That was in November of 2025. We accepted 651 of those, so not even a little bit over half. And the way that we have to accept them is based on state and federal policy. So there's, when we get a call, we do an assessment, we ask the reporter questions. Everyone in the state of North Carolina is a mandated reporter. But as I said, the majority of our calls come in from the medical system, school system, law enforcement, and then the rest is community and family members. And so when we receive a call, we then go through the list of abuse and neglect and dependency and look at that and assess. If we accept the call, we then do a CPS assessment. CPS stands for Child Protective Services Assessment. So we go out to the home, we meet with the family, we meet with what we call collaterals, which could be neighbors, it could be other family members, it could be if the child is receiving behavioral health services, it could be the therapist, the school teacher, and other children in the home. We then provide services initially. So those services might look like domestic violence services. They might look like substance abuse or mental health services. We may assist them with, if they have housing issues, we could refer them to housing programs that we have or other housing programs in the community. It could look like food and nutrition services, so we could refer them to SNAP. So we provide those services. If we feel at the time that we cannot keep the children safe in the home, then we do work with our legal team, sitting right here, 2 of them, and there's 2 more, Ashley and Keith, and we work with them to file a court petition. Then if the judge accepts it and makes that ruling, we then implement any court orders that the judge gives. So the judge is the one that gives the court orders. So those court orders could look like ensuring that one of the parents has behavioral health services or goes to substance abuse or works with domestic violence advocates. We do make recommendations, but we do not have the legal authority to make legal decisions. So any type of visitation is court ordered. We cannot, we have to comply with court orders. So we are not able to make up visitation. We can't change visitation. That has to come from the judge. So the judge orders that if it's supervised or unsupervised. Any questions so far?
Commissioner Burton.
Yeah, I just missed the part where you said 651, something was a number you gave out. Yeah.
Yes, so in November, we had 1,069 phone calls into our abuse hotline for 1 month. We had to accept 651 of those. So we do not accept every one because we have to go through, we have a new state system now, it's called PATH-NC, which all the counties are in this system now for intake. Eventually, they're gonna roll it out so that foster care, CPS, everyone's in it, but right now it is just intake and CPS. And so there's certain criteria that we have to look at when we get a call in, and then we assess that and decide if it's something that we have to take and investigate.
Last question, and you're saying this is state and federal law that
Correct.
You have to go by
Yes.
in order to do this process, state and federal law? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Anything you guys want
I have
to?
a question.
Yes.
And it may sound like a silly question, but wondering, so to Commissioner Burton's point, so it's state and federal law. Say there's calls that come in that DSS, a county, any county, decided we don't want to, they make their own judgment based off of like separate from federal and state law. What would then happen from state and federal authorities?
The state and federal authorities could come in and we could get an audit, and if they found that we were doing that a lot and putting children in danger, we could have them come in and take over the DSS.
And then if the state and feds took over, then it would like no longer be a county function, that it's then
correct. Then it is
run.
Yeah, it would be state run, not federal. Yeah, but yeah, it would be state run. That's happened in a few counties recently. So, yes, we must comply with that law. Oh, yes, Commissioner.
And related to the process, so with over, you said 1,069 calls coming in, and which month was this?
November.
Okay, November, so just most recently.
We're a month behind with our data. So.
Okay. And then only out of that, over about 600, you said 651 were accepted.
Yes.
So over 400 were not.
Correct.
Could you discuss a little bit more about the process for evaluating, and what is the screening tool that you staff uses, and is that tool something that is a state tool? Is it a federal tool? What does that look like?
I'll have Carol talk to that because that's her department.
Happy to. Good morning. So with, and Maggie shared this, with the shift from our previous tool, which was lovingly referred to as the 1402, it was the tool number, we've shifted to PathNC, which is a statewide system. And so the tool that we previously used is a little bit different. It is now more streamlined, and it helps essentially to determine, like if you say this is physical abuse, then the response time to physical abuse can only ever be immediate or 24 hours. It may never be a 72. So it helps to streamline and be more consistent. The goal with all 100 counties in North Carolina going into this system is consistency. The state found that there were some discrepancies in different counties with the way that folks were screening. So we have seen that it has tended towards that way, which has been wonderful. We are very, very glad to see that. So as far as the actual tool itself, it's less, like it used to be a number of questions, right? So it used to be about 14 pages, and now it is more of a click-through system. So you answer a certain question and then it'll take you to another one. It still does rely on the intake social workers to be the ones to ask some follow-up questions to make sure and determine that they have the correct information needed in order to screen. And so to speak to, I think it was another point over here earlier, the policy that we use is all based in statute, right? So the statutes that we adhere to are things that the state has mandated for all of us in the entire state to follow. So what else? Is there anything else that I missed in that? I want to make sure.
And this, so you said this screening process is done with the person that reported
it is,
the abuse and neglect. Okay.
Yes, so we do spend, it would be usually 45 minutes to an hour, sometimes longer, with the person who's making the report so that we can make sure and gather as much information as possible and be pretty comprehensive and being able to answer all the information.
Okay. And does the state also come in and audit this process to make sure that we're actually following it? Yeah, okay.
Yes, they do.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
You're welcome.
As it relates to the calls, maybe not for right now, but are we able to do disaggregated data as like who's actually calling? Is it community versus schools versus hospitals? Do you all have that information?
So that's another pro to PathNC, actually, is that previously we would have had to kind of do that by hand, but now the way that the system is designed, you can determine who, like what, it gives different categories of a type of reporter. And so in order to, we could break it down that way, yes. That's new as of November, so we are still working on getting that data, but we look forward to being able to do that more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
So you sort of laid out the process. Maybe you can tell us from phone calls through assessment, treatment, and then court involvement. What does that look like from a timing perspective? How long does that generally take?
So state policy is to try to do that within 45 days from the beginning of the phone call to the end of the investigation. Some things will hold that up, which is medical examiner reports and things like that. If it was physical abuse, we have to get an assessment done by the hospital. So that sometimes can take a little bit longer, but the goal is within 45 days.
And in your presentation, it says that DSS makes recommendations but does not make legal decisions.
That is correct.
And so once that legal decision is made, what is the time that our children in the county are spending in the system? What's that look like?
Unfortunately, I will be honest with you, I feel it is way too long, and I've been, very vocal about that. Unfortunately, that is not something that we control. That is up to the court system. In ways that we can control, it's making sure that we're working with the family and providing timely services. But it can be two years or more sometimes. And that is very unfortunate. I have been very transparent that the child welfare system in this country is broken. That's a fact. It is not just broken here, it is broken throughout the country. And so it is something that I continue to work on. I worked on it in Florida. We continue to work on it here to make sure that we are doing everything we can to fix the system and to address the challenges in Durham. But we are not the only ones who have a part in this. It takes a community to raise a child. It takes a community to support a family. So when you have calls coming in, right now we have a financial crisis in this country. So I'm just going to give you an example. We had a parent who, we have parents who are working 3 jobs and are taking their kids with them on Uber drives and things like that. People call in, and that's not something necessarily that we're going to take, but people call in for that because they feel that that's not safe. So you have a lot of parents right now struggling, and so we do need the community to help us. We can't provide all of the prevention services and the things needed. Our funding is very restricted. That's why Margaret's here today as well to talk about that. If there's any questions, we are very mandated with what we can do with our funding. We can't just give our funding to certain things. We have to, it's very much in line with federal law. So yes, it can take some time, and it is unfortunate. And I hope that our current court system gets better at that with timeliness. And our legal team can talk about that as well. It's very rare that the continuances in court are due to DSS, correct? And they can shed light on that during their presentation, but it's very rare that it is us that is asking for a continuance.
All right, so I'm going to put this out there. The disruptions, we're not going to have those. Okay, the size, the comments while we're doing presentations is not going to happen. All right, I'm not accepting comments. All right. So just if you're interrupting, we're gonna go into recess and you're gonna be removed. I said that at the top of the meeting. Here we go. All right. Please continue.
Thank you. So the role of the district court, and Patrick and Jacinta will talk more about this as well. Again, we do not make the final legal decisions. That is the judge. They determine abuse, neglect, or dependency, not us. They decide the custody and placement. So again, anytime that we go to move a child with placement or custody, that has to be approved by the judge. Issues binding with court orders, and the role of the district court is to ensure due process. So the GAL, the guardian ad litem, is involved in this as well as us, and then the legal teams and the families. The role of the Board of County Commissioners in North Carolina, since it is a county administered system, that is to approve and allocate the budget. So every year you get our budget. Ensure that we have adequate staffing and infrastructure. I have reclassed several positions since I've gotten here. I started in April 2023, and in that time we've added a coaching and mentoring position. This is a new thing that we're doing where this person will go out in the field with our workers to make sure that we are complying in real time with policy and to ensure that they have the support that they need in the field. We have created a fatherhood initiative because as I said that there are challenges in the system, one of the challenges we have found throughout the country is engagement of fathers. And we need to do a better job of that. So we have created that initiative last year. Also, due to the COVID really impacted the behavioral health system. And so unfortunately, there's a long wait list, which can add to what Commissioner Valentine was stating is the time that a child is in care. If a parent is court ordered by the judge to engage in services, substance abuse and mental health, unfortunately, a lot of times we're looking at several months of a wait list. So when I first got here, I met with Roshana Parker, the director of the Justice Resource Center, because she had said that her numbers for treatment were down. And I asked if we would be able to use her services. It was free of charge. They're already paid for. To send parents to get those assessments. And she agreed. We did an MOU, and so we're able to send our families quicker than we can to outside agencies to get those assessments. Again, they're court ordered, so the judge will not move the case forward unless those are done. So that was a partnership we did to try to navigate around these long wait lists. So we also created a parenting position. A lot of times, most judges are ordering parenting programs for parents. And again, that can be a very long wait list, or it can be telehealth, which is not really the best way to do behavioral health services, in my opinion. And so we have created that position internally so that we can help with that and, again, decrease the time that parents are waiting for services. Oh, yes.
So I want to be clear about the role of the county commission, all right? And this is one of the reasons why I asked for this presentation, to fully understand our role, because if we are being asked to solve a problem, I want to know exactly what is our role in solving a problem. So when you say governance and funding, by us allocating the funding, the local funding, because you have federal and state funding that goes to DSS, correct?
Yes.
And having a DSS board. Is that state law that you have to have a DSS board, or?
Yes.
Okay, so, and then us having you, your staff asking you questions, making things sure that things are flowing right. So I want to make that clear.
Yes.
That's what our role is as a commission.
Yes, it is. It's not to look at specific individual cases, but to look at systemically. So for instance, I've talked to the county manager about this. With PATH NC, a lot of counties are seeing increases in their in-home services, in-home or foster care. So when we get a case, we either close it if we don't find any issues, or we may refer the family to in-home services or foster care. And so those numbers have increased a little bit. Each area in the state is going into PATH NC at separate times. So there's been some counties that have been in PATH NC longer than we have. We just got in November. So some of the counties that have been in previously have seen those numbers climb due to PATH NC and the new policies put in place. So I've let the county manager know that if our in-home numbers continue to increase, we may need more staff. And so that is where your role would come in. I would come to you and ask for that, because there's a certain limit. You can only have a certain number of cases in-home, and you never want in-home to have the most cases. You want, because they're very complicated cases, so you want, the families to get the best services that they can. So those are things where I would come to, that's your role as the Board of County Commissioners. But on individual cases, it is not. Thank you. So how the roles work, again, we assess risk and deliver those services. We have to comply with the legal decisions, such as visitation and ensuring that the parents are receiving those services and making sure that the barriers to those are reduced, which is, as I said, why we created some of these different positions to help with that. And then the Board of County Commissioner ensures system capacity and compliance. So the key takeaways is that the child welfare outcomes depend on governance and funding and system capacity. Clearly, we cannot do our job if we don't have the staff sufficient, if we're not staffed sufficiently to do that, or if we do not have the funding to provide that for the families. And the Board of County Commissioner decisions are essential to protecting our children and supporting families. Again, as I said, this is a community effort. This is not the sole responsibility of DSS. We're a mandated program. We have to exist legally. It's not something that we can do away with. And so we need everyone at the table to help us with this. And I do want to say, since coming into this position in 2023, we have decreased kids in care by 35%. When I got here, we had 270 children in care. As of today, we have 176 children in care. We have also increased our reunification by 36% since I've come in here in the past, it'll be 3 years in April. So again, as I said, child welfare, it's a legal mandate. The outcomes depend on the funding and the system design. We have recently did some restructuring to ensure that we have laser focus on in-home services and CPS investigations because of Path NC. So we have split the department, and we'll have 2 assistant directors who can make sure that they are laser focused on those programs, because those are our biggest programs, is CPS investigations and in-home services. And I think I've said this too. Just, you know, the responsibilities is to ensure funding, organizational structure. What is not the Board of County Commissioners' responsibility is individual case decisions, directing court outcomes, or overriding judicial orders. And again, we operate under state and federal law, and the district court has the exclusive legal authority once a petition is filed. Juvenile matters are confidential, and so DSS is prohibited from discussing case-specific matters absent a court order for disclosure. So I'm not able to, in public, talk about a case. There are times we've had closed board meetings where if my board members ask for specific details, I provide those. And again, some of the risks that I appreciate Commissioner Valentine. He's met with me and the district judge a few times because I do have concerns about the delays in the court proceedings. Kids should not be out of care that long. They should reach permanency much quicker. And that is something that we need to continue to work on as a county and as a state and as a country. Throughout the system, it is, like I said, this is a countrywide issue where kids are are not in permanency as quickly as they should be. And then I put in the key statutory authorities for all of this. So effective oversight of what that looks like is to help us review and reviewing performance and trend data. That's another role, Commissioner Burton, for you all as Board of County Commissioners, is to ensure that we are trending in the right direction, and if we're not, why is that? To support qualified leadership, invest in prevention and family support services. Again, the prevention services are key, and we're limited to how much of that we can do with our funding. So it does help if we can bring in more prevention into this county to ensure that families don't get those calls. Like I said, the calls are coming in sometimes because people think a child should not be in the car when mom's having to Uber. But unfortunately, mom does not have the ability to pay for daycare, as well as to make sure she has food on the table and pays her rent. So anytime that we can increase prevention services in the county, it's vital to our families, and that will decrease calls coming in. And those are just the statutory. Any questions?
Wondering, and I know that there's probably federal and state guidelines around that, but wondering, in those instances where it's, a parent who is having to take their child to work, or anything else similar to that, where it's like, it's not that the child is being put in any sort of dangerous situation, it's just the circumstances, that the HEART team could play a role or be integrated into that system to provide support to the families?
Yes, we do refer to those services and others. And in that case, we are seeing more calls like that come in, but that is not a case that we would take. I mean, as long as the child is safe, that is not something, but it's just, an idea of the kinds of calls that we get, because families are hurting and we're seeing that. But we try to make sure that, we educate the public. As long as a child is safe, we do not then take that or accept that case.
And is there any way, and I know I'm sure this hasn't happened yet, of like, and since it is a 24/7, so obviously it wouldn't be able to be 24/7 service, but the way that HEART is integrated into the 911 system of like, if there is like during the hours that HEART functions, that there is a HEART person who's part of this hotline number that can immediately be referred and like sent to this family, so there's not a waiting period before that family's able to get any sort of like support.
That is something I can discuss with HEART, absolutely. If they have the capacity, we can definitely meet with them. I meet with them regularly, so I can definitely look into that. Anything that you want to add?
What I do want to add specifically, the state prohibit us from referring families in the stage of when we're accepting or not accepting reports because of confidentiality, and they have not given us the permission to send their information anywhere else. We cannot refer them in that process. Once we're involved, of course we can do that, but prior to that, we're unable to do that.
So, but if like it's decided that, okay, in these instances where it's like DSS is not going to take this case, and so you decline it, would you then be able to pass it on, or no, since you're not handling the case, you can't?
We're not. Since we did not accept the report, we're no longer involved with that family at all. So we don't have that permission to send or send their information elsewhere. I believe a couple of years ago, we used to reports that we would get, screen outs, we would send them to prevention and for them to link for services. However, the state came in and said, no, that is going against a family's rights, and for us not to do that unless we've accepted the report itself.
And which department at the state would that be under? Of like, I'm just thinking of like legislatively for us as like commissioners, when we talk to our legislators about like the things, the prior issues we have for lobbying for change.
Good morning, and I just want to make sure that the understanding is I may be the reporter reporting on Carol, but Carol doesn't know I'm reporting on her. Yeah. That's where the challenge is. Correct. Because then we cannot give out information on Carol at that point.
Correct.
Got it.
What often happens though in a scenario, as you mentioned, if we're getting the phone call from law enforcement, it is permitted for us to say, have you reached out to HEART, right? Like we could ask those kinds of questions, and the intake person on the phone on our end oftentimes will say, HEART's we love partnering with HEART. They are wonderful. They are such a great resource for our community. And so that is oftentimes one that we will kind of have that conversation and just say, regardless of our outcome, is this something that you guys have considered, to kind of point them in that direction as well. So.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, because I'm asking more. So like, because I'm glad that you guys obviously don't take those type of cases, but then wondering also, like, those are obviously still families that we would want to support in one way or another. So how do we get resources and support to them without them entering into that system? Right. Yeah.
Yes, the question I have, I'm looking at your will. Thank you for what effective oversight looks like. The question I have is, and I hope this is a system level question, what are families being referred for in child protective services? Is it neglect mostly? What is it?
Yeah, great question. So I wish I had the data in front of me to share, but we do have that data. So it is primarily neglect. There are abuse cases as well, but it is primarily neglect. The types of neglect then are broken down a little bit more from there, right? So there's physical neglect, there's educational neglect, there's a number of different kinds, medical neglect. Now I'm gonna come up with all of them. I'm gonna try. Physical, educational, medical, what else am I missing? That's true, like, yeah, food insecurity, like that kind of, I think that would be primarily, those are the biggest ones.
Yeah, because understanding that at our level, making sure that we are providing these prevention services to make sure our families have what they need to make sure this doesn't happen, right? If it's, medical neglect, okay, is it an issue with affording medication, right? If it's educational neglect, figuring out ways, how do we get our kids to school, all right? And they, are successful. If it's housing, if it's something like that, I think those are the things that, one of the things that I'm learning in this role, we have to focus on what we can focus on, right? Because if it's clear that this is a complex problem. It's very complex. You got the federal, you got the state, you have these laws, you have to follow them. And for us to combat this problem at this level, we have to figure out, what do we focus on? What is our role? And make sure we do it to the best of our ability, right? Because I believe everyone on this board wants families unified. What do we do to make sure that happens? Do we have conversations with the judicial system, the judges, figuring out what are the issues, things like that? So that will help if we know, okay, what is the levels of neglect, and then we can figure it out at this level. So, and this is why I wanted this presentation.
If a citizen comes to you with an issue,
please gather yourself.
DSS, I'm leaving. Don't you worry, I'm leaving. If a
Please
citizen
gather yourself.
comes to you, the board, with an issue about DSS,
Please gather
then
yourself.
it is a matter that should be
We're in
referred to
recess.
the courts, and it is a three-pronged situation.
Session.
So we can provide that broken down. We will send that to you all later today about, can we get that today? Okay. The other thing that we are seeing more of increase in the past year is we're seeing more parents come to us and ask us to take their children. Because of behavioral health. Most it is conduct and behavioral health issues. So we are seeing an increase in that. And that's where then that falls under dependency. So it can be neglect, abuse, or dependency. And that is concerning to me. We can't fix the child, and we literally get asked that, and we can't do that. We can send the child to services, but we are seeing an increase of that, I believe, throughout the state, but definitely I've noticed our numbers with that in Durham County going up.
Okay, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I just want to thank all of you for being here. I know we haven't heard the second part of the presentation yet, just on the court side and the legal side, but I just first of all want to thank you, Maggie, for your leadership. I know from being on the DSS board for 12 years that I had I want to recognize all of the changes that you have been putting into place, and to also thank all of the staff, because you're the ones who do the work. But I have seen you invest in the staff and professional development. I'm not sure if you mentioned that, but
No, I was going to get to that too.
okay.
But yeah.
Maybe you could talk a little bit about that. Also, things, you mentioned some of them, but the ways that you are trying to address the systemic issues. And I think the data that you share with us shows the progress that's been made. If you could send us some of that data around the changes around foster care and around the time to get people into services, and also the change in the data around reunification, accepting children into services, and also just all of the relevant data and the changes that we're seeing. But I am really concerned about systemic issues because of what we're seeing with the federal government and the reduction in the safety net program. So what's really alarming is hearing you talk about parents coming and saying, take my children, or, look, I've seen children on the side of the road with their parents who are begging. And, that comes to mind, home families who are unhoused. So, just wondering, with reduction in SNAP, Medicaid, the in-home health, the LEAP program, and now we just heard that child care funding is federal. What's the status of the child care subsidy program? Because that was frozen over the last week. So, again, so much of this is related to poverty and economic issues and the stress on families. And so, to Commissioner Burton's point, I think we need to get ahead of this issue as best we can, because we are going to see, if the safety net is food security being threatened, then we're going to see the people, more calls coming in to you all. I think it's really important to say that DSS does not go out looking for these cases. No. People are calling DSS.
Yes.
And so, and then that starts the whole process that we are required to follow by state and federal law. Related to, could you talk a little bit more also about what is the definition of abuse and neglect? And it would be great to get the data related to, out of how many calls we get per month, and then what is the percentage that actually ends up in the court system, the numbers or the percentage, because it is important to see that it is a very small percentage of that, but also to understand what are the different categories and what is the definition of abuse and neglect. And then related to prevention services, if you could talk a little bit more about what we are providing and what are the needs that you could see, that maybe we as a community could try to focus on, and the board can take a role in trying to increase funding or bring partners together, community nonprofits, to help with the prevention and support services. And then the last thing that really caught my attention was you talking about how the new Path NC is actually leading to more cases, and then again, actually more families coming into the system. Why is that? And then I know there have been some very big cases. There have been in the news certain counties that the state is coming in and taking over, like Nash County, possibly. I think there was another county. Like, what has happened in those counties that the state is coming in?
It's Vance and Birdie, I believe, and they did do Nash as well in the past couple of years. I do not know why. I'm guessing that they found issues with the way that they were adhering to policy and practice, but the reports haven't come out for those counties yet. But it would be because the county was not complying. For instance, not accepting certain cases or accepting ones they shouldn't, or not following policy and ensuring that kids are safe. That would be when a state would come in. But as far as the specific reasons for each county, I don't know yet. What I can say for prevention services is, again, we are seeing the behavioral health system is being depleted. And we saw with Medicaid cuts that the governor did last year, even though he reversed them, a lot of providers shut their doors. And so that is a huge concern here, because the majority of our cases do require, the judge does require behavioral health services. And so when we can't get our families into them, that, stops, it has the clock keep running, and we can't do anything. If the judge orders it, it has to be done, and we need to find those services. And so for children and the parents, so that's one of our biggest issues, I think, in the child welfare system, period, is behavioral health. COVID impacted it, and now we continue to see that. And if more close their doors, you're going to have your wait lists be longer and longer. So anytime that you all could work with community providers to increase behavioral health services in this county, that would be very much appreciated, especially ones that do evidence-based programming, like home builders and things like that. And your other questions,
just what is the definition of abuse and neglect?
I want to get it to you correctly.
Commissioner Jacobs.
You might be faster.
So the definitions for abuse and neglect and dependency are located in Chapter 7B 101, Statute 7B 101. Abuse is generally defined, and I don't remember the entirety because there's about 7 subsections, but abuse is a physical or serious emotional injury that has occurred to the child by other than accidental means, for the most part. And then there's certain sex offenses and things like that are generally qualified under abuse. Neglect is a lack of proper care and supervision by a parent or caretaker, improper discipline, an unsafe environment, abandonment, as well as emotional neglect, educational neglect, and medical neglect. I may be missing 1 or 2 of them. I always have the statute in front of me when I'm in front of the court, but I do not have it in front of me right now. But it is located Chapter 7B, section or statute number 101. 101.1 is abuse, 101.15 is neglect, and I believe 101.4 is dependency. But we'll make sure that you get that, and we'll send that your way.
Thank you. And just related to what Maggie just said about behavioral health, I think it would be great if we could get a follow-up on that, Joanne, maybe with having Alliance come and anyone else involved to give us a presentation on what are the current services and what is currently available for children and youth and families, and what are the options what are possibilities for us to try to provide more support. Thank you.
Okay, there's a second part of this, right?
Yes.
There's another part. Let's move forward.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Kuchet. I'm a senior assistant county attorney. Seated next to me is Jacinta Jones, senior assistant county attorney. And then other members of the child welfare team are Keith Robertson, senior assistant county attorney, and Ashley Edwards Davis, who is an assistant county attorney. All 4 of us are assigned to child welfare cases in Durham County. Before we begin our presentation, we did want to go back to Commissioner Valentine's question about the timelines. I wanted to clarify that a little bit more and give a little bit more broader of a timeline. So when a case is accepted, when we receive a referral, Generally, we initiate that within 72 hours, 24 hours if it's potentially abuse, and emergency situations have to be addressed within 2 hours. After they've been initiated, there's a 45-day period where the assessment or investigation occurs. At the end of that 45 days, Child Protective Services makes a determination. Sometimes that's extended if we're waiting on evaluations or other information. That is where the Child Protective Services decides whether or not the case has been substantiated for abuse or neglect or dependency or unsubstantiated. And then at that time, if it's unsubstantiated, the case is closed and there's no further DSS involvement. If it is substantiated, there are a couple routes. They can substantiate it and make referrals for services, and they transition it to what is called in-home services. Now, in-home services can last 6 months, 7 months, where the social workers are going to the home at least once a month, but generally every 2 weeks or so, to work with the family. They're referring them to services. They're referring them to the HEART team. They're referring them to SNAP services, behavioral health services, any substance abuse services, housing referrals. The social worker team is then meeting with them regularly, referring them to services. During that time, there is no court involvement. This is mainly the department working with the family. The children are either in the home or they may be with a family member or a temporary safety provider. If you ever see the acronym TSP, that is a temporary safety provider which has been identified by the family, and an agreement has been made that the child or children will be placed with that family while those services are put in place. Now, during that time, the social workers are still evaluating, the reasons why the children were referred for services and the family were referred to services, and evaluating safety concerns. Now, at any time during those periods, they may come and talk to us at the legal team to decide to go see to potentially either file a petition to bring us before the court or just get general legal advice. So in extreme cases, we may end up filing a petition within 24, 48 hours if there's an emergency situation, such as the children are being severely abused, or if a child is left at the department, or if there are no parents around, we may file. But we are mandated by the Family First Preventative Services Act to work with the family before we even remotely try and enter a court involvement, unless there's some sort of circumstance that requires immediate court intervention. But DSS is required to work with the family. So there may be cases where the DSS has been working with the family for 7, 8 months before we even try and petition the court for any type of involvement. But just on the flip side, we may get a referral and then within 24 hours we're filing a petition. But as you can see from the number of calls, in November alone we received over 1,000. There's less than 150 children, or there was 170 children in care. Sorry, there's 170 children in care. That's not families, that's children. So you think 1,000 calls is about average per month for DSS. So they're getting upwards of 10,000 calls a month. There's 174 children in care. So, I mean, just from that math alone, it is a lower amount of the court involvement. Not every case remotely even comes close to seeing the courtroom. But I did want to expand on those timelines for you before we began our presentation.
Thank you, Patrick. And good morning again. My name is Jacinta Jones. And so as we go through our presentation today, we're going to start with 3 C's of A&D Court, which is just some important concepts to remember as we go through this information. We'll also talk about the key players that are involved in abuse, neglect, dependency court. So you may hear me say A&D to cut down on that time frame, as well as the stages, which Patrick has very eloquently started that conversation of that summary. And then finally, some little known facts about Department of Social Services and Department of Social Services involvement. So 3 C's of A&D Court to consider are counsel for all, the court makes the final decision, and confidentiality. As it relates to counsel for all, because the possible removal of children from their biological or adoptive parents affects constitutional rights, parents have the right to court-appointed counsel if they are unable to afford counsel for themselves. So similarly as they would in criminal cases like felony cases or cases where they could be facing jail time, provisional appointment of court-appointed counsel will be provided. Upon the case coming into court, there will be paperwork filled out to determine whether or not the parent, guardian, or custodian can afford their own attorney, and if not, that provisional counsel will remain appointed to the family member or relative. However, the parties also have the right to waive counsel if they so choose, or to hire independent counsel if they think they could be represented better by paying for their own counsel. Additionally, the juvenile has an attorney in most cases, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. And of course, the Department of Social Services is also represented by attorneys. Secondly, the court makes the final decision. There are some times where parents, guardians, all the parties in the case involving the juvenile's representative, the guardian ad litem, may reach an agreement about certain facts and circumstances, and a consent order can be entered if the judge accepts the findings within that consent order. However, if there is not an agreement across the board from all parties, then the district court judge assigned to hear the case will make all decisions regarding that case after hearing evidence from all parties. It is important also to note that the parties have the right to present evidence. That does not always mean that every party involved will choose to present their own evidence, but the judge will make their decision based on evidence that is heard or reviewed at each stage of the case. And finally, we do want to talk about confidentiality. As Maggie and Bila stated previously, the Department of Social Services is prohibited by federal and state law from disclosing case-specific information absent a court order. That is often why sometimes relatives will call to follow up on cases and cannot receive information from the social worker. Sometimes the Department of Social Services may not be able to obtain information because the parents have not signed releases from service providers, but the Department of Social Services specifically is prohibited from sharing information if they are not presented with a valid court order allowing disclosure of information to certain parties. This includes statements to non-parties in the case. This can also include statements to the media. It can also include organizations or even, like we are here, our Board of County Commissioners, if there are questions about a very fact-specific case. That's why a lot of the information that Maggie's been able to provide today has been more high level, rather getting down into the weeds because of confidentiality laws. And so we want to talk briefly about who the key parties in the A&D case are. So we have the parents, guardians, custodians, and caretakers. Of course, a parent would be someone who is the biological parent of a child. It could also be what we would consider a putative father, who is a man who has held himself out to be the father of the child, a man that the mother has mentioned may be the father of the child. It could also be someone who's on the birth certificate or is not on the birth certificate. This would also include adoptive parents if a report is received after an adoption is completed. You additionally may have parties such as guardians or custodians who are not parents but may have rights to a child pursuant to a court order, and that is either through a guardianship order or through a custody order. And those things are just determined by different statutes in North Carolina, custody versus guardianship. And finally, we also have caretakers who may be adults who reside in the home with the juvenile or adults who have a parental type level of responsibility for children who are not given that authority through a court order for guardianship, custody, or through an adoption decree. Then we also have, of course, the Department of Social Services and its social workers. In any abuse, neglect, and dependency case that's filed in North Carolina, the Department of Social Services is always the petitioner. So the burden is on the Department of Social Services to prove their case. And so normally you have the social worker who has been working with the family, who's been receiving evidence, who would be the party that the court looks at to provide information on behalf of the department. You also have the juvenile. So in abuse and neglect cases, the juvenile will be represented. In dependency, it can be discretionary with the judge. However, when we talk about juveniles for A&D court, we are talking about juveniles who are under the age of 18 at the time that a petition is filed or at the time that a report is received. Sometimes children age out of custody, and it does not necessarily mean that the department stops having involvement with them. It just would not be as it relates to a normal abuse, neglect, and dependency case. Additionally, we have the North Carolina Guardian Ad Litem program. Because the juveniles are under the age of 18, that creates a type of legal incompetency requiring that the juvenile be represented. The Guardian Ad Litem program has juvenile attorney advocates who are assigned to represent the interests of the juvenile. It's important to note that in North Carolina, a guardian ad litem volunteer is the one who normally meets with the child, and they provide information and reports for two things. One, to address the stated desires of the juvenile, and two, to also provide information as to what the guardian ad litem thinks is in the best interest of the juvenile. In some states, if the stated interest of the juvenile conflicts with what the guardian ad litem volunteer sees to be the best interest of the juvenile, it splits off and you have two guardian ad litems that are assigned at that point. North Carolina is not one of those states. So a lot of times in the guardian ad litem reports that are received by the court, there is a separate portion for what the juvenile has asked for specifically, and then an explanation of what the volunteer is recommending. Sometimes it is the same and sometimes it is different. Also, as it relates to the juvenile in North Carolina, once the juvenile reaches the age of 12, they have the right to ask to participate in their proceedings, to speak to the judge, things of that nature. Children under the age of 12 can still participate in hearings, but it requires more involvement from the rest of the parties. Finally, we do have our district court judge. Abuse, neglect, dependency court is in the exclusive jurisdiction of the district court. Cases, if they are appealed, go directly to the Court of Appeals. They do not go to Superior Court first. So the district court judge is the ultimate finder of fact in our cases. We do not have jury trials. So the judge makes all decisions unless there is a consent, as we discussed in the beginning. Then you have the attorneys for the Department of Social Services, any parent, guardian, custodian, or caretaker, and then the attorney for the juvenile. We also have another type of guardian ad litem attorney that is known as a Rule 17 guardian ad litem. A Rule 17 guardian ad litem is appointed generally under two circumstances. One is if you have a parent of a juvenile who is a juvenile themselves. So, for example, if you have a 15-year-old mother of a small infant, the mother will have a Rule 17 guardian ad litem to assist her in handling her case because she has not reached the age of adulthood. Also, parents can have a Rule 17 guardian ad litem appointed for them to assist in litigation if the court, after hearing evidence, determines that they lack the capacity to be able to assist in their own litigation. So it is not just because a parent may have been found to be incompetent, it's more about whether or not they have the understanding to be able to adequately direct their attorney to help them to try their cases. So in the case that a Rule 17 guardian is appointed, the parent may have their court-appointed counsel and then the Rule 17 guardian. The court-appointed counsel will look to the Rule 17 guardian for decisions to be made about how to try the case if that Rule 17 guardian is appointed. And also in North Carolina, placement providers also have the ability to appear in court, and they have the ability to provide evidence to the court. A placement provider can be a foster parent. It can also be a relative that has placement of the juveniles, and it can also be someone that we refer to as non-relative kin, which of course means you're not related by blood, marriage, or adoption, but you do have some other relationship to this child. That could be a favorite teacher, a coach, the parent of a friend who has agreed to have placement of the child while the case is going forward. Go ahead.
So going back to the attorneys for the parents as well, I did want to point out that they are appointed immediately upon the filing of the petition. So when a petition is filed, the clerk contacts, in Durham County, which is one of the few counties in the state, the public defender's office actually handles appointments for parents. Most counties throughout the state, it is a private citizen of the bar, a private bar member, normally of the people who practice in family law. In Durham County, there are 2 public defenders that are the heads of appointing counsel and handle cases. That is a unique Durham County. I believe there's only a handful of counties in North Carolina where the public defender's office actually has state funding for solely abuse, neglect, and dependency attorneys. And then along with those 2 parent defenders, there are members of the private bar that also handle appointed cases. And they are notified shortly after the filing of the petition which parent they'll be representing, and they are present at the first hearing, and they are appointed until the court decides or the parent decides that appointment is no longer appropriate. In Durham County, 95% of cases have court-appointed counsel. And I think that's even a low estimate. It's probably closer to 97 to 98%. The ones that don't have court-appointed counsel have either hired their own attorneys or have waived their right to counsel and want to represent themselves. But the vast, vast majority have court-appointed counsel, and it comes through the public defender's office.
Thank you. And I would also like to point out, as Patrick mentioned, that the court-appointed counsel comes once a petition is filed. So the parents do not have a right to court-appointed counsel before the court gets jurisdiction over the case through the filing of a petition. Now we'll go into the stages of an abuse, neglect, and dependency case. Starts with our initial report into investigation and case decision, then followed by in-home services conversation, the petition and non-secure custody, adjudication and disposition, permanency planning and review hearings, and then in some cases, termination of parental rights and adoption. So for our initial report, as Maggie and as Patrick have shared previously, the Department of Social Services receives a report that alleges that a juvenile has been abused or neglected or dependent. When the Department of Social Services receives that report, the intake worker must determine whether or not the information provided in the report meets the legal definition of abuse or neglect or dependency. They also must determine if the party associated in that case would meet the legal definition of a parent, a guardian, a custodian, or a caretaker. So that's 2 ways that a case could be decided that we will not move forward on it. Because if what has been described, for example, the example that we have used this morning has been a parent has her children in the car as they are going on Uber Eats deliveries. If that does not meet the legal definition of neglect and there's no other information provided in that report that meets a legal definition of abuse, neglect, or dependency, it will be screened out. Secondly, if it is determined that the person who has the children in the car is not a parent, guardian, custodian, or caretaker, then that case would also be screened out. And then there would be no further involvement with the Department of Social Services. However, if it is found that you have a parent, guardian, custodian, or caretaker involved, and it meets the definition of abuse, neglect, or dependency, then at that point an investigation will begin under the circumstances that were described and the timelines that were described by Patrick of the 72 hours, 24 hours, 2 hours, depending on what the allegation is. As previously described, an investigation normally lasts approximately 45 days before the department goes into making ultimate case decisions about what will happen next. Those timeframes can be extended if you are still awaiting reports, still awaiting information, and under certain extenuating circumstances. During the time of the investigation, the children can either remain in the home of the parents or they can go into the temporary safety placements, the TSPs, as Patrick mentioned. So during these cases, the children may be in the home, they may be with grandma, they may be with a relative, or in a friend's home while things are being figured out with the Department of Social Services. At this time, the child is not in foster care yet because there is no court intervention. Then the case decisions that you have are either unsubstantiated, where we find that there's nothing to be done here, case closes, or it is substantiated. And then there will be recommendations of services that need to be done for the family, and then we move into the possibility of the in-home services transfer. So during the in-home services portion, which can last generally to 6 to 7 months, as Patrick stated, outside of extenuating circumstances, DSS works with the family to refer them to services, to check in on other things, to correct the issues that arose from the specific investigation. So if it is an issue where we think there's issues of substance abuse, you're making referrals to services, making sure parents are receiving the treatment they receive. If the children need treatment or need other services, you're following the family to see if those things can be taken care of such that the case can be closed. During in-home services, the children can physically be literally in the parent's home or guardian, custodian, caretaker, or they can be in the temporary safety placement while the parties are working on their plans. Again, they are not in a foster home at this point because there has been no court intervention. However, as Patrick stated, when you have emergency situations that require the children to be removed immediately, then you may have a case that did not go into in-home services prior to removal. Are there any questions? Next, you get to the petition of non-secure custody. The petition is where the court case begins. At that point, once a petition is filed, we have the social workers who have staffed the cases with the attorneys. The decision has been made to move forward on filing a petition. The social workers sign the petition. Attorneys are assigned to the parties upon the filing of the petition. And at that time, the department alleges that the juvenile has been abused, neglected, or dependent and is in need of court and state intervention based on state law and the results of their investigative and in-home service phases. Again, there may not be an in-home service case if it was an emergency situation. Generally, there are two things that can occur when a petition is filed. A petition can just be filed where the department is saying we need the court to come in and order parents to participate in these services, and we just want to work with the family while everybody is still in the home and everybody still has custody of the children. The other option is that the department can seek non-secure custody, which means that the department would request that legal and physical custody be removed from the parent or guardian or custodian and placed either with the department, with the child being placed with a relative, being placed in a licensed foster home if there's no relative or non-relative kin available, or with non-relative kin. The department can also request that the children be placed in the temporary custody of a relative that they are staying with. So there's two things. There is the placement of the child, and then there's who has custody of the child while the child is placed outside of the home. Sometimes DSS says, please give us custody so we can work on things. And in other times they say, please place that temporary custody directly with the relative or non-relative kin who has that child. Yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering, what happens in cases where if there's no family or relative or kin within the state or city or county?
Sure. So there is the interstate compact for the placement of children, which is a contract that all 50 states in the country have signed, that the court is bound by, and even DSS is bound by, which requires a state, so whichever state they live in has to go and perform a home study, send a report to North Carolina. That is provided to the judge to evaluate, and then only after the judge has evaluated that report can the child be placed in that home outside the state. That process, for children under the age of 3, there's an expedited process which it should come back in 60 to 90 days. For children over the age of 3, it generally takes about 6 months. So that is one of the barriers, but it's a barrier that's actually federally regulated by that compact. But we cannot even if we do not have court involvement. DSS cannot enter into an agreement for placement outside of the state. So let's say we want to enter into a temporary safety provider agreement. We cannot do that without an ICPC, with the home study by the other state, even if there is no court involvement.
And so is it a judge in that other state or the judge in this state?
It is the judge that oversees this case here in Durham. Okay. So the report, we send an application packet to Raleigh. Raleigh then sends it to the capital of the other state. That state completes the assessment, sends it back to Raleigh, gives it back to us, and then we present it to our judge here. And they make the approval or denial.
Following the filing of the petition, you have the adjudication and the disposition. This is a two-part process, and they are technically two separate hearings, but sometimes they take place on the same day. So the first part is the adjudication. The adjudication is when the court determines whether or not the allegations in the department's petition are true. During that time, you can have a consent if all the parties agree on a certain set of facts to say, yes, there's sufficient information to determine that this child is abused or neglected or dependent. If not, then the Department of Social Services presents its evidence first. Then the parents, guardians, custodians, caretakers present their evidence, and the guardian ad litem can present evidence. After receiving all the evidence from all the parties, then the court makes the ultimate decision. If the court finds that the allegations made by DSS are not proven, then the petition is dismissed and the case ends. If the court finds that the allegations have been proven and the child is abused or neglected or dependent, then the case moves forward to that second phase, which is disposition. At disposition, all of the parties put on additional evidence to determine what services need to be put in place, what needs to happen for the children to return home or for a permanent plan to be addressed. So here, the adjudication is only about the facts that occurred prior to DSS filing its petition. However, at disposition, then the court hears evidence about everything that may have happened in the case since the petition was filed. So for example, if an allegation is that a parent needed to engage in mental health services at the time of the filing of the petition, and they did engage in those services, then all of the information about their engagement in services would take place and would be heard at the dispositional phase, but not necessarily at the adjudicational phase. After the court receives all of their information and evidence from the parties, the court decides what services are necessary, and the court is generally supposed to put in services that are narrowly tailored to the needs of the family. They're also supposed to determine what amount of visitation parents or guardians, custodians receive with the juvenile, what that frequency looks like, what the duration of the visits looks like, and whether or not those visits are supervised, unsupervised. And they also determine whether or not placement outside of the home is now necessary or remains necessary if the children have already been removed. Normally about 90 days after the disposition hearing, normally 30 to 90 days after disposition, the court then moves to either permanency planning or review hearings. Permanency planning hearings occur when the juvenile has been removed from their home. And at that time, the court looks at what permanent plans are appropriate for the juvenile. There's multiple permanent plans that could be in place. Reunification, custody to a relative or a caretaker, guardianship to a relative or caretaker, adoption, another permanent planned living arrangement, which is a plan for older juveniles who do not appear as though they may be able to reach permanency before they reach the age of 18. And that's something where we monitor their placement outside of the home until they reach the age of 18. So generally, the department is supposed to work a plan of reunification with parents with a concurrent plan, unless there are factors that determine that working a plan of reunification is not in the best interest of the children. So you normally see two plans being worked together at the same time. That could be reunification and guardianship, reunification and adoption, things of their nature. At those permanency plan and review hearings, the court listens to information about the juvenile status, the parent status, and compliance with services, whether prospective guardians or custodians have been located, visitation, placement updates, other things that are deemed relative either by state and federal law or that the judge themselves determines are relevant to that case. In review hearings, those hearings occur when the juvenile remains in the custody of their parent, guardian, custodian, or caretaker. So it's just a two-way plan. And when we say custody, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are in the home of the parent. It may still be a TSP, but the parent retains legal custody. So both types of hearings do require status updates on the children as well as the parents. And there are also times where everybody has the ability to present evidence. The placement providers can also present evidence on how the child is doing as well. Any questions about these types of hearings? Yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
Could you, and maybe maybe you want to wait till the end, but I'd be interested in understanding, I know there's been discussion about how long it takes once things get to the court system. So maybe providing us follow-up information on what different timelines look like in Durham County. And also, could you highlight, whenever you think it's appropriate, what you see as the issues or the barriers that make the timeline longer than it should be? And the reason I'm asking this again is, where can we try to help with, whether it's funding or whatever, or just getting people together to work together. And I want to again applaud Maggie and thank you also Commissioner Valentine. I was also working on that when I was on the DSS board, but where are some pressure points, pain points, things, and I know this involves a lot of different parties, but that we could look at trying to move the process more quickly. So
let's wait to the end for that. No, we're already past time here, so let's wait to the end to try to quickly summarize that maybe, and then we'll move on.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Finally, we have termination parental rights and adoption. So in cases where adoption becomes a permanent plan, a petition can be filed to terminate the legal rights of the parents to the juvenile. At those hearings, all parties present evidence, and then the judge determines whether or not the parent's parental rights should be terminated. If the rights are terminated, then the court will continue to hold post-termination of parental rights review hearings, generally every 6 months, until either the adoption is finalized or another permanent plan is achieved for the juveniles. And then we just go into some little known facts about the Department of Social Services. First, as Maggie has mentioned, only a fraction of all reports received by DSS result in court intervention. We've also seen that only a fraction of reports are even accepted for investigation by the Department of Social Services. Also, most substantiated cases are resolved during the in-home services phase without the need to file a petition and get the court involved. Finally, federal and state law requires DSS to prioritize relatives or non-relative kin for placement over foster parents when the court finds that the relatives or non-relative kin are appropriate for placement. And finally, children are more likely to be placed in the custody and guardianship of relatives or non-relative kin than they are to be adopted by foster parents if they are unable to return to the home they were removed from. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Do we have any very, very quick questions? We need to wrap it up.
Yeah, very quick. When you say a fraction, like, can you give an exact number? Because it's not clear.
I'm sure they can. I'm sure that they can follow up with the exact number when you look into cases that we've actually accepted versus the amount of petitions that we file. They can send a follow-up email for that.
Yeah, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And then Commissioner Jacobs, just to briefly talk about your question, I would say and I'll start with the main issue for reunification and what types of services are really the biggest barrier. I would say in the majority of our cases, the biggest problem is suitable housing. We have multiple cases where the parents have done every service, but they don't have a home. They've done substance abuse counseling, they've done mental health services, but they literally do not have a home. Housing is one, substance abuse services is another, finding providers that are willing to engage in cases for mental health. But the biggest one would be housing. Second one would be the next two would be substance abuse and mental health providers, both for the children and the parents, because a lot of mental health providers have decided to stop taking Medicaid because they didn't want to be involved in our cases. They didn't want to be subpoenaed and have their records being presented to court, and they got tired of coming to court. So a lot of providers across the state have decided they're just going to stop taking Medicaid so they don't have to worry about coming into our courtroom. And then timelines. We're required to have our first permanency planning hearing within 1 year of the children coming into custody. Typically in Durham County, from what I've seen, I've been here just over 2.5 years, we're very close to that mark. The reason why there's such a long delay, honestly, is because there's such a wait for services. We're very rarely are we getting to the first permanency planning hearing and reunification's being taken off the table. Reunification is remaining on the table for a long time for services to be engaged in, for evaluations to be completed, and that's a lot of the biggest delay. That and locating family versus foster care. A lot of times families aren't presented until we're getting ready to potentially close a case to a foster parent. We're then made informed that a relative is available to take a child, in which case we then evaluate that relative, which lengthens the process as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I apologize we didn't have any more time for questions. If you have any questions, obviously you can reach out and send them. Thank you all very much for this presentation. Very informative, very informative, and we really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So our next item on our agenda is the Downtown Durham Inc. Blueprint presentation. So we'll have that. All right, this is your second warning, Ms. Wallace. This is your second warning. All right. Ms. Wallace, please leave. We're moving on with our agenda. Please gather your stuff outside, please. Security, please escort her, pick her stuff up and escort her outside, please. All right, thank you. Yeah, still good morning. So good morning.
Good morning. Happy 2026. I hope you all had a wonderful holiday. My name is Nicole Thompson. I'm the president and CEO of Downtown Durham Incorporated, and I'm here to present our Downtown Durham, or the Downtown Durham Blueprint. To give you an update, this was taken to the city. It was taken to the Joint City and County Planning Department in October, recommended for adoption by the council as a small area plan, and it was presented to council at a work session in November, and then public hearing and adoption by the council in December. And I am now bringing it to you for information, and happy to answer any questions. So here's the agenda. Public engagement, who we reached out to, how we did that, what we heard. A review of previous plans, because as I think we all know, Durham is really doing a lot of planning, and there are a lot of plans that are happening. So we did take a moment to kind of address those plans that impacted downtown and how they fed into the overall blueprint. What downtown looks like today, which is very different than what downtown looked like pre-COVID, which is the reason for us doing this blueprint. Our vision, goals, and strategies, and then kind of a deep dive into the implementation. So who do we reach? Approximately 3,000 people. These are all the different ways that we reach out to people, one-on-one, interviews, stakeholder meetings, events where we brought people in, pop-up events throughout, not just downtown, but a few that were outside of downtown, not many, but a few that were outside of downtown. We had our survey, which received a lot of people, a lot of responses. Both of the survey and the introductory materials were bilingual, and we worked with our partners to push that out to the Latino community. But these are just some of the ways that we reached out to people to get, and just some examples because people love pictures. So here are some pictures and proof that we actually did do some pop-ups at the Latino Credit Union, many times at the farmer's market. We even went to NCCU for the Eaglemania to get some student input, back to school block party, so just a number of ways. We also hosted, because we felt that we were not getting a lot of input from the African American community, so we hosted a special Black Voices of the Future panel at Motorco, inviting people to come in and speak and to hear a little bit about downtown and the growth. So these are a few pictures from that. And then as we were launching our findings, we held a Downtown Future Fest about a year ago. It was in mid to late January at Pickleback, and invited people in. We had about 300 people that attended, and I call that out because it was also a snow day, schools were closed, and we still had about 300 people, and we told folks that we would do daycare, and people took us up on it, and they brought kids, which was actually really good because a lot of the kids also provided some input. So a little bit about how we reached, and this is what we heard. Wayfinding, ways to engage that leads to action. How do we make sure that we honor downtown Durham's history and culture? How do we support our small minority women-owned businesses? How do we make sure that downtown feels like a neighborhood and it has diverse housing options? Safe streets, ability for people to move about downtown, whatever mode of transportation that might be, and how do we transform our public spaces to be spaces that are inviting, well utilized, and add to the fabric that is downtown. This is what we heard. Pretty much, hey, these are things we want to see. We heard this and more, but just a sampling of what we heard in people's own words, which led us to build the foundation of the blueprint. I should stop here and say that the blueprint, we worked with Interface Studios out of Philadelphia. They were the lead consultant. We did a RFP. We had, I think, 14, might have been 9. It's been about 2.5 years. Might have been 9 that replied. We interviewed 3, and we had a committee that selected Interface Studios, working with as partners all together, which was the lead on the community engagement, and Access, which did the deep dive on the small business retail piece. Ningrat Partners, which looked at the economic development piece, and then the local contact was Black Space. I should also mention that we could not have done this without the support of the county, which provided quite a bit of assistance. In the very beginning stages, we kind of kicked this off about 3 years ago with a quick kind of immersion of what things do we need to address as we look at downtown as it comes out of COVID. You all provided the funding for that, where we were able to bring in an advisory committee from the International Downtown Association, fellow CEOs from other downtown organizations to come in and spend a day and a half in the city doing some very quick touches of downtown and what the feeling was. But also the city provided some funding, as well as a number of private sector partners. So should have mentioned that at the very beginning. But from all the public engagement that we got, we decided, and it was determined that we had 3 primary foundations or priorities that laid the foundation of the blueprint. And those were keep downtown safe and welcoming, keep Durham, which gets to the cultural and the heritage that is so important to Durham, and ensure that downtown remains a vibrant and growth-oriented place. So with those 3 things in mind, we then took a minute and we thought, again, there are a lot of plans that have been going on in Durham for the past 5-10 years. Many of them touch downtown, come through downtown, or adjacent to downtown, and it would not have been appropriate, and it would make no sense if we did not include those plans, or at least make an attempt to try to include those plans. So, timeline I can't remember, but about midway through this process of the last 2 years, we brought together representatives of all of these plans at the Carolina Theater, and we had a couple of hour kind of in-depth working group. People sat around at tables, they shared what their plans were, how they thought their plans would fit into the blueprint, and then we continued to go back to those plans to ensure that we were not forgetting and we were trying to align where it made sense with those plans. So this is a list of all of the plans that we continue to track, many of them coming out of the city and the county, many of them around transportation and mobility, but this is just to show that our plan is not one that is being done in a vacuum, nor is it a plan that we can do alone, but it's very important that we work collaboratively with the city, the county, and our partners. So what we're hearing about today, what is happening today, and many of us remember the amazing things that were happening pre-COVID, 2019. We were growing, we had any number of commercial developments happening, people were moving in, we had housing being developed, businesses were coming in. All of that kind of stopped with 2019 or 2020 and the start of COVID. And as we've come out the back end of that, we know that things are different, and not just our downtown, but downtowns across the country. And these are the things that we heard and we are recognizing that are occurring in downtown Durham today. Cost of living and the feel in downtown has changed. Hybrid work has vastly impacted our small businesses. We do not have the day traffic, the weekend day traffic that we had prior to COVID, and that is having significant challenges and issues for our small businesses. Many of our downtown open spaces need a makeover. They're showing their age. They're not very accommodating. They're not very welcoming. They're not lit well, so people don't know that they exist, don't know that they're places that they might be able to sit and enjoy. We are carved up by any number of one-way streets and roads, and that makes for a very disjointed street experience. If you're walking, if you're scootering, even if you're driving, how we can do something to improve that. Parking is an issue. Wouldn't be here if I couldn't talk about parking. So whenever I talk in front of a public body, parking is something I always talk about. It remains a challenge for us in downtown. We don't have major downtown anchors who are driving. We need more of those. We need more variety of those anchors and food establishments and retail establishments. There are perceptions of safety concerns in the downtown area. Again, this is something that my colleagues across the country are hearing, safety concerns within the downtown area and how that is impacting visitors. There is a perception that downtown isn't for everyone because of the cost of living, the cost of products, the cost of food, the cost of parking. But despite these challenges, downtown Durham continues to remain the unique, quirky, cool place. This is the place where you come to find what Durham is. From all of that, we came up with 7 goals. I will go through them very quickly. I believe that you were sent a link to the overall document to review, but I'll go through these very quickly. Rooted and Ready is getting to the culture that is Durham. What makes the culture? How do we make sure that we remain committed to what is so important to Durham's Hispanic, Latino, and African American and other communities within Durham? 5 different ways to do that. Celebrate Paris Street as a unique destination, create a hub for the Latino community, create high-quality destinations for families. We heard that time and time again, that there really aren't places for people to go. There are no hubs, no museums for people to come and bring their kids to enjoy. Infuse the public realm with art and culture, again, trying to get people to enjoy the public areas, and then streamlining the permit process for events. And I will say that we're working very closely with Discover Durham on this, because that streamlining of events goes beyond the downtown boundaries. The next one was open for business. How do we continue to cultivate and ensure that our small business community grows? We hear time and time again that people love that many of our downtown restaurants are locally owned, either from Durham, from North Carolina, or from Durham, from the Triangle region, or from North Carolina. So how do we continue to make sure that that exists and we can grow on that? We have 7 actions. Develop an integrated and centralized program of public safety, so that downtown businesses have access to that, but also people visiting. Preserve affordable space on the ground floor for our businesses. We do have a number of vacancies, so how can we ensure that we can keep those spaces at a rate that allows for small businesses to come in and activate them? Provide technical assistance to downtown retailers, develop strategic parking and loading management for businesses and customer use. Downtown is very compact. We have very small roads. We have more and more businesses that are coming. They are bringing delivery trucks. You have a delivery truck or 3. You have people trying to park. You have people trying to drive. How can we actually manage the curb a bit better? Appoint a dedicated coordinator to guide businesses, an ombudsman, for instance, to help with permitting and operational challenges. Expand the business hours and programming to capitalize downtown events. That is working closely with our businesses so that they know the events that are coming up, and perhaps alternate their business hours so that they take advantage of people in the downtown area, and address gaps and need for increased variety of businesses through strategic tenant recruitment. Welcome home. How do we make downtown feel like a neighborhood where we have a variety of housing options and amenities essential to those housing options? Here are 5 of those. Looking at publicly owned sites and how we can ensure that they are held for mixed income and mixed use development. Coordinate with supportive housing providers and advocate for the needs of the unhoused. And I commented here that we are working with the city and the county through the community solutions plan that is being designed. We're on the advisory committee for that. Develop a micro grant program for community-led implementation to ensure that small businesses, people feel like they are a part of the plan and can come forward with ideas on how to activate spaces. Continue to encourage our downtown residents to be involved and build that sense of community. We have a number of folks that are living in apartments. How do we ensure that when they come, this may be their first introduction to Durham? How do we make sure that they fall in love with Durham and they fall in love with downtown? And that is through great intentional communication with the residents, and clearly set expectations for how key development sites should be designed. This is not just city and county, but also private sector. Our 4th goal is walk and roll. How do we make sure that people move throughout the downtown area in a safe and efficient way? What is a master plan or a downtown plan or a blueprint about downtown if we don't discuss the 2-way of the loop that has been in every master plan that we have brought before the city and the county? So why should this one be any differently? But we're going to work hard to actually make sure that this is the last one where we bring that up. So we're beginning to have those conversations about redesigning the loop, hopefully making it 2-way, but if not, how do we make sure that the 1-way does not make it a barrier to cross from the center of downtown to the northern part of our downtown? Certainly looking at how we can make the connection between the center of downtown and the main library. That is a dead zone. If you have not walked it, I offer that you walk it. It is not one that anybody wants to, and we have a gym that is just on the outside that people drive to, and a way to connect that with the sea of parking lots and then the 6 lanes of the loop. How can we repair that so that there is this flow between the library and downtown? Strengthening multimodal connections along key streets, and then strengthening connections along the main spine of downtown, Blackwell, Corcoran, Foster. Many of these plans are ongoing. This is a picture of, if we're looking at two-waying the loop, the challenge that will exist because we'll have to involve not only NCDOT but also NC Rail, because we would be in the rail easement. So quite a few challenges to get that done, but not impossible. Common grounds, this is getting to the public spaces and how we ensure that they are connected and utilized and bright and cheery and encourage people to sit and enjoy. This is looking at the network between those spaces. How do we make that an easier experience and one that is just naturally followed? Looking at both of our big plazas in the downtown area that have not been redesigned in 20 years, if not more, and that would be CCB Plaza and the Convention Center Plaza. How do we look at the unique alleys that we have in the downtown area, and what can we do to make them creative places, unique places that people want to walk through? And then positioning the YMCA as a downtown anchor, and providing more shade. We heard that over and over in downtown. They're great places to sit, but it's really hot in July. I don't want to sit at CCB Plaza. You may notice that this year we were able to get a few umbrellas that we put up in the chairs that we have put out at CCB Plaza. That is a very temporary fix. The umbrellas almost immediately start showing their wear and tear. So looking at a more beneficial and effective way to provide shade, not just at CCB Plaza, but other places in downtown. Downtown Works, this is getting on how do we make sure that downtown continues to remain an employment center for the county. I believe that we are one of 4 or 5 employment centers, and how do we ensure that remains true for downtown. And this is looking at preserving our old funky downtown buildings for affordable office space. For example, the building next door. But there are many others that exist. How do we re-tenant existing office space? How do we convert into some of our spaces into lab space? That still is something that has a bit of traction, but then remaining very mindful that things are always in flux. Much is happening on the national level, and how can we adjust and accommodate other possible office needs in the downtown area. And then keep event-driven economic development activities in downtown, like the Biscuit and Banjos, like the block party, things like that. How do we keep that in downtown to ensure that people are coming downtown? And then finally, the more you know. This is really getting at how do we communicate all that is going on, all that is happening in downtown, all the ways to be involved, all the great excitement that is happening in the downtown area. And this is through better, more intentional marketing about the safety, that downtown is safe, that it is a place to come and it is welcoming, changing the narrative that downtown isn't for everyone, highlighting the affordable opportunities that exist in downtown, and then unifying the downtown by pointing out and uplifting key assets in the downtown area rather than districts. For instance, Major the Bull, Carolina Theater, DPAC versus the government district, the downtown loop, the warehouse district. This is just a visual of the 7 goals. Pretty picture. We'll move on. Up here, I mean, it's pretty. You all can look at it. And I know we're short on time. One thing that we asked the consultants to do is to really take a bit of time and help us look at the implementation of this plan, so that it's not just a plan that had pretty pictures and all these wonderful things like, oh yeah, that's great, but to really put together how do we make these things happen. So they spent a bit of time working on an implementation matrix. This is what just one of the actions under one of our goals looks like. It is a document that is probably 30 pages, a spreadsheet. We are working to transfer it from an Excel spreadsheet into Asana so that it's actually in a program management, easier to communicate with our partners. As I mentioned earlier, we cannot do this without the help and assistance of our partners at the city and the county, as well as private sector. One thing that we really thought about and that was brought to us by the consultants was how do we ensure that people can remain engaged, but we don't burn them out. If I go back and look at Celebrate Paris Street as a unique destination, that's a lot. And as you can see, there are a number of things under there. With a tactical action group, these would be small groups that people could join because they are interested in, say, public art along Paris Street. They could care less about how people move, how people park. That's not what they're interested in, but they are really, really anxious and really want to make sure that they have a say in what public art goes along Paris Street. They would join a tactical action group around that, and then someone else would come, other people who are interested in biking and pedestrian and shared roadways would come and join a tactical action group around that piece of this. So this is just an example of a way that we're going to try to continue to encourage public engagement within the plan. Celebrating the Paris Street as a unique destination actually has three primary elements: physical improvements, small business opportunities, and placemaking. And then from that, it will be really led by us working with the planning department, and then with assistance by the tactical action group. And then as you see here, these are just an example of some of the partners to get this one goal or action under this goal completed. So very thorough, quite a bit of coordination between a number of different people and organizations. If we go a bit deeper into the actual action under this strategy, I'm confusing, so I'm sorry. This is a strategy, celebrating Paris Street. An action under that is forming a tag for the overall vision. I'm not going to go into a lot. I'm not going to read this to you. You can go and look, but I just wanted to give you an example of the detail that went into the implementation. So under every action, there are a number of tasks that we will be working on. These tasks could change. And I should also say that the blueprint is written in a way that we can prioritize based on what is happening, so that we can move and make sure that we are addressing where downtown is and ensuring that it's growing. So these again are just some actions, and the number of things that are under each action, the number of tasks that are under each action to get them completed and done. All of this is, again, just around one strategy, celebrating Paris Street as a unique destination. It goes on. But this is an area where it's focusing on capitalizing the area for small businesses and playing on the Black Wall Street that made Paris Street the destination. And then how do we provide storytelling opportunities along Black Wall Street, up Paris Street? How do we incorporate that in, whether it's a museum, whether it's markers, whether it's public art? But how do we make sure that you can learn the history and the importance of this landmark when you come and visit? So some things are already happening. So I come to you to say, yes, we have launched this blueprint, but we are well on our way to trying to implement some things. We are already working on public art in downtown. You all just approved an artist for public art. So we're excited about what's happening from the city and the county, but we also know that there are a number of private sector property owners who were looking at doing public art. Open for business, that was how do we make sure that our small businesses are supported. We have launched safety ambassadors. DDI has hired 3 safety ambassadors that are in the downtown area, focused just on communicating with our businesses and our visitors and our residents when they feel a need to reach out for safety concerns. They will work closely, or they're working closely with the police and with the HART team to try to address matters that may be occurring on the street. Safety resource for downtown businesses. We've created a magnet so that businesses know who to call based on whatever the challenges that is facing them. We are now working on a retail market analysis and strategy. How do we keep these small areas available for small businesses, the retail incubator, but then also how can we be a little bit more intentional about what retail we go after that makes sense for our downtown area. So that retail market analysis, we are working with a consultant trying to fine-tune the scope of work, and hopefully we'll start that the end of January. The retail incubator, Market on Market, that is something that we are working on with our partners at Self-Help. It will launch this month. It is located on Market Street, and we have built out the space working with Paradigm Partners to build out a space for 3 small entrepreneurs from the Durham area. Be Well, whose owner is Brianna Young, Rowan, who will be doing plant-based body care products. Echo, owned by Lisa Denson, who will be doing jewelry, candles, and apparel from recycled and natural materials. And then Blank Space, owned by Sharita Snow, which will be doing stationery and gift shop items. All 3 of these will be in the space. They will be a cohort that will be working with Infinity Bridges, both as a cohort but individually, to address any concerns about the growth of their business. The hope is that they will stay there a year. We have learned through our 307 West Main small little pop-up space that's in front of our office that 30 days, 60 days, 90 days is not enough time for a business to understand what it takes to operate in a downtown location where parking is not free. People are moving about the downtown in different ways than they may be in a retail strip mall or shopping center. So with this year experience, our hope is that we'll be able to help them grow and relocate them someplace else in the downtown area. Welcome home. As I mentioned, we're on the advisory committee for community solutions. We are aware of the county's RFP for a day center, and we're also revamping our It's Your Neighborhood Resident Council. Walk and Roll, there are any number of transportation plans that both the city and the county are working on. Common Ground, we worked with the city's innovation team, and we just wrapped up in December a partnership with them and the design school at NC State, where they looked at 3 paper streets in the downtown area, and the students provided ideas on how those paper streets could be reconfigured, reimagined, and they are sharing that information with us. But we're also working with the Sports Commission and the city on the reimagining of the historic Durham Athletic Park feasibility study, as well as working with Erin and her team for Durham Central Park and their revisioning. Finally, Downtown Works, we are going to launch a very small white paper study on what it would take to look at a commercial land trust in the city, how we might be able to do that, how it might look like a residential housing land trust, but how it would be different, looking at possibly 3 other cities that are providing similar, have created a similar structure. And then we continue to have our available properties database to ensure that people know what's available in the downtown area. And then working, as I said, with Discover Durham on the event-driven opportunities and how we can make that process a bit easier and how we can be a bit more supportive of small-scale events, but also larger-scale events interested in coming into Durham and downtown. And finally, the more you know, we'll continue to work on our marketing and promotion efforts. That is all I have, so I am happy to answer any questions that you might have, but certainly understand that if time is too short and you don't have any questions.
You went very quickly through that, so I appreciate that. But we have time for a few questions here, but I will say that...
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Let me go back to the Market on Market. I also want to mention that we are working with the Durham Arts Guild, because there was a question about local artists. We are working with them, and they will have a local artist, their work on the walls. You all will be invited to that opening, which hopefully will be later this month. Sorry about that.
No problem. So yeah, we'll have time for a few questions here, but I will say the map that was on number 27 that you skipped really quickly, that's where I spent most of my time looking at this, because it gave a broad picture of everything. So I would suggest, taking some time to look at here, because everything that you talked about, all the goals, they're great individually, but being able to see it as a master plan, how it all comes together, really gives us a good view of that. So I do appreciate this map here. I'll open it for questions
Thank you,
Commissioner
Chair
Burton.
Lee. Nicole, this was a great presentation, especially from someone who's lived in Durham for a very long time, and just to see the downtown transform, and I know we're going to continue to transform it, so thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your team's leadership with this. I had a question about office space, because you've talked about that a little bit. Are people still looking for office space in downtown Durham?
On occasion, yes. Yes, we are still seeing people who reach out who want office space. Of course, the chamber leads large office recruitment, retention efforts, but smaller, we typically will work and try to identify. If there is a large prospect that is coming into the downtown area, the chamber Matt will let me know that someone is interested, and then if they decide that it is going to be downtown, then we'll come in under an NDA to work with them to sell downtown.
And what feedback have you gotten about the ambassadors? Because I really like the ambassadors and the little cars and things like that.
We've gotten that kind of feedback. Everyone loves the shift to purple. So our color now is purple. They're approachable. They are engaged. Everyone is appreciative of the work that they're doing. We've not heard any negative feedback. Of course, I think a winning part of this is that we also have the bull ride. Everyone loves the bull ride, loves that it's out and about. We have more demand than we have the ability to service, and we're trying to figure out how do we bring on a second one, but that is also manpower and hours and operation, so it's a complicated thing, but it has been a true success.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much again for your leadership and your team. And if I have any more questions, I'll just get in touch with you because I know we're short on time. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Jacobs, and then we'll go to Valentine.
Thank you, Nicole. We did not actually get a copy of the blueprint report.
Okay.
It was just sent.
Oh, okay, great. All right, awesome.
Is my magic working?
Okay, great. Let me just say, first of all, I fully support everything that is in this report and everything that you all are trying to do. I am curious why the Durham County Board of Commissioners is not being asked to adopt this plan as well. And I would say that I think it is important that we do adopt the plan because we are a huge stakeholder in downtown Durham, evidenced by where we are sitting now, but also the investments that we have made in downtown. I would argue that we've made even more investments in the city. So is that part of what are we going to be asked to also adopt the plan?
Be careful what you wish for, Wendy, because the city has a dollar amount that they put in. What is the tax that the city gives to?
Well, it's not just about funding. When you adopt a plan, it means that you also support what is actually being proposed in the plan. And obviously, a lot of what is being asked for here is the city's responsibility. But we are a joint city-county planning department. And we, again, we referenced the main library, the renovation we did to the Bell Administrative Building. This building, we've renovated. We've got a great property open for potential use next door. We have ground floor retail that we've implemented, 300 East Main Street affordable housing. We own a lot of other properties in downtown. We own the Head Start property next to where the Y is going to be leaving. So I just think it's important. This should be also adopted by the county to some, just saying that we support it or.
I would be more than happy for you all to adopt what's in the plan. I will tell you that moving through the city, because it was considered kind of a small area,
right.
In talking with the planning department, it was determined that kind of adoption wasn't because it wasn't in it wasn't more in the city's geographical realm
right.
than the county.
Right.
But certainly we have come to the county in the past with our master plans and have asked for approval.
Now, I agree, and I think the strategy is working. Part of the reason today was for some board dialogue to just get thoughts organically about the plan. And as we hear from the board,
Yeah.
we can determine formally how do we embrace this. Yeah, I think it's, as you pointed out, Commissioner Jacobs and others have shared, it's a great blueprint as we plan as a community, which
Yeah.
encompasses all of us, and the county has invested heavily to activate certain components of downtown to support this goal.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's a natural progression. We didn't formally say
Right.
it, but
Yeah.
we can definitely put this on an agenda if we hear from other board members to want to codify it by adopting.
Yeah, I think it's really important, and we were full partners in the revitalization of downtown. All of the historic hotel reinvestment projects, Chesterfield, we have been partners, and now I would say, you know, the History Museum, the future of that, the city and the county are obviously have to be partners on that, and then the future discussions about the convention center as well. So I think it's important that we are that we adopt this plan. I wanted to ask, who is going to take the lead on this? Is it going to be DDI, where you have a certain person who is just working on this and pushing it forward? Because obviously it's going to take a lot of stakeholders and partners, but it's still going to need somebody to be leading and championing and kind of making it all happen.
Yeah, it'll be, yes, ma'am, it'll be DDI as the lead, but working with the planning department to help with the coordination of the city departments. But we are the implementing group. The plan is to, with adequate funding, bring on a person whose primary job would be ensuring that we are moving forward, we're prioritizing correctly, we're engaging our partners, we're bringing on as we identify new partners, because there is a lot that goes into this, but then also our work plan is now going to adjust to what is in here as well. So
Okay.
we begin this month looking at our individual work plans within DDI and how they adjust and form to this blueprint.
Okay, great. And I think when I think about, and yes, I believe that we are at an inflection point with downtown. And, we've been visiting other cities. We're just in Austin. We went to Indianapolis. We went to St. Paul and Minneapolis. And we know that we need to double down at this point for the future of downtown Durham. And this is where we get the most bang for our buck in terms of our tax revenue. And that, we're looking at, residents, workers, tourists are all factors here. I have a question in terms of Durham County staff. What are our current requirements around working on in person and on site now post-COVID?
It depends by department. Some departments, they have 100% on site. Others are hybrid, and it varies. It's by department. We did a survey it's probably about 6 months ago, and it was close to 65-70% were in person at least 3 to 4 days a week. But again, some areas have higher frequencies than other. We also have the challenge that we have some departments that may not have a touchdown space for each individual, and so those are other areas. So we have to rotate.
Yeah,
that's another context.
I just think it's important that we are modeling what we want other employers to do. And so I don't know what the city's policies are, but I think it's important for us to be very conscious of that. I'm glad that we are at least up to that amount. And also we have a policy that I applaud, which allows staff to get out and walk around. During the day, you will see county staff walking around downtown. So I don't know if the city has that as well, but I think those are the kinds of things that are really important, that we model what we want the private sector to do. And the other, I just want to highlight, you mentioned the Y property. Well, now we know the Y is relocating, luckily downtown, over to in front of DPAC. But there's going to be really key now opportunities related to that site, which is contiguous, again, to county property. And so that's going to be something very time sensitive that we need to be thinking about right now. So, but thank you, and I look forward to the county supporting this plan.
Thank you.
Commissioner Valentine, did you have comments?
Vice Chair, thank you. Ms. Thompson, thank you for your presentation here today. 3 quick things. First, I'd like to associate Commissioner Valentine with the adoption of this plan as presented by my colleague, Commissioner Wendy Jacobs.
Thank you.
However, just as a caveat, I'm not exactly sure that the convention center is something that I'm wrapping my arms around just yet. But certainly, whatever discussions are about that down the road, I'm open to having that discussion. Second, you talked about labs, and I didn't really understand it in the context of your presentation contextually, like what we were talking about. But what did come to mind was our local universities, colleges and universities, and their potential space here in downtown in the future. I didn't hear anything about that in the presentation, so I'm interested in what your thoughts might be. And third, you talked about your work with Discover Durham. Is there any other work with Discover Durham that's going on that we should potentially know about?
I'll go start with the second.
Yes.
We understand that there continues to remain an interest in small startup lab space. So we're not talking about what RTP is generating, but you know, coming out of our universities, and they're looking for a small space and they want to be close to an urban environment. So we're still seeing a little bit of that happen. We are also aware that the Venerable on Roxborough, I always have to make sure I get the name right, is converting one of its floors to accommodate small suite lab space. And I think they have completed that, and that is on the market. We know that Longfellow did something very similar with one of their 2 buildings in Durham ID, not the building where Google is located, but the building beside that. And they have leased now all of their spaces to smaller to medium-sized lab space. So we know that there is still an interest in that. So that's what I meant by the ability to convert space. It is not inexpensive to do that, but we are aware that some of the property owners who have office space, they are converting. But we also know that Class A, very amenitized Class A office space is doing well across the country. So what that might look like in the downtown marketplace. The second question, things that we're working on with Discover Durham, understanding that they came out with their Destination Durham plan. We were about a year behind that, and that was somewhat intentional, so that we didn't have 2 big plans, and there wasn't the confusion given the names and some of the work that we do, so we came in behind that. As you know, Discover Durham is looking at the entire county. We don't. We only look at the 3/4 of a square mile, which you can kind of see on this map. So we're very focused on that area and just adjacent. But we are communicating with and a part of advisory committees around events and festivals, because many of them want to be in the downtown area, and we are aware of the challenges of closing roads, of the one-way streets, of parking, and just the movement of people. And trying to get event managers to understand and recognize that we have very unique assets that allow for a unique experience in the downtown area. We are also on the advisory committee around the convention center, which we are saying convention entertainment venue, and exploring what that might look like. As I said in the presentation, we are very interested in keeping any kind of event-driven economy in the downtown area. That brings people, it brings visitors who then leave and walk the downtown area. So we are a part of those conversations and what that might look like. Very much pushing a look at not just single site And this is no matter what the property may be, but that single site actually could be catalytic to other things. So, for instance, the YMCA available property now, that could lead to quite an interesting development if you look at the YMCA property, the county property that is adjacent, what this, Durham Central Park is planning with their green plan, and how they're really trying to expand and build up that urban park, and then just beyond to the historic athletic park. That is creating quite a bit of activity that we haven't seen in the downtown area. And all of that is supported by a vehicular or pedestrian spine, which is Corcoran, Foster, I skipped one, Blackwell, Corcoran, Foster, which was, if you all remember, part of the SMART corridor. So it's kind of bringing that SMART art corridor idea back and connecting a number of venues from DPAC in the Bulls Stadium all the way up to the old ballpark. But then also there is the bike pedestrian trail that the city is working on. So we're a part of that conversation. So those are two big things that we are talking with, but I am on the Durham Next board, and then I meet regularly. I was trying to remember, but it's the first of the year, so I don't remember. But regularly with the new executive director of Durham Next as we start launching our blueprint, how we coordinate with Durham Next, who takes the lead on what, on things that are related to downtown. And I don't remember your first.
Oh, my first was just associating my name with the adoption of this plan.
Yes.
So thank you
and
so
I
much.
fully support that. Yes.
Thank you so much, Nicole. I don't have any questions because I serve on DDI board, and just overall really appreciative of the work that your team does. And it's a scrappy and mighty team. I look forward to my customized DDI Christmas hat next year at the parade. But thank you so much for your presentation. Appreciate it. Anything else?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you as well, and for all of your efforts. I always tell the story back in 1993 when I was a student at NC State and had to work on a project of downtown facade enhancements, and the visioning that's required to keep communities vibrant is ongoing. So thank you for being a part of that solution as we look to the next 20 plus years.
Well, and thank you for serving on our steering committee for the last 2 years. So we do appreciate your input on that committee. And we'll be pulling that committee back together, so.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
And so for the next item, so I know we have the transportation item. Chair Lee asked if we could take the quick lunch break now, 15 minutes, for everyone to just grab their lunch, use the restrooms, and then we come back and have the transportation presentation and keep working through. Okay. That works for everyone. So we'll come back at 12:25. Yeah. Thank you. team. And then feel free to get started. So we have 30 minutes for this presentation. So do you think like 20 minutes for slides, 10 minutes for questions would be appropriate?
Yes,
Okay, wonderful.
we'll do our best.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, commissioners. So today, Durham County staff will be presenting an update on the development of the FY27 work program. I'm Ellen Beckman, Durham County Transportation Director, Brandy Miner, the Senior Administrative Officer and Staff Working Group Administrator, Curtis Scarpignato, the Durham County Transportation Planner, and Steve Schlossberg from Go Triangle as the Tax District Administrator. And then we have two Triangle West TPO supporters in the audience, Doug Plachinsky and Colleen McGue. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brandy.
All right. Good morning. In 2011, Durham County voters approved a half-cent sales tax to fund public transportation improvements that expand the quality of service within Durham County and provide greater regional connectivity to the rest of the Triangle. The Durham County Transit Plan, which was updated and adopted in 2023, determines how these public transportation funds within Durham County will be managed and spent. The transit plan was approved by the Durham Board of County Commissioners, Go Triangle Board of Trustees, and the Triangle West Transportation Planning Organization in the spring of 2023. The work program is the annual budget for the transit plan, and its primary goal is to advance the projects in the adopted plan. It is developed in coordination with our transit partners over a period of about 10 months. As Staff Working Group Administrator, I am tasked with presenting the work program to the governing boards for approval. Approval of the work program is required by the County Commissioners and the Go Triangle Board of Trustees. The Transit Governance Interlocal Agreement, which was also adopted in 2023, establishes the duties and responsibilities of the Staff Working Group. The Staff Working Group is a technical committee serving in an advisory role to the three governing boards. The Staff Working Group primarily includes staff from Durham County, Go Triangle, City of Durham, and Triangle West. We are tasked with coordinating the planning and implementation of the annual work program and the multi-year vision plan. There are 4 voting members, 1 from each organization, who collectively determine which items, such as the work program and any related amendments, should be advanced to the governing boards for approval. Approval of any item before the Staff Working Group requires a minimum of 3 affirmative votes. While the preferred approach is to achieve consensus before advancing items for board consideration, items may be referred to the governing boards if consensus cannot be reached. This pie chart represents the funding priorities of the Durham Transit Plan. The work program generally maintains the priorities of the transit plan, but in the FY26 work program, there were some minor shifts. Most notably, the operations and maintenance category increased by 5%, and the enhance and extend bus service category increased by 2%. On this next slide, we have provided an overview of the FY26 work program budget, which is approximately $55 million. The half-cent sales tax, our primary revenue source, is projected at $44 million. The combined $3 and $7 registration fees are expected to generate approximately $2.5 million. $8.5 million will be drawn from the fund balance to maintain a balanced budget. And on the expenditure side, the majority of the funding is allocated to the City of Durham and Go Triangle at about $39.7 million and $13.4 million respectively. It is important to note that some projects, such as the Durham Bus Stop Improvement Program, provide benefits to other agencies and are not exclusive to the project sponsor. Due to better than forecasted revenue growth since the adoption of the transit plan, additional revenues have been programmed to expand bus services more quickly and extensively, increase funding for the maintenance facilities, and support additional staffing needs. The CIP increased overall by $83 million to include $39 million for vehicle acquisition, $22.5 million for Faith Street Bus Operations Maintenance Facility, and $10 million for BRT development. On the operating side, it increased by $50 million, including $12.2 million for staffing, $4.6 million for fair support initiatives, and $24.8 million for service expansion. Okay, now we'll move forward and talk a little bit about the work program and a potential transit plan amendment. The annual work program process includes an updated revenue forecast. Growth in our largest revenue source, which is the half-cent sales tax, has slowed significantly. The Tax District Administration is currently proposing a $44 million forecast for the half-cent sales tax, which is about $1.1 million less than the original financial model projection. The Tax District will provide a final revenue projection, which will be published in the final recommended work program. As of November 2025, the fund balance in the Durham Transit Plan is approximately $206 million. After accounting for restricted reserves and previously encumbered funds tied to adopted projects, the current excess liquidity is $110 million, which is available to fund FY26 and future projects. On this slide, we will take a look at what we are calling our status quo scenario. So this slide illustrates our financial model through FY40, and it includes the updated revenue forecast, the standard 2.5% annual increase for operating projects, and no changes to the currently adopted CIP. The current projection shows a low point of $14.2 million in FY35. We are required to maintain at least $10 million in excess liquidity per our adopted financial policy. The Durham Transit Plan can fulfill all the current commitments in the CIP and the MIOP, but there is very little capacity for new requests this year. If we were to adopt the status quo budget, we would have about $4.2 million available to fund new projects. It is important to note that this model assumes debt based on a rail project, and debt based on a BRT project would have a shorter useful life and reduce the liquidity. This slide represents the proposals that we have received from our partners. As you can see, for FY27, there are a number of different proposals. The items highlighted in pink represent funding requests that will potentially be evaluated as part of a transit plan amendment, as funding in the current plan has not been identified for these projects. As proposed, these requests would include the following: $64.7 million for the Go Durham maintenance facilities, $22 million for the Fayetteville Road TEC, up to $2.2 million annually for Go Durham and Go Triangle fare-free transit support, $2.3 million annually for Go Durham and Go Triangle transit operations, $279,000 for City of Durham staffing, $200,000 for the Go Durham Transit Asset Management Database, which is a one-time expense, and $75,000 for Go Triangle staff cost share changes. Durham County also submitted a $650,000 request to update the transit plan, which is required to be updated every 4 years per the ILA. We also submitted a one-time $50,000 request to develop a database to improve the work program development process. Given the influx of new funding requests, we currently do not have a sustainable financial model. The model is projected to enter a deficit in FY28, reaching a low point of negative $140 million in fiscal year 37. Since we are required to maintain at least $10 million in excess liquidity, we would need to identify at least $150 million to have a viable model. So what funding do we have available? We have reviewed the financial model, the MIOP, and the CIP to determine what funding we have. Unencumbered and unreserved fund balance is already included in the model, as well as any excess future forecasted revenues. There is an opportunity to delay or cancel several future projects to free up funding. 6 capital projects, as shown here on the screen, have been identified, totaling $98.4 million, and 3 operating projects totaling $14.2 million have been identified for potential delay or cancellation. We could also revise the quick and reliable regional connections placeholder, which will be discussed later in the presentation. Any decision to delay or cancel a project should be formally approved by the governing boards through a transit plan amendment. I'll now turn it over to Curtis.
Thanks, Brandy. So the quick and reliable regional transportation connections placeholder is part of the 2023 Durham Transit Plan. It is the lower piece of that pie chart there, the 26%. And originally this came out of Durham's potential commitment to commuter rail. In the 2017 Durham Transit Plan, we actually allocated 85% towards light rail or commuter rail. So that was already a big change, going from 85% to 26% in the 2023 plan. And just as a point of comparison, the new Wake County Transit Plan has 45% of its funding going towards BRT and rail. Currently, the city is pursuing the Central Durham BRT, and the county is leading the Durham County BRT Vision Plan, which are going to identify the specific projects that will spend down this placeholder 26%. And we'll have better information on what those projects will be when the plan is adopted in about a year's time. So one of the questions we have is, should we keep this placeholder as is, or should we consider adjusting things? Next slide, thank you. The Durham Bus Rapid Transit Vision Plan is currently underway and will identify, evaluate, and prioritize 6 corridors for BRT level investment over the next 30 years. And one of the corridors will be the Central Durham BRT. That is going to be a priority project in the plan, and we expect the plan to be adopted in fall 2026. And again, the placeholder quick and reliable regional transportation connections will be allocated to specific projects when this plan is adopted as a transit plan amendment. And just as a quick recap, BRT typically includes higher frequency service with fewer stops, enhanced vehicle and station amenities for passengers, traffic signal prioritization, and dedicated bus lanes where feasible. Next slide. And I'll hand it over to Ellen.
All right, thank you. So I did notice there is an updated version of this presentation in the materials, so it's a little bit different than what's shown here. But in summary, just to conclude this presentation, as described at the beginning of the presentation, since the adoption of the 23 plan, the annual work program has been used to advance those projects, and we've had several years of better than forecasted revenue growth that allowed us to fund more projects, fund projects at a higher level, and advance projects to be implemented more quickly. Unfortunately, this year, the sales tax revenues are projected to decrease from the previous forecasts. The positive news is that the status quo model is viable, and we can continue to fulfill all of the current commitments in the work program and the future projects that are in the CIP and multi-year operating program. However, we've received many costly requests this year, and the modeling shows these cannot be accommodated unless we choose to cancel, reduce, or delay projects that are in the CIP and multi-year operating program, including potentially the placeholder that's there for bus rapid transit. So if the boards want us to consider this, modifying the CIP and MYOP in this way would require a transit plan amendment. And therefore, it would require approval by the 3 transit plan governing boards. This is not something we've had to do since the adoption of the 23 plan. Historically, we've had funding available to add new projects each year. This year, we do not. So we need guidance today from the boards on if there is a desire to consider a transit plan amendment, and if so, any guidelines or bounds for what should be considered. The requests are substantial and could represent a significant change from the adopted plan and could affect the BRT initiatives that are underway. The request also includes some policy issues that we do want to also bring to attention. The fare support requests are significant. They weren't in the 23 plan. The requests have increased significantly from the original approvals, and they have the potential to continue to increase. The cost of operating bus systems is going up. And the transit operators are seeking a funding source for supporting the baseline service cost. So we desire a long-term decision and making sure that we are establishing a sustainable budget for this. In addition, capital project costs are increasing, and they may continue to increase. So within this, we need to consider any guidelines or policies around capital project increases. So here's our schedule. This schedule does not include a transit plan amendment, but if so, we would need to adjust it. We have this update today. The update to the Go Triangle Board of Trustees has been updated to January 14th. And next month, the staff working group will be voting to release the draft work program for a 21-day public comment period. We will then seek public input. We will present that to the Board of Commissioners and the Go Triangle Board of Trustees in March. The staff working group then reconvenes and votes to recommend a final work program in April. And that final work program is approved by the Board of Commissioners in May and the Go Triangle Board of Trustees in June. So thank you for your attention today on this. This concludes the presentation. The staff working group, as mentioned, is advisory to the boards and will be taking action next month. So we're seeking your input on any expectations for the work program and guidance to make sure that we are using this funding source to benefit the residents and businesses of Durham County. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ellen and team, and you guys hit it spot on the 20 minutes, so good job. Were there questions, comments from the board, starting with Commissioner Burton?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. When I look at the slide that says all the new funding requests that have been requested of us, if we say, okay, the 2.2 million annually for fare free, right? That means we will have to not do one of the projects or all of the projects or bus rapid transit, because there's not enough money in the fund balance long term. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. Or is it all of these things, or it's just one of these things?
So there's infinite numbers of combinations of projects that we could fund, right? And even that 2.2 million, it could be up to 2.2 million. It could be less than that, right? That is what was requested. I will say that I believe that any of those substantial requests, we modeled them individually, and essentially each of them breaks the model, even on their own, let alone in combination. Like Brandy said, we have 4.2 million minimum fund balance, so that's really all we have, and a 2.2 million annual request each year that increases each year exceeds that amount.
And where are we with the bus rapid transit vision plan? Where are we now with that?
We are currently underway. We are just wrapping up the initial analysis of the corridors to narrow it down to a more consolidated list of corridors. I'd be happy to share that with you. I'm sure I'll be coming back to you all soon to present on that.
Thank you. I'm going to let my colleagues ask questions. I have to think a little bit more.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you for this update. I just want to state very clearly, I do not support changing our plan at all. What we have committed to we adopted a 20-year plan, and I am very, very concerned about, to me, some red flags here. First of all, as has been noted, we're seeing a decline in the sales tax revenue. That is something that we're seeing in general, right, with our sales tax revenue. So one thing is, even though we have been doing better than expected, I'm wondering, does that even impact our current financial model for this, because the plan that we adopted goes till 2040, is that right? So I'm wondering, are we going to need to update our financial model based on this decline in sales tax revenue?
Great. Thank you for the question. The reason partly why the status quo is at 14 million, last year we were in the 20 million, is because we actually had to lower that amount. So that slide that Ellen showed that went from 45 million down to 44, that incorporates the decrease into that revenue running throughout the model. So right now, the current scenario, nothing would need to be changed if we are doing that scenario because of the revenue decline. The bottom line number is smaller.
Okay. And I also want to note that we have given additional revenue to Go Triangle since the adoption, passing the sales tax referendum. Can you remind us, Ellen, what Durham County, what revenue we have given to Go Triangle? One of the rental tax?
The rental tax? Yeah, so there's a vehicle rental tax that has been levied by Go Triangle for many years, predating the transit plan. The original transit plan did dedicate half of that money to the counties for programming in the transit plan. And so we, for I don't know, a decade or so, we had incorporated that.
Right.
With the 23 interlocal agreement, we stated that the decision on the future of that would be a decision of the Go Triangle Board. And the Go Triangle Board has decided to retain that funding.
Right.
So that has been taken out of the model and is not included.
So I just want to note that because, with Go Triangle saying that they need more money for their operations, that we have given Go Triangle more revenue for operations. And, just because I've been sitting here for a while, we told the residents of Durham when we passed this half-cent sales tax that it was to support specifically improved transit, but also specifically for large investments, regional transportation investments. And the fact that we have gone from 85% for regional and fast regional connections down to 26% in this plan, and that if we actually moved forward with, I think I saw that some of the quote-unquote partners are asking us to reduce the 26% for quick and reliable regional connections, is very disturbing and concerning to me. When the majority of this funding is already going now to what we heard from the community to improve bus transportation, improve more routes, more reliable transportation, transit. I absolutely will not support reducing this 26% any further. That is what is going to fund things like BRT, or if we can do more passenger rail. And what I'm really concerned is when you go to that, can you go back to that pie chart in the beginning, where you show that between the 2023 transit plan, okay, this is a huge red flag to me. When we look at operations and maintenance, originally it was 5%. We've already doubled that to 10%. And what has been reduced is the more routes going more places, which is what the community said they wanted. The community wants more bus service, better bus service. And so for the city of Durham to then come and ask us for, I'm flipping between the slides here, $64.7 million for their operations and maintenance facilities. This money was not meant to be providing all the transportation services for the city of Durham. And if they understand our financial model, which you have on one of the slides, they know how much money that we have every year. And so it is concerning for me to have these types of requests from the city of Durham. For the Fayetteville corridor, $22 million. I would like to know, what is the city of Durham contributing to the Fayetteville corridor? What are they providing for their own operations and maintenance facilities? And I would really like to know, when you talk about policies, what are our policies around cost share and for finding other funding sources? Because the city of Durham cannot look to us to fund their transportation services. That is not the purpose of the Durham County Transit Tax. And again, I will not support any change to our current plan. I hear that we have $4.2 million available that could be considered for additional funding. So I think what would be appropriate is for you all to come back and make some recommendations for us about, we have all of these requests, and what would be appropriate for the $4.2 million. But going forward, we definitely need to have some understanding with our partners about what this funding is for. And I'm not going to give up on what you say we can continue doing in the plan, which is investing in all of these different routes.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, I'm going to stop. But as you can see,
Yes,
I'm
yes,
very
yes.
upset about this.
I want to
and
make
I'm
sure
very
we give time to
concerned.
Commissioner Valentine to ask
Okay.
questions too.
I will stop.
Madam Vice Chair, you're too kind.
Yes.
Let me first say that I'm not in favor of any transit plan amendment. But what I am in favor of is our current existing plan. Second, I support our current BRT commitments, and to the extent that they are a part of our model, and I believe they are, I'm in support of that. Thirdly, I've been looking at this since sometime in November, probably after Thanksgiving. Our partners know exactly what our financial situation is in, piggyback on what Commissioner Jacobs discussed. Where do they believe the money is coming from to support these additional projects? Like, how do they view this whole situation? Can you give me some insight into that?
I mean, we do have many meetings, staff meetings, where we've reviewed this, both staff working group meetings and then many work group kind of meetings in between those meetings. So they have seen all of the modeling. We develop the CIP and MYOP every year. We ask for updates and try to make sure that we're incorporating the latest cost. I'm sorry, what was the question?
No, I'm just trying to figure out our partners, like, where do they think this money is coming from?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have been fortunate for many years that revenues have come in stronger than expected, and I think people kind of got used to that and saw that there was an opening. And we have been, as we've stated, as money has been available, we have programmed it. We aren't just sitting on it. We aren't just putting it in the bank, in the fund balance. We've tried to make sure that we can program new projects every year. So I think that this year just represents a significant change in terms of the revenues compared to the last few years.
Well, I merely asked you that question. I knew the answer, but I think it's important that we get that information out to our residents. And so I look forward to any additional recommendations that you'll bring back to us with regards to that $4.2 million. And I yield.
Wonderful. Thank you, Commissioner Valentine. For me, I know we had our long discussion and I got to ask a lot of the questions that I really had there. For me, I also don't support changing it in any way that's been presented here. What I have brought up to the transit team, as well as I've talked to my other colleagues on the commission, is not a change of any reductions, but actually that we should pursue another transit tax amendment on a ballot for these additional expenses that exist for the city. And I know that would require us going to the state legislature and getting approval, but I think that is something that we should be considering, because I don't think we should be cutting. I think we need more. That's the reality. And would like us to have a conversation about that, and then maybe in the next joint city-county about how do we get that process started of getting a ballot measure. Yes, Commissioner Burton?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to listen to my colleagues, because I was very skittish about we need to do BRT. Our residents really have been asking for that, and so I was really reticent about, okay, us not doing that. So I'm really glad that I heard from you all. And I was thinking about the same thing about getting another transit tax on the ballot. I'm just wondering, I don't know, Wendy, you probably know this, have we reached our limit? I don't know if there's a limit to the amount. I know Charlotte, Mecklenburg County did one, so.
Yeah, we can go, we can, I mean, there's been talk at the Triangle West TPO. I mean, we've got our director here, Doug Plazinski. We certainly were waiting to see what would happen in Charlotte, Mecklenburg, with their MPO, and they were successful in getting an additional, is it a half cent or 1 cent? 1 cent. And the way it can also be used for roads, so it's not just for transit, it's actually also for road construction. And so, yeah, there's definitely been conversation talking regionally with Wake County, as well Campo, about us. I think it's something we'd want to work together with our other MPOs on, working together on moving forward with that. But our MTP that we're working on now, the 2055, it actually, the assumption is that we have additional, that we have a 1% additional transit tax for funding things. So it assumes that we have that funding. So yes, absolutely, I agree with what's been said, that we need additional funding. And I don't know if Ellen, if you have any more comments about that, or Doug, if you want to comment on the pursuing additional transit tax funding referendum.
And also, while you're coming up, Doug, for the roads, I know the Mecklenburg, their new one is like the legislature allowed them to pass the tax, but it's like majority of the projects have to be road. Does that allow for, because obviously with BRT, there's road construction involved with BRT, is that construction applicable to those road requirements that the state? Go ahead, Doug.
There we go. Yes, there is a groundswell of new thought and discussion around additional referendum for sales tax to improve transportation across the entire region. I think Wake is very serious about moving forward on that referendum, and I would suggest that it would be, when they move forward, it would be ripe for Orange and Durham counties to also consider how that would fare at the ballot box. And yes, the funds would be available because they're locally generated funds to really improve transportation however we can. They are not limited by any sort of program assignment. It would be the language on the ballot that would stipulate it.
Oh, I thought the Mecklenburg one, that when the legislature approved them doing it, there was some sort of language in there about majority of it had to be like for highways or roadways.
Yes,
okay,
exactly.
Okay.
That we would put it in the language.
Okay.
And there are many more than these 3 counties across the state that are looking for statewide enabling legislation or locally advanced legislation to make this happen.
And so if we did have that stipulation from the state for us of like it has to be roadways, but like us, we would have to expand and move and shift our roads to accommodate bus rapid transit, so that would be road.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah.
Now, of course, if we engage federal resources through their standard programming, a lot of those costs would be eligible for federal reimbursement, at least at a 50-50 rate.
And I can just add, you know, even with the funding we have right now, that 26% for quick and reliable regional connections. We are looking through the Bus Rapid Transit Vision Plan at how we could coordinate with NCDOT on some of their upcoming projects, such as on 15501 or 885, of how to incorporate bus facilities with those projects. So there, to your point, there is a relationship, right? That if we're gonna widen or improve a road, that is the appropriate time to incorporate transit facilities. It'll be most efficient to coordinate those two efforts.
Commissioner Valentine?
Yes. So my question is that there is a lot of movement on this enabling statute moving forward. But the reality is it took Mecklenburg County 8 to 10 years to get this done. And so while we're having this discussion, I just want to make sure that we're having it in the proper context. Unless you see a landscape for this to move on a fast track. Do you see that?
I'm attempting to plug in more to what the landscape and appetite is at the legislature. I know as part of our work program upcoming in the fiscal year 27, we have been approved and will be engaging lobbying services outside of our federally backed work program. And I anticipate, at least at some point, clarifying that and being able to use those resources to advance interest at the legislature. We still have to work through the process, but I can also do a little checking and get back to the commission on what people think the current appetite is going into the next session.
Thank you for that response. I think that even information that we may have available sometimes is more important for me to have that information get out to our residents. And so that's why I asked that question that way. Thank you so much.
And I guess to add to that, going to various conferences and hearing some of the state legislators speak on transportation items or the NCDOT staff, I will say that I do hear increasingly an interest in pushing more of the cost to local funding sources, right? Which I think you guys all experience in other fields here as well, right? And so the same thing seems to be applying at the state level to transportation. Is more of a how can we fund more things locally?
Yeah, and I think that, again, looking at our 2055 MTP, which we coordinate with Campo on, is the vision of joining together, the Chapel Hill BRT. We're just kind of getting started in Durham, and then Wake County's BRT. That's why it is so important that we do not change our Durham County work plan and our Durham County transit plan, because it is very short-sighted for us not to keep working on the regional transit connections. The projections about future job growth is that the majority of jobs will be in Wake County. And if we are not planning and working right now on making sure that Durham residents can get to jobs quickly, efficiently, conveniently in places like RTP and Wake County, then we are really doing a disservice for the future residents of Durham.
I believe you were going to provide further. Okay.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Okay.
I just wanted to thank Ellen and the team and everyone for sharing today. It was important for us to remind the board of the framework. We don't approve this often, and the complexities of them are tremendous. And the budget challenge is unfortunately a familiar story that you're seeing across the board as we do our work. I know there are some points that were shared as far as timelines to share back with us. And Ellen, if you don't mind just flashing that back on the screen as a reminder to the board, there will be follow-up conversations coming back to the board in a couple of months after public input occurs. But between now and then, I'm sure you will outline your thoughts beyond what you shared today as far as prioritization as Ellen and the team work with our counterparts to bring forth a balanced plan.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, as shown, we'll be back in March with a draft work program and then back again for approval in late spring, May.
Yeah, I saw this earlier. I presented this earlier, and it's going to be some tough. We're in a tough situation here, so yeah. But that's what we're elected for: is make the tough decisions. Okay. All right. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. The next item on our agenda is. Because this is a work and lunch, we can continue forward. 260007, which is an ordinance for RV parking amendment.
Good morning, commissioners, or afternoon. I guess it's afternoon now.
Yeah.
I'm Scott Whiteman with the Planning and Development Department. This is a text amendment that will be on your January 26th meeting. It's a staff-initiated request to amend the parking standards for recreational vehicles in residential districts. Per UDO section 10.2.3, in residential zoning districts, recreational vehicles such as boats, campers, trailers, and utility trailers shall be stored off the street and shall be located to the rear of the primary structure. The intent of this regulation is to reduce visual clutter of large vehicles in residential areas and to prevent parked vehicles from blocking sidewalks or streets. However, the provision can be severely limiting to many property owners since the driveways typically do not extend behind the rear of the primary structure, and many homes do not have sufficient space for RV storage in the rear yard. As currently drafted, the new UDO would remove this regulation. But in the meantime, numerous violations of this provision have been identified in the past several months. Rather than citing multiple property owners for a violation that would no longer be applicable when the new UDO is effective, if all goes well, by July 1st of 2026, staff is recommending this minor text amendment to section 10.2.3 that would allow RV parking on a driveway at least 25 feet from the public right-of-way. Any potential violations of UDO section 10.2.3e have been stayed pending the outcome of this UDO text amendment. Should TC 2502 not be adopted, notices of violation will be enforced on any property that is not currently in compliance. The Planning Commission heard this amendment at their December meeting and recommended approval unanimously. I'd be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Any questions from my colleagues? Good. So just for clarification, so someone currently now has an RV like in the front, just the front of the house. The amendment would suggest or say that it needs to be 25 feet, like away from the street, the right of way?
So currently, if you owned an RV, it would basically have to be parked in a garage or behind your house. So your driveway would have to extend all the way behind the house.
Right.
So this would allow it on the driveway as long as you park at least 25 feet away from the street. So you would need a longer driveway, but it would allow more flexibility into where someone could park an RV so they don't have to put it behind their structure.
So can you define an RV? Is it, so I know there's different types, right? There's some you pull. Would that be an RV as well? Or
it would be an RV, yeah.
If it drive as well?
Trailers or ones that go on their own.
Okay. Thank you. Any, go ahead, Commissioner Valentine.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
So I have folks that have talked to me actually about this issue who have boats, which is covered under.
Yeah, boats. This would include boats.
Yes, and so they don't generally have it in their parking space or on the street, and it's usually not there overnight. They come and they park it on their property, and then by the next morning it's gone. But they seem to run afoul of this particular rule. What do we do about that class of people? Because I know quite a few people where this is the situation. I'm just curious.
So they're people who are currently they have a boat and they're
They currently have
parking
a boat. They stage it somewhere else, but when they're going to go out, they bring it to the house so the next morning they can just proceed to their activity. And it seems to cause a lot of consternation in several, not only governmental entities, but also the HOAs, which is really the subject matter of our conversation per se. But what do we do about this class of the people?
Let's see. Is there a time limit? Yeah, so there is no time limit or kind of time exemption. So if you park your boat in your yard or in front of your house for even a short amount of time, you would be in violation of this ordinance. Although typically when we enforce, the remedy is just move the vehicle, so that's a pretty easy thing to. Okay. You already have a place to put it, but yet this provision would apply to that, and so if you don't feel it goes far enough to accommodate that situation, that'd be some good feedback to have.
Okay. Consider that feedback.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So, what supersedes homeowner associations or this?
Homeowners associations would be, that's a private contract between the homeowner and the organization that enforces their covenants.
Bo Dobrinsky, Planning and Development Department. I just wanted to, I appreciate the comment on the sort of the time frame. We would just want to recognize, while we're discussing enforcing on time frame like that, let's say we included a 24-hour provision or whatever, whatever you all decide. That's pretty difficult to enforce because then it becomes a bit of a cat and mouse with our enforcement staff and the boat owner. So we could certainly accommodate language like that, but the enforceability would be difficult.
Just really quickly, so going back to the rules that supersede, homeowners association supersedes this. So this is essentially just for people who are not in a homeowners association, like who don't have homeowner associations. That's correct, yeah. And not every homeowners association would regulate this, but so it would be any area that does not have a homeowners association or where the homeowners association doesn't have regulations on RVs, this would allow that. If the homeowners association does have rules regarding RV parking, then those would still apply. Okay. Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, I just want to emphasize the reason that we're doing this now is because in the new UDO, this is not something that is going to be regulated the way it has in the past. So it's really important to just understand, the reason why the Planning Commission afforded this, the Joint City-County Planning Committee supported moving forward with the language change right now is because it's going to be proposed in the new UDO anyway. And this is, it's not something that we want our staff to be spending a lot of time on regulating right now when we're going to be changing this in the future. So, and we're just adding the language that, again, it says on a driveway or being parked at least 25 feet from the public right-of-way, it would be allowable. So anyway, I support moving forward with this, and would this be on our consent agenda? Is that what? Or are we supposed to vote on this today?
This would require a public hearing, so you would.
public hearing.
So this will be on your January 26th agenda.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. I have a feeling that you all will probably still stay for our next agenda item, which is the new UDO update. Okay. Welcome.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. Once again, Bo Dobrinsky, Plan Development Department. With me, I've got Robin Schultz, Principal Planner, Lisa Miller, Principal Planner, and I brought the Director, Sarah Young, as well. We'll be providing an update to you on the new Unified Development Ordinance. So just a little bit about the structure of the project. We've contracted with a technical consultant, Code Studio, who's worked on the drafting of the language and the code itself. We worked with Tawana Allen on equitable engagement, who has worked with engagement ambassadors and really have some focused, targeted engagement with typically previously underrepresented communities. Planning staff, folks in front of you today and others, have worked on project management itself, certainly some of the text and broader engagement efforts. I'll also note that we've had significant support from some of you as a part of the Joint City-County Planning Committee that has served as a bit of a steering committee for this project. Talk a little bit about the time frame. So fall of 24. Yes, it's been going on a bit of time. So fall of 24, we began releasing the parts of the ordinance, the proposed ordinance that we called modules. So for the first module included zoning districts, maps, uses. In the spring of 25, we did development standards, which these are standards that apply across the jurisdiction. This past fall, we released subdivision standards and infrastructure requirements. This also included environmental regulations. Moving into 2026 and in the coming weeks and months, we will be releasing the full draft, which will include all of the previously mentioned components and administrative sections. So starting today, obviously we're updating you all with the new ordinance. We will be presenting the same presentation to City Council at their work session later this week. Over the next month or two, we'll be engaging with the community and conducting outreach regarding the process for adoption for the new UDO and, of course, the potential rezoning of the entire county. There is a special meeting with the Planning Commission scheduled for February 24th and public hearing. They will once again meet on the item on March 10th, Planning Commission. We've scheduled a joint public hearing between City Council and you all County Commissioners in April. And then the following month, we will bring a complete version of the new ordinance to both bodies in May. We're going to start the presentation off talking a bit about sort of what the purpose of the new code is. So the new UDO will be the biggest tool in implementing the comprehensive plan. You'll hear us say that quite a bit this afternoon, and of course up all the way up until May, as mentioned. So the comprehensive plan, which of course was adopted fall of '23. Was a culmination of 4 years of engagement with community members and residents, with very deliberate engagement with previously underrepresented populations, and those voices really went into a visionary document about how we wanted to see Durham grow and how to handle that growth. One thing to note is the comprehensive plan itself is not a regulatory document, and so that is where the UDO comes in. The UDO will be how we implement many of the policies and action items and themes throughout the comp plan itself. There's 30 action items that actually reference revising the UDO, and one of them specifically speaks to creating new districts that correspond with the place type map that was adopted as a part of the comprehensive plan. So the place type map replaced our land use map. It was a little more comprehensive in terms of how we wanted to see a particular property grow or maintain. Obviously we have a lot of existing development. And so the UDO or the UDO's new zoning districts will correspond with the place type. So some of the project goals, specifically, again, it correspond with the adopted comprehensive plan, housing choice and affordability. So the new code will allow for a mix of housing types throughout Durham. It will encourage the creation of more affordable housing. It will provide regulations that will help facilitate transit-oriented, more pedestrian-friendly development while we continue to preserve our existing character in Durham. Increased open space requirements, regulations that will help protect our existing tree canopy and promote additional canopy in the future. Promoting sustainable development as we continue to densify or allow more intense development in particular locations. And consistent with the growth management strategy in the comprehensive plan, concentrate growth inside the UGB while preserving more rural areas outside of the UGB. Essentially, grow up and in and not continuing to grow out. One other really exciting aspect of the project for, I think, certainly staff, but hopefully others, the new UDO, we really worked with a consultant to ensure that the code is more usable, it is more accessible. This is done through the expansion of use of graphics and tables and charts. You'll see an example later on a different slide, but really just trying to make it easy to use for all residents, applicants, staff, you all, decision makers. Consolidating zoning districts, and so just having our current code, we have multiple zoning districts that essentially allow the same development, consolidating where we can. Emphasizing the form of the development, how it actually impacts the public space or adjoining properties, and not necessarily looking at density number. And then making sure that the code itself has little discretion and is very predictable, and so that when we adopt the code or when a development comes in, the community, residents, we all know what type of development to expect. So the types of regulations that are in the Unified Development Ordinance, both existing and proposed, these regulations include application types, application processes, the public notice requirements and processes, which entities have particular authority to approve particular applications. Much of this obviously is in line with state statutes. It also includes our enforcement processes. So it includes the zoning map itself, as well as the zoning districts and their standards. Some things that the UDO itself does not regulate. It is not the building code, which includes accessibility code. It is not minimum housing. There are other codes that impact development, such as stormwater code, that the UDO does not include. They sort of work in concert, in conjunction. So that's just something to keep in mind. Though it is very large, dense document with a lot of rules and regulations. There are many, many others that development also will have to meet. A couple things the UDO cannot do, some regulations that we cannot impose. We cannot require architectural design elements on any development using residential code, so between 1 and 4 units. We also are not legally allowed to require affordable housing or have any regulations that speak to the cost of housing. You will see in the ordinance that there are some optional standards and some incentives that speak to both of these requirements.
Hey, Bo, could you pull the microphone closer?
Sure.
Yeah.
This is better?
Yeah.
So speaking to the types of rules and regulations that are in the UDO, the lot size, and building placement. So how large a building can be, where it can go on a particular property, and how large that property itself can be subdivided to be. The exterior, windows and doors, entry features, other design elements. Again, this is only for non-residential or apartment buildings. The use and density. So like what types of uses and how many dwelling units are allowed on the property. And then, of course, site design, so the location of parking, dimensions of parking, circulation, access, solid waste location and screening requirements, open space, tree coverage, other site layout requirements. So, as I said, in the fall of 24, we released the first module. This included the zoning districts, a proposed zoning map, and a draft of the use table. And here's a list of the new proposed zoning districts. I'll get into detail on a few of these more, but you'll see incorporating some mixed use districts, RX and CX, residential, RA, RB, RC, RD, a suite of commercial districts. You'll see only one of these is actually sort of a repeat carryover with different standards, and that's being the commercial neighborhood and also commercial general. 2 new districts I'll just highlight, or 3, civic, park, and conservation. Conservation zoning district being completely new in that very, very low development expected in that district. And so that's meeting some of the goals of the comprehensive plan in terms of, right now, if that was the situation, it would just be zoned another district, and the regulations wouldn't necessarily align with how we expect the property to develop or not develop. Park and civic, both instances where we'll have a district that better aligns with how we expect the property to develop. So just keep in mind, these district standards are intended to align with the place type, and in doing so, they include the height and density, setbacks, lot size, essentially what does it look like, the use table. This is what uses are allowed to be there, what activities can go on, and then the zoning map itself. This is where that district is mapped and how those regulations would impact it. So this is just an example. When I talked about the code being simpler, this is the district standards for the RB zoning district, residential suburban, which is substantially similar to the existing RS20. You'll see all of the zoning requirements here in terms of lot or massing and placement of a building, all just on these 2 pages. I've been telling folks when we go out and engage with the community on this project that currently, if you had an RS20 property and you wanted to know your setbacks, I would potentially have to look at 3 or 4 different spots in the current UDO to give the answers that are shown just right here. And so just from a usability standpoint, this is night and day better. The RB district, again, like I said, is very much a bit of a translational district from the RS-20. So we had released the use table in the fall of last year. We've since made some updates. A lot of these updates were made after engaging with community members, residents, various stakeholders, and I'll speak to a few of those now. One of those being we incorporated an allowance for neighborhood scale non-residential in the RD district. One of the goals of the comprehensive plan is to, and this touches a lot of other policies, but we really want to see more walkable neighborhoods, which we get at that with the mixed use districts, but in the RD, in our established residential place type, we also want to make sure that we've got accessible non-residential, so folks don't have to get in a car and drive to get to all the places that they need. Well, we know that the availability of land where commercial is viable, or where a landowner potentially wants to sell, we don't control that. And so one of the strategies, we want to open up the maximum number of opportunities for small scale commercial. We want to make it, remove all barriers for that type of development. And the closer to the residential, the better, in the interest of walkability and transit access. So we've included an allowance for small non-residential in RD district with a minor special use permit approved by the Board of Adjustment. Another change that we had made after engaging with community was increasing the allowance for agricultural uses. It's actually greater with the new UDO than it is today. One change that we've made, and this has been something that we've had made some modifications with various text amendments over the last few years, but we've really recognized that quasi-judicial decisions at times aren't necessarily the most equitable process, certainly for residents. And so in situations for developments that are high impact, and I'll just use the example of a school, the development, if it wasn't already zoned appropriately, would have to rezone to the civic zoning district. This will bear out in a more equitable process, or approval process, where input from the community can be heard in an easier to navigate process, rather than the quasi-judicial, which tends to benefit applicants based on the time frame. And then obviously one change with the use table, we had a lot of limited use standards that were tied to the tiers themselves. The new zoning map doesn't include tiers. We don't include that sort of concentric model that we previously had. So the proposed zoning districts that we went over, these are translated directly from the place type map. To the best of our ability, most of them line up. We'll talk a little bit more about where there's some variation, but you'll see that the established residential place type includes the RB, the RD, and the RX3 districts. Our transit opportunity areas, the areas along transit corridors, CX3, CX5, CX8. This is a commercial mixed use district. The neighborhood services, this is the small scale commercial we talked about. And this was originally where we thought it would be intended, CX3, CX5 in that commercial neighborhood district. So the proposed zoning map has been available at Engage Durham. You'll see here, we can pull up and look at any property and see what the current zoning is and the proposed zoning. Again, it lines up with the adopted place type for that property. This is a tool that's been available for over a year. And I'll talk more a little bit later towards the end, but we've engaged with folks both during our office hours and also received a lot of map feedback in real time where they could point to the specific property. And this was really just in the interest of obtaining feedback from community members, ensuring that we've got that we're doing our best to align the district with the place type. There we go. So now we'll move into a section where we'll talk a bit about how we're implementing the comprehensive plan through the UDO project. We'll talk first about housing, how will the UDO align with affordable housing goals and the urban growth boundary. Then we'll speak to transportation, how the UDO supports Vision Zero and the 15-minute communities framework. Then we'll talk about the environment, how will the new UDO incentivize sustainable development and the protection of natural resources. And then following that, we've got some isolated issues just to daylight. So in regards to housing, there's the adopted comprehensive plan has a lot of policies and action items and growth strategies that all directly speak to housing. So in the comp plan, we talk about focusing development within the urban growth boundary, including more infill units within areas that have existing infrastructure. We talk about a mix of housing types and densities in new neighborhoods, along with supportive non-residential uses and pedestrian-friendly design. I talked about the non-residential uses a bit already in these existing neighborhoods, and we'll talk a bit about encouraging a mix of housing types. The retrofit of aging and vacant shopping centers, changing them to mixed-use transit-supported developments that also include housing. Currently, many of them just include a whole lot of empty surface parking lots. The incremental change of existing neighborhoods to incorporate a variety of housing options with the mixed units, heights, and densities. Really just the inclusion of new uses that provide accessibility to daily needs that fit in with the scale of the neighborhood. Comp plan also speaks to creating effective incentive structures for affordable housing for both new and infill development proposals. So now we'll speak to how the new UDO tries to get at those concepts. Focusing development within the UGB to utilize existing infrastructure, protecting the watersheds, rural areas. This is being done through the mapping, obviously by having our more rural zoning districts, RA, outside the UGB, as well as conservation. The primary mechanism, though, RD residential district and the CX and RX mixed-use districts. We will be providing height and density incentives for both compact and affordable units throughout these districts, the RD, CX, and RX. These mixed-use districts will focus density along existing high-frequency transit corridors. So the RA zoning district, you'll see in the green, residential preserve. This is substantially similar to our current rural residential. And you'll see as this outside the UGB, 3-acre lot size, rural uses, agriculture uses, single family. The RB, residential suburban, again, this is similar to the RS20. You'll see that in the yellow.
Bo, I have a quick question.
Sure.
What is all the white on the map? I was looking at this last night. I was wondering, what is the white?
Good.
So white is anything that essentially is not one of those four, but I will say that in the county, a lot of that white is going to be conservation because a lot of that is going to be Army Corps land or surrounding the watersheds.
I think it would be important to have something that explains what the white is on the key.
Sure.
Okay, Thank you. Because there's white within the urban growth boundary and there's white outside of the urban growth boundary.
Yep, you see RTP too. The RC manufactured home park district, certainly coming from a comprehensive plan, encouraging the preservation of our existing mobile homes, as that's a lot of a significant amount of naturally occurring affordable housing. So creating the RC district to help preserve the housing type. And then we have the RD residential neighborhood. This is very similar to our current RU5 or RU5-2 zoning districts. This is much of the established residential place type. And you'll see there was an item that had gone to the Joint City County Planning Committee where we talked about where there was an increase of allowable density. Much of the increased allowable density is in the changes from RS20 to that RD. You'll see in the blue areas.
So let's talk a bit about the RD district itself. So what you see here, option 1 is the base. So these are the standard requirements for the RD district. If someone comes into our customer service center and asks questions about their setbacks or what they can build on a particular RD lot, this would be the sort of by right option that they could build. In order to incentivize either smaller units or more affordable units, there are 2 other standards that they could opt in. There's the option 2 compact, where an applicant or developer or homeowner could choose to develop the property and commit to smaller unit sizes, and they then have a greater density that they can build. There would be no affordability requirement with this aspect. However, the smaller units, by nature of sort of the cost per square foot of housing, these units would be more affordable than a standard base unit, just due to the size requirements. This is modeled after our current small house, small lot provisions. One distinction here is though you see an example with 4 lots on that one side street, there's a lot of flexibility. As you all know, our existing parcels aren't all gridded and with perfectly 75 by 150 lots or 50 by 150 lots, and so the particular way that those units could be constructed could vary. It could be a multiplex, or it could be just 2 structures. So just keep that in mind as you look at this. The other option is the affordable option, and this would be as it's currently drafted. It's proposed if 8% of the units are at 80% AMI, or if 4% of the units are at 30% AMI or affordable to someone at 30% AMI, then you can choose the standards in option 3, which are even more advantageous. This, of course, is by sort of allowing such density with the affordable units offered, the idea is to encourage the construction of affordable units. For background, we currently have an affordable housing density bonus and different variations. It has been seldom used, and that is at a percentage of 15%. As I spoke to earlier, the RD district aligns with the RU-R5 most closely. It has the compact option and the small option. So the expanding house, or I'm sorry, the small lot, small house option really is similar to what the RD2 would be, the compact. The affordable option would be a significant more density, but the trade-off there, of course, is getting affordable units that are provided by the market without subsidy. Durham's current zoning districts are mapped across a gradient, concentric development, like I spoke to about the tiers earlier. So the implementation of the RD district represents the largest potential increase in density. Really, you'll see this in the darker blue, sort of towards the boundary of the city limits, where you have the stark difference from RS20 to that RD. Again, this is consistent with the comprehensive plan, as I spoke to earlier, in terms of introducing different housing types, removing barriers for the construction of different housing types, densifying within the urban growth boundary, and of course, those options that will encourage either lower cost housing or affordable housing that's income restricted in all areas of Durham.
I have a quick question about that map. Mm-hmm. How did you all figure something like this out? Like, did staff literally go through lot by lot? I mean, how did you come up with, because a lot of these overlays where you're trying to show the impact, I was looking at them last night. I'm just trying to figure out, how did you come up with this type of analysis?
Yeah, so for this one, we know that the RD is roughly, I think it's 8 units per acre. thereabouts. And so this is really a gradient of density. This isn't a specific lot by lot analysis, right? Because there are certain lots which could not build to that density due to, environmental features in existing structure or what have you. So this is just in the sort of like best case scenario of like, if you had a blank lot right now versus in the future, what would be the highest or greatest change rate? And so as Bo said, the RD sort of matches pretty closely with what we see in the urban tier already. And then as we start getting out, when we have things like RS8, that zoning district, residential suburban 8, residential suburban 10, right? Then we start getting more change and we get more dense from those because those have a much lower density per acre. So essentially what it is just a map that's showing a change in zoning along the gradient. So right now, it's generally like RU5, RS8, RS10, RS20, right, getting into that suburban style development. And we're trying to sort of move away from that due to the direction from the conference plan.
So many parcels within the urban growth boundary and within the established residential place type are proposed to be RB instead of the RD. This is due to their location outside of the city limits. These parcels would require an annexation by the city to develop at the development intensity associated with the RD district. So we're proposing that they remain RB as that's consistent with the established residential place type. Potentially, and it's also consistent with how they would develop today without access to water and sewer. Many existing residential subdivisions may have private covenants, HOA rules that we talked about earlier this afternoon, that also might limit much of the more intense development that the RD district would allow, or the different housing types that the RD district would allow. We'll just say that we certainly want to remove the barriers that we have control over, and so reducing or minimizing the zoning barriers for providing the housing type that the comprehensive plan calls for is the intent of the RD district.
All right, another question. So basically, I think this is really important, especially for the community. The parcels that you're highlighting in yellow, are you saying that those most likely would need a rezoning? Okay.
That's correct.
And I think that's important because we've heard misconceptions that there won't need to be rezonings in the future, and this clearly shows that there will continue to be rezonings, and where these projects have to come before the city council, and the community will have input.
Thank you. And just one last thing to note on sort of the RB district, you'll see that it doesn't include those incentive structures for the compact or affordable options, as we anticipate the RD district being where we'll see the mix of housing. Our RB is intended to be more suburban style development. So the new districts also include mixed-use districts, which I think we're super excited about. Doing much more than just replacing our current mixed-use district. They're mapped to align with apartment townhouse, mixed residential, the downtown, and our transit opportunity area place types. Many of these areas, as I spoke to earlier, are replacing low-intensity commercial zoning districts with a more intense commercial mixed-use district. This will be to facilitate increased density, disincentivize auto-centric development, especially along existing transit corridors. Similar to the RD district, there will be incentive structures for compact and affordable units. These mixed-use districts include the RX, CX, and IX being sort of an industrial mix, mapped mostly thinking sort of low-impact industrial can mix with residential or some adaptive reuse of some existing sites. these districts are more form-based in nature, regulating the number of units through height, not through a density count, using design elements and lot coverage, rather than just a X number per acre. More pedestrian-centered design, so prioritizing the way that pedestrians and the way that humans move through the site, using a build-to requirement along street frontage, and improving the pedestrian access standards. Parking would not be allowed between the building and the street. Requirements for or design requirements, including active depth, fenestration, entry requirements. Similar to our form-based districts that we have in our current code, which apply, downtown or 9th Street or the recently adopted Page Miami. Would allow a mix of uses. So currently, the proposed text doesn't require or mandate particular uses, but it does allow for a broad amount of them. Really just trying to get more walkable neighborhoods, more transit-friendly areas, so folks can, leave their home, leave their apartment, and access non-residential uses, the things that they need, their jobs. There is a requirement for ground floor non-residential within the CX8 and CX20. These, of course, are the most intense districts. For example, CX20 being the core of downtown. That mirrors a similar requirement today.
Before you go to the next slide, I just want to make a comment. I try to make it in real time, but just sort of kept moving that, and that's fine. But I just wanted to highlight, my colleague had said under parcels that are designated as RB that these parcels will require annexation to develop. That also means that if they're outside of the city limits, it's potentially county, not potentially, it's county. And so while they are decisions that go before the city council, they're not coming before this body. And I have talked to my colleagues about us taking back or potentially fighting to take back our equities in this regard so that we can play a part in those decisions. And so I just wanted to highlight that for my colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a question. So the city has the power to annex, correct? Mm-hmm. So if there's a parcel of land that's in the county and they want to annex it into the city, they have that power, right? Yeah, that's where I think it gets murky a little bit for me, understanding that, like, how does the city, if there's a piece of land that's in the county and it doesn't come before us, like.
Good afternoon, Sarah Young with the Planning and Development Department. So annexation, obviously bringing a property into the corporate city limits of any city, is a power only given to cities. Always been that way. What has changed over the years in terms of practice in Durham was that many decades ago now, developers would get their zoning through the county, and then they would get water and sewer service from the city without being annexed. And so those cases, there were a lot of cases that came to the county and got their zoning, but then were able to get served through the city. There were changes in state law, I think that happened in 2012, if I'm remembering correctly, that changed the way that annexations work in the state of North Carolina, so that annexations, cities can only involuntarily annex through a referendum, which, let's be realistic, no one's gonna vote to be annexed into a city against their will. So in essence, that change in state law made it so that it took away a city's ability to later annex properties if, for the purposes of serving them, they needed to, which had always been the city's thought when they would extend water sewer. Well, if we need to serve you, in some future, and we need to annex you to keep serving you, we could do that. When state law changed and they no longer had that as an option, the city changed their city code to only allow annexation, water sewer, with annexation. So all that, it's a series of kind of compounding things that happened at the same time that then changed and had ramifications on the land use side, which is why now everyone basically that wants to upzone has to get annexed into the city.
You know what would help if that was like written out, like
I have that written out, and I can recirculate that.
That will be so helpful. Thank you so much, Sarah.
I would just like to say, oh, sorry. Am I? Yeah, I think, what's important to note in that is that when the city annexes, I agree that like it would be nice for the county to have some input. I would think me and Commissioner Valentine have talked about it, that we have different ideas of what that input looks like. For me, I'm like, functionally, it would make more sense to have a merged city-county government. And I think that provides the opportunity for the county and county residents to have their voice and say in those annexation, or not even annexation cases, they would just be cases. Because then if we had a joint body, it would be made up of county electeds and city, or county residents and city residents in one board, deciding development and rezoning cases. So I hear you, Commissioner Valentine. I'm on the other spectrum of that edge of, yes, the county should have a voice in the sense of a merged government for just efficiency.
I'll reserve comments for a later forum.
Okay. Continue, please.
Thanks, Chair. So back to the mixed-use districts, the RX, CX, IX. As I was saying, substantially similar to our existing form-based code, simplified. I will say that. Similar to the RB example I showed you earlier, the standards themselves much more accessible. So I think it's a little bit easier to know what type of development is being permitted by the code, and what to expect. So similar to RD, the incentive structures are applied. Here, there are a couple differences. So you'll see the RX3, 5, 8, those numbers correspond with the allowable base height. So RX3, you're permitted to 3 stories of height. RX5, 5 stories of height, etc. In the RX3, if you commit to 25% of your units being 450 square feet or smaller, you get an additional 2 stories of height. And you can see going down the chart, incentivizing a portion of those apartments or condos to be smaller and subsequently more affordable. In regards to an income restricted sort of capital A affordable bonus, if you provide 8% of the units at 60% AMI, which is different than the 80% in RD, then you have unlimited height in these districts. And if you provide 4% at 30% AMI, you have unlimited height in these districts. And so again, just encouraging the use of these affordable bonuses in these districts where we already, through the adopted place type map, have, as a community, agreed that we want to see more intense development, more walkable development, and of course more housing to address the housing need. So those are the incentives for the sort of the X districts.
Just for my reference, we have 2 really tall buildings now, right? Like wherever they are. The one that just got finished, and then the one here right in the middle. Mm-hmm. Would those be zoned as CX20?
Yes.
Those are CX20. Okay. I just trying to put something with understanding here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. Most of the downtown area, downtown tier, sort of the loop would be the CX20, and then CX8 for much of the rest of our current downtown zoned.
I also just wanted to add, since some of us have the benefit of, hearing this stuff multiple times, that the idea, or I think it's important to talk about, the idea of the compact option. What really informs this, Code Connect presented us with a lot of research around how to create naturally occurring affordable housing, and how to, what the market shows is that when you have smaller units, they're more affordable. And this is a way to try to also increase supply. Again, this is from studying what's been happening in other cities around the United States, that when you build smaller and more, then you're gonna, again, present the option of having more affordable options for people. So that's where that compact option is trying to get at. So I just wanted, and maybe you could talk about that a little bit more.
Yeah, Commissioner Jacobs, I'm glad you brought that up. The consultant code studio, of course, did a lot of analysis looking at sort of the typical lot sizes, and but what I will say is there's a lot of communities looking at us, in terms of expanding housing choice and sort of the successes where the number of units that have been created, where you've got 3 or 4 dwelling units that are all much lower than comparable market rate units in that neighborhood being constructed in a place that either had no housing or maybe 1 unit. And so we really wanted to carry that forward, recognizing it's a way for us, though not to necessarily get the greatest quantity of units. I think we'll probably see that in the X districts. I think that's where we'll really see the density in those transit opportunity areas. But it is a way for us to have a lower priced housing option in these neighborhoods that typically is not being provided by the market in any other way.
And I'll just add, when I was in Portland at the Transit and Community Conference, we toured a neighborhood in Portland. Were you with me on that, Bob? Okay. Where we saw this happening, kind of the missing, sometimes it's referred to also as missing middle, but also the idea that everyone should have the opportunity to live in desirable neighborhoods where there is already a lot of infrastructure, parks or stores, or walkable, things like that. And this is also a way to, make it equitable for people to be able to live in desirable places. Yeah.
Really appreciate that. I'll hand it over to Robin to speak on transportation and environment.
Sorry, I took that while you were still talking. Good afternoon, y'all. Robin Schultz, Planning and Development Department. So Bo has covered, of the big 3, housing, and I'll be covering transportation and the environment. Speaking first on transportation, the 2 sort of policy documents that we're really pulling from are obviously the comprehensive plan, but also the city's Vision Zero action plan, which is the guidebook for reducing any sort of traffic fatality to 0. And so directly within that Vision Zero action plan, it calls for the UDO to have updated street cross sections and standards that directly prioritize the safety of vulnerable road users. So those are folks who are walking, biking, or using a mobility aid. Going back to the comprehensive plan, our guidebook for everything, it certainly calls out the need for complete streets, so it aligns with the Vision Zero action plan in that way. Some of those complete street designs include things such as reducing vehicle travel lane widths in order to reduce speed, but also reduce the amount of time the pedestrians spend crossing those rights of way. Trying to make sure that it's safe and comfortable for people who want to walk, bike, roll, reach transit, right? Like that's a huge delimiter, is keeping folks from actually doing those things, is making it easy and comfortable, trying to make sure that they can do it if they so choose. And then also, making sure that we're increasing connectivity in our land use standards so that we're focusing more on the pedestrian experience, creating direct routes, reducing travel distances, and enhancing safety. So when we're looking at the new UDO, we worked with Lauren Grove, who is the city's Vision Zero action coordinator, Vision Zero coordinator. I'm so sorry, Lauren, if you're watching this. But essentially what we've done is create street sections for both neighborhoods and mixed use developments. As part of the Vision Zero action plan, there will be a street design manual, which will be adopted sometime in 2027 or 2028, which will be comprehensive and will have, standards for all different types of streets. So as sort of a stopgap measure, what we did was we worked with Lauren to come up with street sections for the most commonly constructed rights of way. And that's going to be for residential development, right? So new neighborhoods, new apartments, things like that. So really focusing on both the neighborhood and the mixed-use street examples, and drawing from both the comprehensive plan and the NACDO resolution, which is the National Association of City Transportation Officials. Some of those features are going to be smaller lane widths, ensuring that bicycle facilities are accounted for, having wider planting merges for street trees, and making sure that the standards for transit facilities are clear. Additionally, some other things that we've done, we're retaining the street connectivity and block size standards that were recently passed. We also have a new maximum block perimeter for sites which are 10 acres or greater outside of the UGB. Essentially what this is doing is trying to make sure that when folks are walking that they don't have to walk so far, right, to get places. Smaller blocks makes it easier for folks to get around, and certainly decreases the need for vehicles. Additionally, trying to, as Bo said, provide increased density and mixed use along those transit corridors, trying to keep people from having to be in a vehicle if they don't need to, right? So trying to really facilitate that 15-minute community framework. Additionally, we worked with Code Studio and Lauren to think about pedestrian-friendly design, especially in our development standards. So really trying to reduce the overall amount of land that's dedicated to vehicles when we're having a new development, right? So trying to put buildings closer to the street, right? So folks can access them directly from the sidewalk rather than walking through a parking lot. Decreasing driveway widths, like once again, reducing the amount of time that pedestrians spend in land that's dedicated towards vehicles, as well as introducing new types of required pedestrian access points for the connectivity. So those are the sort of main goals that we sort of focused around transportation. Sort of moving into the environment, drawing from the comprehensive plan, some of the comprehensive plan says a lot about the environment, but sort of picking out some of the major ones, establishing 30% of Durham County as permanently conserved, retaining 55% tree canopy coverage within the city limits, prioritizing preservation of existing trees where possible, and native species, of course, encouraging green infrastructure and innovative stormwater management practices, and specifically revising the UDO to increase open space and our tree coverage standards. So when we were looking in terms of writing the new UDO, we really tried to focus, right, density within the new, within the existing urban growth boundary, right, trying to make sure that we're getting towards that goal of 30% of the county being conserved. So trying to concentrate growth within the UGB. Additionally, we created 2 new zoning districts that Bo mentioned earlier, which would be the park and the conservation zoning districts, trying to further those strategic conservation and recreation planning goals. We also retained existing standards for street trees, landscaping, mass grading, and phased development. Additionally, we did add Lake Creek to the high quality watershed standards within sedimentation and erosion control, which does add a 20-acre grading limit to those as well. We're also increasing the species diversity requirements and native species incentives from the existing UDO. And we are also requiring the preservation of existing plant material whenever a landscape buffer is required. Right now, it is only required in smaller instances. I believe it's only when the buffer is 30 feet or greater. So we are saying that now anytime a landscape buffer is required, if that plant material is there, then it needs to stay. Some other items, we are, in terms of usability of the overall ordinance, we consolidated tree protection, tree coverage, and open space, really trying to make it clear what to expect from a new development when they come through. So part of that also included expanding tree coverage. We have an existing neighborhood protection overlay, the Tuscaloosa Lakewood, which requires 7% tree coverage. What we did was we took that and we've expanded it to all RD parcels, which is a huge shift for us in terms of requiring tree coverage for infill. Because as a reminder, tree coverage does not refer to landscaping. Tree coverage is conserved forest or replanted forest cover. So doing that for infill parcels is kind of a big deal. We also removed conservation subdivisions from the ordinance and instead requiring that when those primary conservation areas exist on site that they be retained in any subdivision. And another thing that we've done is we've allowed for Piedmont prairies to count towards tree coverage requirements. Currently they would not count because they do not meet the 60% woody tree composition because they're prairies, right? They're grass dominated. But they are an important part of our ecological fabric, so making sure that those can still count to make sure that they're protected is another thing that we've also added. We also expanded the list of elements that we can count towards open space standards, including a new incentive for public art and public plazas and courtyards. That was directly from the comprehensive plan, as well as from public engagement, and a requirement for the preservation of natural and cultural resources. So taking some of the other things from conservation subdivisions and still including them in the ordinance. We've also established a sustainable development matrix, which provides a array of options to hopefully help us densify more sustainably. Some of the things that are in there are going to be increased conservation measures, so like increasing your riparian buffers, et cetera, native landscaping, green stormwater, community agriculture, building design, things that we keep hearing throughout engagement, things that are also hard to require on their own, but when as part of a matrix as an option, give us a way or a pathway to see those as a development outcome, right? We also have new standards for decreasing light trespass, especially when they're adjacent to natural areas. This has been something that we've heard a lot from a variety of different stakeholders. So really trying to reduce the impact on wildlife, especially avian populations, though also insects, and direct action from the comprehensive plan. So as far as the riparian buffer section goes, as you all probably know, a lot of this is from DEQ or the Department of Environmental Quality. So we are retaining all of our existing riparian buffer protection standards and clarifying our jurisdictional review authority. Durham County sits where we are both in the Jordan and the Neuse, and those have different rules. So trying to rewrite this section and so that it's very clear who is doing what, because we have the review authority over the Jordan Basin, whereas the state has it over the Neuse Basin. The state has also updated the Neuse River Basin standards, so we have updated our UDO as well. Additionally, right now, the Lake Mickey Little River District is divided into the A and B. However, B is further divided by what's called like the rural village designation, which was part of the future land use map, which was rendered defunct by the place type map. So we are doing the the Lake Mickey Little River District C, essentially following that same line, that same designation, but instead making sure, not referencing the rural village designation since that no longer really exists. So just trying to make sure that we're not increasing the allowable impervious within that watershed protection overlay. But to be clear, no impervious changes for any of the watershed protection overlays. Additionally, we worked with Public Works and Stormwater, though I guess that those departments are now called something else that I'm not going to try to remember right now. But essentially, requires that steep slopes, when they are reconstructed, that the grade is actually much smaller, trying to reduce downslope erosion and further minimize grading and the removal of vegetation. And we're really grateful for them doing that work with us. And so as part of this, in Module 3, what we had are consultants do was provide some examples, right? So it's really great to hear these things, but actually see what a new neighborhood would look like, right? So this is a greenfield site in this example, which is to say that it is previously undeveloped. And so what you'll see on the left is going to be a plan view. You'll see new streets, lots, tree coverage. You'll see a stream in the back, as well as some stormwater control measures. And on the right, you'll see some examples of what those actual structures could look like. So, you know, townhomes in the front with single family as well. So in this example, you'll see mostly smaller single family. This is the N2 street type, or the second neighborhood street. It features both on-street parking with alley-loaded units, as well as driveway access right there on the left. You'll see that generally what we are not trying to do is have two-way lanes and then on-street parking on both sides, right? We're trying to keep the lane width smaller, keep folks out of the right-of-way wherever possible, or decrease the right-of-way. So it should alternate. In this example, you'll see two different street types. You'll see the neighborhood 1, which is sort of running north, and neighborhood 2 running north, neighborhood 1 along the south. But more importantly, you'll see that this is the RD2, or the compact option, incorporated into the neighborhood. So that's going to be the option with the smaller units. So they were allowed this density increase so long as each one of these units was 1,200 square feet or smaller, right? So this is what it would look like to sort of to incorporate a cottage court style development within an existing neighborhood, or as part of a neighborhood design. So for this one, really wanted to focus on the RD3, or the affordable option, right? So this is going to be, it's going to have at least 8% of the units. So in this one, I'm going to imagine it's probably 8 units, with one of those units being affordable, incorporated within that neighborhood fabric. And now I'm going to pass it over to Bo.
So just want to speak on just a few issues with the project itself. One of them, just as we've said before, the new EDO is primarily focused on implementing the comprehensive plan, right? Taking those adopted place types and applying these new zoning districts to those place types so that we can have regulations that result in the type of development that the community said that we wanted to see in each place type. This entails densification within the urban growth boundary. This also entails, based on some feedback that we had gotten from the JCCPC, implementing the comp plan through the rezoning of the county and city's jurisdiction. One sort of thing to note is that there's multiple zoning districts that may implement the vision of a particular place type. There's multiple instances where that is the case. You'll see an example here on the slide. That there are multiple CX districts that would potentially be appropriate for a transit opportunity area place type. So we've tried to do our best in taking a look at each property. That's why our engagement on the map has been so helpful in terms of taking a look and ensuring if CX5 is appropriate, or CX8, or CX3, CX20, right? Like some of the things we've already discussed. We recognize that it's not a one district fits one place type in every instance. The same is true when we looked at in some instances between RD and RX3 when we start talking about allowing mixed residential. And we'll continue to look for feedback and direction from you all moving forward on this particular issue. Another issue to highlight, there was legislation passed, a General Assembly, December of 2024. This session law limited local government's ability to, or prohibited local government from downzoning a particular property, so decreasing the density, or reducing the number or types of permitted uses, or also creating any non-conforming situations without authority from the said property owner. This impacted the project in a couple ways. One, the new development standards would really only apply to new development, not necessarily apply to existing uses. It also means that we need to be careful while we are mapping these districts And the example shown in the slide, if you have a parcel that's currently zoned commercial general in the urban tier, they're allowed 55 feet in height. If we proposed CX3 on that parcel, which I think would align with the place type, or could align with the place type, it would potentially be considered downzoning. And so we're spending a great deal of time trying to navigate that particular legislation, but ensuring that we're not downzoning any properties. Commissioner Jacobs was spot on earlier when she brought up this particular issue. Staff has also heard sort of this misconception that the new UDO would reduce public hearings or change the public hearing process. And so we just want to take a look at a couple of things. City Council, their approval of annexations within the UGB, those sort of yellow properties that we showed earlier, those would all go through same process that they go today after the adoption of the UDO. And just showing the number of cases that are going before City Council that include annexation. It's roughly 50% of them, or a little bit more than 50%. So it is a significant number of them. We also need to factor in that many times applicants are just choosing to change the zoning or place type based on their own merit. Obviously, those would all go before public hearing in front of you all or City Council as applicable. And then, of course, as I mentioned earlier, new schools and places of worship, government facilities, all these would be required to rezone to civic district. This would actually result in a higher number, or I won't say higher number rezoning because I can't predict the future, but those are developments that currently today are not going before these public hearings in the same manner. So it potentially would be an increase. Just so you all are aware, all of the content, all of the drafts of the current code, as well as all of our engagement materials that we've used throughout each module, are available at engagedurham.com. This also includes the map that was shown earlier, so any particular property could be reviewed, and you could comment on the proposed zoning directly to us. I will also just note, while I've got the time here, with each module, we've held virtual meetings, in-person meetings. We've maintained office hours that Robin Schultz has spent a whole lot of hours talking to community members. I will just say, just in front of, while we have the full body here, the engagement with the community has been vast. We've spent countless hours and countless meetings with various stakeholders, commissions, boards, residents. They've been most productive sort of small group, as this content is quite dense, as you can imagine, an hour long into the presentation, right? And so we tried to reach out and receive all the feedback any possible way that we could. Also, as I think Commissioner Jacob mentioned, Code Studio, our consultant, has provided Code Connects. These are recordings of each, the entire document separated out, and they get much more in depth than we did today on the content itself, with opportunities of answering questions. These are all recorded and available online, and I encourage folks that are interested in this content to maybe start there, as it's laid out in a fairly user-friendly fashion. At this time, I'll hear any questions, or will hear any questions that y'all may have.
All righty. So, like I said, it's pretty dense information, a lot going on. We have time for a few questions. Anyone? I have one just to start out here. So, we hear a lot about the density type, density bonuses and so forth, and I'm going back to page 10 here. And it's just a graph, the RD district, and you see the one house, and you see 4 smaller ones, and you see something like an apartment complex or something like that. What benefit would a builder have by doing option 1 versus number 2? Here's the crux of my question here. you can go anywhere around here in Durham, and you start to see, on one lot, you start to see these smaller houses like this, right? I have a family of 5. There's no way, in any way, you can have us stand up, lay down, stand side to side, that we can fit in a house like that to live. And I hear at the JCCPC meetings, I hear a lot about, oh, we can do more density bonuses, we could do this. But it feels like families the size of mine will not be able to live down here, right? Because, I mean, a builder, instead of building one house, or they'll buy a house on a plot, tear it down, and then build 4 smaller houses. That seems more profitable or more lucrative to me, to builders, than one house, right? Why would a builder keep one house when they could do this? And what are the unintended consequences of only having smaller houses, taking over these neighborhoods and things? What do we, with encouraging this? It sounds like we're encouraging it. I'm not sure that we are, but it sounds like we're encouraging it. Even in the neighborhood layout that you had, you had like a house, and then you had like the smaller houses that kind of mixed in there. I don't see why a builder would use a property to build one house when they could build 4.
Sure. Great question. A couple comments. One of the reasons why we would encourage it, of course, is housing more folks, using existing infrastructure, more walkable environment. There's plenty of the reasons that we talked about earlier, our Commissioner Jacobs spoke to, in terms of different housing types at different price points in these existing neighborhoods. One response that I'll have, because obviously I recognize, larger homes, there's larger families, there's just people that want, an office, right? Like people working from home, completely reasonable. We still have single family houses that are being built that are large, and that number's in the thousands. Like those are still being constructed, and also that's much of the existing area that we're proposing to be zoned RD. And so the expectation would that you would see some incremental opportunities, because like you said, it probably is profitable to build these 4 homes rather than build one. But we've seen, the areas that you see a lot of these smaller homes, it's still relatively low in the grand scheme in terms of what's housing the folks in Durham. We're still seeing a whole lot of single family. And so I can't speak to the finances in terms of their choices, but I will say that I'm not necessarily concerned about us not getting enough single family, like the option 1 base. Also recognizing that that's a great deal of the existing stock in these areas.
Okay.
And one other thing I'll add, I apologize, just obviously some of these areas will have big existing homes where it's not financially viable based on the condition of the home, right? Like,
right.
You're looking at a house that makes much more sense to preserve.
Right. Okay.
I was just going to add that, the compact option we essentially have today, as Bo alluded to, we have the small lot, small house option. And we've seen that used in infill situations, mostly, our large mass market housing developers that are going out to greenfield sites and building new neighborhoods that are, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 units. Mm-hmm. They're not doing that. They're doing what the market demands, which is larger houses, right? So to your point, Bo, I think that there is still a place for that in this. While we're encouraging it, I think one of the reasons we're encouraging it is because we don't see very much of it at all if you look at our housing creation in totality. So I hope that helps.
It does. And one last thing I'll say is, you mentioned, I don't remember what slide it was on now. It had a picture of a street and how wide it would be. You had cars parked on one side. And did you? No, it was a different one than that. It was slide number 18 is the first one. keep going down that one right there. So the right of way that you're driving here, did you say that'll be wide enough for two car? Okay, because I thought you said it wouldn't be, and driving a bus down those streets is difficult. We have that between Duke and Gregson. Going in there is really tough if it's not enough. I just want to make sure that we're having that in consideration.
Yeah, that was considered. I think Robin was saying that didn't want on-street parking and the two-way altogether.
Okay.
So I think that was the
very good. Thank
intent.
you. Anyone else? Wendy?
First of all, I really just wanted to thank all of you who are sitting here. I mean, Sarah, you've been involved. I mean, Lisa, you've been involved for years, going back to the comprehensive land use plan. And now finally we're getting to this point. I just want to congratulate all of you for this incredible achievement. This has been years and years of work that all of you have been involved with. And, oftentimes communities will hire outside firms to come in and do this work. And yes, we've had the benefit of, Code Connect helping us, but it's really been our staff here who've been doing the bulk of the meeting with the community and doing the work. And the memo that you provided us that's in our packet, it really hit me reading the memo, because you can see it says, for more information, see this meeting and watch this video. And it really hits home just how much work this has been that has gone into this. And I just want to applaud you that we're at the moment where it's time to adopt it and put it into action. I also just want to affirm that what's happening is really monumental and transformative, because what you all have done, what you all are doing, is to putting into action what the community says it wants. This is all about making happen what the Durham people in Durham said that they wanted when we did our comprehensive land use plan. And you went over it today, but just the policy is about creating more housing types, more affordable housing, more ways for, being more people-centered, how people get around, the environmental protections, everything. It's just, I just sit here and I'm so excited, because we are going to be a national model, what we're doing here. And I just want to thank you. I can't wait. I know we have a very tight timeline. Get this implemented before the end of this year. And I want to highlight why it is so time sensitive to look at what's happening right now with Northgate Mall. Because if we had our comp plan, if we had the UDO adopted now, we would be getting something better at that site than we are possibly going to get there. So this is all really exciting. I do have a question. Thinking about, outside of the urban growth boundary, because that is our purview really, could you talk about related to the block perimeter and design around that? Because I was a little confused. Of course, we want to make sure that what happens there really makes sense for our residents. And I just want to, because it said that it would not pertain to anything that was outside of 10 acres or more, but I'm a little concerned, because there's plenty of sites outside of the urban growth boundary that are going to be less than 10 acres, where it will not make sense.
Clarification, that it would not make sense to have block standards, or that it would not make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
because there are going to be parcels that, they're just one family's property or something, or it's a farm or whatever. So, Yeah, how are we going? I just want to get more clarification on that.
Yeah, so right now it's written so that they only apply when they are 10 acres or greater. So smaller than 10 acres, they shouldn't. But for a farm or something like that, it also would not apply generally because they are not generally like subdividing, right? So that existing farm would not need to subdivide and create a block to make sure that that would happen. However, if there were to be a new subdivision, then that would have to do it if it were 10 acres or greater.
So is it only for a subdivision? Like what happens when it's just like, again, one individual property owner it would not pertain? Okay.
No.
All right.
It wouldn't apply then.
Okay, that really helps. And then also for RA, which is, I think, is most of the area, right, outside. So I read, we're going over this, saying that the minimum lot size would be 3 acres. Well, there's plenty of land outside of the urban growth boundary that are less than 3 acre parcels. So what happens there?
Yeah, I mean, the ordinance, just like it does today, there's plenty of lots that were smaller than what were enacted at the time. There'll be provisions for the development for a non-conforming lot that exists, but we just wouldn't allow a new lot smaller than 3 acres.
Okay, so this is, again, just going forward. Okay,
Yep.
I just wanted to...
And there, that condition exists right now. There's plenty of lots, as you said.
Okay. And I just also wanted to add that when we're looking at the potential for more density, one thing that we've left out is RTP 3.0. That's one of the big white spaces, on the plan, which we probably should really say, this is, the UC or whatever, but to make sure people understand that one of those big white spaces is RTP, and there's going to be a potential for a lot of housing there, which we don't really talk about. So I just wanted to lift that up. And again, the sustainable development, that matrix. Again, I want to applaud you for the creativity. Again, reflecting what the community wants, and everything around environmental enhancements is just really exciting. So again, thank you so much.
Commissioner Long.
Yes, so when I'm looking at this, thank you all so much again for this presentation. One of the things that comes to my mind is I always think to the Brightleaf community out, not Brightleaf downtown, the Brightleaf off of 70. Is that kind of what we're envisioning here, of like that's a community, if folks haven't driven to it, it's right next to my neighborhood, where it's like you go, there's single family homes, but then there's also apartments in that, and then there's also townhomes all in one neighborhood. And then they have like big sidewalks, they have amenities, all of that. Yeah, of like, is that what we're hoping that this UDO would bring us more of those?
Yeah, I certainly haven't gone back and looked at their site plan and compared it to this code, but there's definitely aspects to that development that we would like to see moving forward, namely just the mix of housing types sort of integrating together so it's not, a development of large single family by itself and isolating out other residents.
Yeah, because I really love that model. Also just like of the different housing types, but also the walkability of it, of like they have I love big sidewalks where like you don't have to walk into the grass to let somebody else pass or anything, but they also have like trailways into the wooded areas of the neighborhood. And then they have like the shared gym space, pool. I think they have a pickleball court that like everyone can come and use. And then it's right off of 70. We need some public transit out there though. We do need that. But I do like that type of living because it just feels like, so it's like its own little village of like everyone is just close to each other and builds a community.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you all very much for this presentation. It was very good, and I'll see you all on Wednesday. Yeah. Huh?
That soon?
Yeah. All right. Next item on our agenda is update on the Durham County Homeless Day Shelter and Services Program, RFP, and intent to award contract to Urban Ministries of Durham.
Samantha Smith will give us an update on our homeless day shelter and services program, RFP. This will be a short conversation. We just wanted to let the board know overall where we are in the process, because you will see the contract a little bit later, hopefully by the end of this month. Timing wise, we wanted to honor the board's desire to have some overview, so this may seem like a shorter presentation than normal, but again, it's just to remind you where we were and sort of quick next steps. So Samantha.
Yeah, thank you, Manager Hager. Can everyone hear me okay? Do I need to move the microphone? Okay. Well, thank you again. It's great to see you all, and I hope you had lovely holiday seasons. I'm Samantha Smith. I'm a management analyst in the Office of the County Manager, and I work on homelessness strategy and response. And just wanted to add on to what Manager Hager was saying, is that when the contract does come before you, it will include the full scope of services with a lot more details in it. Okay. So I just wanted to give you an overview of where this presentation is going. I'm going to give you background on the recommendation for a day shelter. Then I'm going to talk about components of several requests for this day shelter before I move into sharing with you information about the county's RFP for the day shelter. And then I'll close by sharing information about the intended contract recipient. So while there's been discussion in the community about the need for a day shelter for years, certainly predating my time with Durham, I'm going to share about 3 requests that I feel catalyzed this RFP for a day shelter. So in September of 2024, the Joint City-County Schools Housing Initiative was formed. Many of you attended the September 2025 final report event for that initiative. And when this initiative was formed, it included several subcommittees that were divided up by area median income bands, as well as subpopulations within those AMI bands. Commissioner Jacobs and myself were both on the pre-housing shelter subcommittee of this initiative, and that focused on those who were making from 0 to 30% of area median income, who needed shelter prior to being connected to permanent or transitional housing. And I talk about this subcommittee specifically because this subcommittee came out with a recommendation that included a day shelter for that population. These subcommittees were tasked with coming up with short, medium, and long-term recommendations for resource and process improvements, and they brought together community stakeholders, nonprofit leaders, frontline workers, elected officials, and city and county staff to collaborate on these recommendations, which again, this subcommittee's included the recommendation for a day shelter. Shortly after this initiative, the Joint City-County Schools Housing Initiative was formed. The downtown business community gathered at the Armory, you might remember that, along with law enforcement, nonprofit leaders, frontline workers, city and county staff, and the district attorney to discuss concerns and solutions about our unhoused neighbors downtown. And you'll see in a second that many business leaders who attended this meeting signed a letter of support for an Homeless Services Advisory Committee recommendation that also included the recommendation for a day shelter. And I'm going to talk about that right now. So the Homeless Services Advisory Committee is the HUD-mandated governing board for Durham's homelessness continuum of care. We call that HSAC. And they had the request for a day center in their FY fiscal year 25-26 budget request to the city and county. And as I mentioned, this was supported by many in the downtown business community. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the components of those requests. And I'm sharing this just to give you a preview of how the county incorporated this advocacy and community desire into their RFP. So the Joint City-County Schools Housing Initiative request stated that the day shelter should include, lost my place very briefly. The day shelter should be designed to test the effectiveness of a day shelter as an intervention for those experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity, and that it should also shelter neighbors from elements during the daytime hours. Additionally, they stated that it should provide a space for unhoused neighbors to navigate services like mail, getting identification documents, as well as provide an opportunity for homeless service providers to partner together. They also recommended that underutilized space be identified to use for the daytime shelter. HSAC's recommendation for a day shelter was a little bit shorter, but it did state that the day shelter should include access to services like mail, laundry, toilets, and showers. And as I said before, many in the business community supported this request. So I shared that so you could see how the community's feedback and these providers and frontline workers' feedback was incorporated into the county's RFP. Durham County's RFP had two main goals. One was to provide a low barrier place to shelter neighbors experiencing homelessness from the elements, and the second was to provide neighbors experiencing homelessness with connections to services that support exits from homelessness to stable housing. And that includes case management. So the county's RFP stated that the day shelter and services should, in addition to providing shelter, provide unsheltered neighbors with the opportunity to complete activities essential to maintaining dignity, including laundry, personal hygiene, receiving and sending mail, access to charging stations, the internet, and other technology, and offer case management services. In addition to those services, the RFP mandated that the contractor provide connection to those services that will promote stability and thus exits from homelessness to stable housing, examples of which are workforce development, assistance with gaining and accessing benefits, and behavioral health programming. So I'll wrap up with our intent to award. This RFP received one response, and that was from Urban Ministries of Durham. We felt their proposal was quite responsive, and so we intend to award Urban Ministries of Durham with a contract of $350,000 to provide the day shelter and services center. Urban Ministries' proposal leverages UMD's existing space that is right across from the library at 410 Liberty Street. To provide for more unsheltered neighbors, they intend to operate the day shelter within their community resource space that is in their main building, kind of right behind the church and right across from our parking deck near social services. And this is a space that's already known to many unsheltered neighbors in the community as a resource. It's co-located with their clothing closet, with their food pantry, and thus it's just already known to many neighbors in the community as a place where they can receive help. Their response also included partnerships with other homeless services providers for additional case management and resource navigation. And the services UMD proposed in their response satisfy the RFP, and they include access to showers, laundry, mail, computers, charging stations, and the internet, access to UMD's existing clothing closet and food pantry, connections with case management and resource navigation through UMD, as well as other partnering service providers. And then housing navigation might include resource navigation might include housing navigation, document support with ID and benefits. It might include referrals to health, behavioral health, and substance use treatment providers, and more. These services also included mental health and substance use disorder supports, employment support and workforce development, and outreach and engagement activities. We intend to bring the full contract that includes the scope of services to the board within the next 4 to 6 weeks, hopefully by the end of January. And I'm open to any questions you might have at this time.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners?
I just want to say I'm glad to see this happening. It's needed, and I'm glad that Urban Ministry is going to provide this service. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I just
Vice
wanna-
Chair Alum.
echo this and also just give Sam a shout out for representing the county so well on the housing task force, which was months and months and months of work of a lot of the folks who are on the housing task force had a very city-centric mindset and thoughts process. So to have the county represented so well, which is really appreciative of your work there. And also moving this to fruition, because this has been something that we've been talking about for nearly 2 years now. And I know you've pushed it with a lot of sense of urgency that it would have probably been a lot longer if we didn't have you really hounding all of the different partners to get this moving and through the process. And I know it's going to help a lot of people. And it's going to be really life-saving services and programming that we're going to have through this expansion. So thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you so much, Samantha. Samantha is a real leader on HSAC and also co-chairing our policy and planning committee. So she has really taken a strong leadership role at HSAC. So this pilot is going to be really important. I want to remember this is a pilot, and we really want it to be successful. One of my questions is, I think, first of all, I'm going to be very interested to see the scope of work, because I think we need to remember that the day center is hopefully going to help people who are staying at Urban Ministries, who we see now kind of on the street during the day, but also many people who have chosen not to go to the shelter and who are living unhoused in Durham. And there's a whole spectrum of people, right? Some people who are living in their cars, living in the woods. And so I think it's going to be challenging, but I think I'll be very interested in that scope of work, because there's so many different ways we need to help people. But also, I'm just curious about, has there any discussion around data collection so that we can, because this is only for a 12-month period, 3 months to get going, 9 months of actually being operational. It's not that long. And we want to be able to show that it hopefully is going to be successful and make the case not just for the county to fund this, because I want to note, when you gave the background, which was fantastic, that the business community has asked for this, a lot of stakeholders, and I think it's going to be important, whatever comes next, that we're able to show the outcomes, and also be able to be in a position to give people the opportunity to help fund whatever comes next. So that was one of my questions.
Yes, that was something I was doing while I was listening to some other great presentations today, was continuing to correspond with our selected contractor and with county staff on the measures we'll be collecting as part of the scope of work. I'm also going to be working with the city to try to see how we can pair up the main data source homeless management information system to track outcomes of those who do use the day shelter service.
Great, thank you so much.
And I would also like to note that, if you may recall, for many of you, you were not board members at the time when the library was constructed. We operated a day center with Nehemiah Christian Center. And so we do have longitudinal data. That was part of the framework when we did the RFP, based on those lessons learned, experiences gained, and just the cost associated as sort of a benchmark. So we do have some data as well during that 2-3 year period when we were in the construction phase to also serve as a benchmark. The unsheltered community landscape has changed so much in the last couple of years. So how we move forward as a community will require everyone's support. Yeah. But we appreciate the board supporting us when we came forth aggressively to say we wanted to move forward quickly back in the fall. And thank you, Samantha, for your leadership and make it come to fruition.
Yeah, and just related to that, I think making, we're going to really need to rely on our partners and the whole HSAC community to get the word out to people about the day center as well, and how people can get to the day center.
Yeah, absolutely. If I can add to that, their proposal does include some engagement strategies that partner with our existing street outreach team that the city runs, and as well as the HART team that the city runs, including I believe HART providing, transportation to the day shelter for individuals who are interested that they encounter who are unsheltered. But absolutely, we will be relying on partners to spread the word. And I think you can see that partnership is at the core of this RFP. It was required in the RFP that successful applications would include memorandums of understanding between various providers, because we can't do it alone. So.
All righty. Thank you so very much for your presentation, and we look forward to updates on that. All righty, and then the last item on our agenda today.
So the last item, which is one of our most important items, is the Redwood Convenience Site renovation update. This will be a short presentation to give an overview of the project, and for some of the board members, you may not be as familiar with some of the backstory. So we will have Motrio, Chrissy, and others, Mike Woodcheck, to share, and I'll turn it over to them. And again, appreciate all their efforts with moving this project along.
So we're the last ones, and of course, our video is not up yet, but let me say this. We started the redesign of the convenience sites in 2013. So it's time, okay? The other thing I want to say about the convenience sites is that we have a wonderful manager who has dedicated her time to be able to enhance these programs. When you will hear, as Chrissy will share with you, the fact that we do have a grant to help us out to restore this facility. She was the motivator and the one who actually wrote the grant and acquired the funding. So I'm gonna turn it over to the real person who does the work.
Thanks. Can I get that?
Yeah, remote? No, I control this. Go right ahead.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll have a quick overview of our presentation. We'll go over what the Redwood Convenience Site looks like today, a bit of analysis of our program and where we're hoping to go with that. So our Durham County Solid Waste Department, we primarily serve the unincorporated residents of Durham County on the property tax bill. For those properties that have homes outside of city limits, they're assessed a solid waste fee. So I live in the city, I don't get assessed the solid waste fee. It just goes to those unincorporated areas. And with that fee, one of the things that we provide are the convenience sites. So we have 3 of those sites. Up here we have a map of Durham. So you'll see the number 1, that's our Parkwood site. It's on Highway 55 next to the wastewater treatment center. Number 3 up at the top is our Northern convenience site. That's the one we just recently opened about 2 years ago. And then the one we'll be talking about today is the Redwood site. That's the number 2. That's over in East Durham. And so just to give you a little bit more context, there's 85. You can see where that is. So if you go up 85, go past the Walmart, get off on Redwood Road, and you'll come to our convenience site. It's off of Electra Road, which is a dirt road. At the end of that dirt road is the sheriff's training facility, and we're up there at the beginning. And then this is just another image of it, an aerial photo, so you can see a little bit better of the footprint that we're taking up right now on that Electra Road right off of Redwood. Okay, So some annual statistics about our site. We see about 52,000 customers per year. And it's probably better to say visits from customers because, of course, people will come more than once in a year. But that averages to about 1,000 visits through our site every single week. We get about 2,200 tons of MSW. That stands for municipal solid waste. So that's just your garbage and bulky items that people bring in. We get 350 tons of commingled recycling or cans, bottles, paper, cardboard, and then 160 tons of yard waste. And we do collect other materials at the site: fluorescent bulbs, lead acid batteries, that's like your car batteries, auto fluids, including motor oil, antifreeze, oil filters. We have cooking oil, textiles like clothes or old curtains, scrap metal, and white goods. So all of those items are collected at our site. And it's a little cramped. So we did reach out to the community because we know we needed a new site, but we wanted to hear from our community and see specifically what they were interested in and get their feedback. So we held a community meeting in January of 23 at the East Regional Library. We also had a community survey that we passed out at the convenience site. So people who came to the sites, we gave them, they could either take a physical copy and bring it back, or we had a QR code so they could go online. And then it's been on our website that people can take the survey as well. So a lot of the common feedback that we received was that customers wanted a better yard waste area. And I'll show a picture of that so you can see. It's not very convenient. To have the roadways paved within the site. Right now they're gravel, and additional services such as e-waste or electronic waste collection, household hazardous waste collection, that's like paint, those sorts of things, chemicals. Those were the primary things people brought up. And we agree. So this is pictures from the convenience site now. So this is where our site attendants, our county employees, operate out of. It's a tiny little hut. Maybe one person can stand in there. That gets a little bit problematic when we have two employees on duty on days like today. Only one person can get inside to warm up. There's no running water. We have a porta-john for the restroom for the employees and for the customers. There's no computer or internet access. So they, we either enter their time for them, or we have to bring a laptop and a hotspot and all that stuff. So a little outdated. This is so you can see here's the gravel surface. So this is kind of when you pull up to the site, you would go to the left and around where that car is sort of pointing at us. It's not marked, it's not paved. So, a lot of times people, when it's busy, it can get a little scary. Crowd control is important. But when we have like a snow event and we have to scrape through the snow, or there's been a lot of rain, we get a lot of potholes, and that's a big complaint that we'll get. So once or twice a year, we've got to re-gravel and add more gravel and maintenance on that. So this is when people are disposing of their waste. We have 3 dumpsters along a wall, so people pull up in one lane and start disposing. So if somebody at the front of the line has a lot of stuff, then everybody in the back of the line just has to wait for them to finish. Or sometimes the attendants will ask them, can you just pull around? And, so then they're just hopping in and out of their truck, going around in circles, trying to get their material dumped. The other picture is our yard waste, so you can see those stairs. So people take their yard waste bags or their limbs, they climb up the stairs, there's a little platform, and then they have to hoist it over to the side. So we frequently get complaints about that one. It's just also, for the trash side of it, it's an inefficient way to collect the trash. So those dumpsters on the left, they might hold 2 to 4 tons of trash. When we went to the compaction at the northern site, we have these things called pre-crushers, so they can crush trash, they can crush a couch, furniture. Those containers can hold up to 10 pounds, or 10 tons. so when we're hauling that, it's one haul versus, 4 or 5 hauls from here. So it's a lot more efficient in what we're wanting to move to.
So I get to tell you the pretty stuff, and Mike will answer all the questions. But through Smith Garner, we have redesigned the site so that, one, it will have paved roads for the citizens. It'll have gravel roads for the trucks that pull containers. And the containers will be below the citizens' reach so that they won't have to walk upstairs or overreach on any of the facilities. We've also expanded the services so that there will be compactors at the facilities, and that will address the whole 2 tons versus 10-ton issue. Okay. There we go. So we're giving you some examples of this. This is not the site because it, of course, it hasn't been built yet, but this is the Northern Convenience site, and it will look very similar. It will have wayfinding signs so people will know where to go. It will have signage that tells them where the compactors are, where the garbage is collected. It will also have a 2-story facility for our staff, which will have internet, and they'll have a bathroom, and they'll have running water, and a decent place to actually function out of. This is another example of the one in the middle is the compactor that we're talking about. So they'll have walk-up services and just be able to just dispose it right at your chest level. The 2-story building is what has been designed by Smith Garner and placed on the facility. It will also have a shop where people can actually take goods that are decent to be reused, and we call that our swap shop. And people can go to the swap shop, they can leave items that are working and operative in the swap shop, and other people can come and actually acquire those goods at no cost to them. So I'm going to leave the funding over to Chrissy because she was the one who built all of the funding resources.
All right, so in 2023, we were awarded $18,000 through NC Diener's Community Waste Reduction and Recycling, Recycling Grant to install swap shops at the Northern Convenience Site and the Redwood Convenience Site. So we were, I guess, a little more ambitious with our time frame, thinking that we would have both of them available. But so the Northern Site has their swap shop installed and it's operational, and we're just kind of holding on to the grant a little bit longer. But it will help contribute to the cost of the building of the swap shop at this site. And then in May of 24, we were awarded $3.3 million through EPA's Solid Waste Infrastructure for Recycling Grant. That's the Swiffer grant. And Central Pines, not TJ Cog, but their new name, also helped with the grant writing, so I don't want to leave them out. But so we also have that funding as well. But unfortunately, costs have increased. So we held at a competitive bid process this fall for the construction of the site, and we identified CT Wilson Construction Company as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder with a bid of $4.7 million. So, looking into that difference, the inflation, tariffs, as well as a Build America, Buy America, or BABA requirements, and that's part of the federal funding that we have to meet the BABA requirements, has increased in the cost of steel, concrete, electrical, and the manufactured components beyond what we originally estimated. And then there's also been additional renovations that were required by NCDOT and City County Planning for some of the site access, stormwater improvements, and the driveway reconfiguration. So because of that, then this project requires an additional $1,688,697 for the completion. And so that's what we're here for today, is to talk to you about that increase as well as the CT Wilson. So our timeline moving forward, in January of this month, we hope to award that construction contract and receive the additional funding. In February, we would issue a notice to proceed to our general contractor. In March, we'll work on those permits for construction and then begin construction in April. During this time, the site will be closed, so residents would be diverted to either our Parkwood or Northern Convenience sites. We had hoped to have a different option for them, but this is the safest option for everybody. And then in February 27, we plan to reopen the Redwood site in all of its new beautiful glory. All right, and so if you all have any questions.
All righty. Any questions? Commissioner Burton.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. I went out there to look at the property maybe once I was sworn in, because the sheriff's training facility was out there. And when I first saw it, I was like, this is not very nice, right? And so getting ready for the meeting, I went out there this past Sunday. And I thought it was already construction out there, but I guess they're constructing the sheriff's training facility. It's the same builder, C.T. Wilson. But yeah, I think, this is something, and I've been to the northern convenience site, and that's really nice, right? I think this is important that we do this. I want to hear from my colleagues, but, I think, figuring out where we can find the funds to fund this. I think that's important. I think it's important because, Durham County is a growing county, and I, in my opinion, think we should have high quality facilities for our people to work in. I think that's very important. That doesn't make me feel too good that we just have this shack for one person and they got to go to a porta potty. I don't think that's very acceptable. So I'm for that. I did have a question because I live in that part of Durham, and it's the way my neighborhood is. It's in the city, but it's all around county. But I do see some people have the green GFL trash receptacles. So how they don't have to take their trash to the convenience site if they're in the county park? Do they pay extra for that?
So we do have a biweekly curbside recycling program, and we contract with GFL for that service. Some residents choose to have trash collected as well through them or somebody else, but that's a separate thing. So they could hire a company to pick up their trash if they want. But all residents who pay that solid waste fee in their tax bill get a solid waste decal or sticker or permit in their tax bill. So that's what they can use that to go to the convenience sites. So whether they hire a private company to pick up their trash or not, if they have the decal, they can go to the Redwood site and use that.
Gotcha.
Or any of the sites.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for your presentation.
The other thing is, if they live in the city, they can also buy a decal from the tax office, and they can use our services that way, but they have to pay the full freight.
Commissioner Jacobs.
I do remember discussion of this a long time ago. Thank you so much for your work on this, Chrissy, and for getting the grant funding, significant funding that you did. I also support this. And I was really curious to hear about how the swap shop is going and how that works. And I'm really glad to see, everything about this is wonderful, but also how that is working. Just full disclosure, I was at a convenience site over the holiday at another county, and my husband and I pulled two perfectly good bikes out of one of the dumpsters. So I hate to see things that other people can use just go to waste like that. So I would love to hear a little more about that.
So it's been going well. We are keeping data. I don't have it with me, but as part of the grant, the attendants keep an eye on what's going in and what's going out. We do get, it's, you say one person's trash is somebody else's treasure. That is a little subjective because sometimes everybody would agree that it's trash. So we have to kind of keep an eye on what goes in there, and the attendants get pretty good about understanding what somebody else is going to pick up versus not. So, but they'll leave items in there usually at least a week or so and see how the flow goes. But residents have been excited to use it and to take things from it, to drop things off. So it's been going well so far.
Valentine.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Ms. Chrissy, thank you so much for the work that you have put into this. That means a lot to the county and our residents. You had mentioned that in order to use this facility, if you don't happen to be in the county, that you can buy a decal from the tax office. Now, can you just drive up and use it, or you have to absolutely positively have to have the decal? Have to have the decal. Okay, good. All right, thank you for that. Also, I agree with my colleague, Commissioner Burton, who said that she was interested in quality workspaces for those who are employed here in the county. I think that's very important as well, and so I agree with her in that regard. And it sounds like this project is way overdue, and so I'm hoping that we can bring this to fruition. And so, to the extent that my support is needed, I'm hoping that that support helps.
We'll be asking budget to find the
I'm sure.
1.6 million that we need. Our intent was to bring this forward to you so that will be on your next agenda for approval.
Thank you.
Yeah, the staff have identified dollars to support this in our reserve funds. This is a sign of what we will see with other projects, unfortunately. And so the cumulative impact of that means we will have to change value engineer project scopes, especially if we're funding all of them, or determining timing for projects, et cetera. So we have close to a $2 billion capital project for the next 10 years. And these cycles happen, and we'll just work through them. So, but I appreciate all that everyone has done in general services and to help us keep moving things along, especially partnering with Central Pines and to help us with the grant, and just tremendous effort. And I think, Chrissy, this was probably one of the largest grants that we've received of this nature. And at the time, I believe was the largest that they awarded for that period, but I may be off on that. But anyway, bravo. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you. No other comments? Thank you so much for your presentation. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of our agenda today. So we are adjourned.
But I want to bring up 5 more things.
Right. We're adjourned. All right. Now we have agenda.